Chapter 1283. Zhang Feng nodded. That's right. I came here this time mainly because I want to work in the field personally. Sure enough. Old Gao sighed. Originally, this field had been prepared early. After class, Mr. Bo Shi and the other students of the academy would come to cultivate it personally. The field was the land enclosed by the farm before. Needless to say, the degree of fertility was high. Zhang Feng pointed to the two-story building near where Old Gao lived and said, Old Gao, I don't need much. We only need the area in front of your door. This is an experiment, and it's a very important experimental site. Do you still remember what I told Ma Zhou? Old Gao's eyes couldn't help but light up. Of course, he knew what Zhang Feng had told Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou would come back every few days to check on the progress of Zhang Feng's so-called farm hatchery. Old Gao was also looking forward to it. But he didn't know how long he would have to wait. After all, Zhang Feng was too busy. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng coming and hearing what Zhang Feng said, Old Gao's face couldn't help but tremble. He said, Do you want to do it here? Zhang Feng didn't know what Old Gao wanted to say, but he still nodded and said, You should have heard about Old Niu being poisoned, right? How could Old Gao not know? It was difficult for him not to know such a big thing on the mountain. And that old bastard was the guy who liked to steal eggs and chickens the most. Old Gao couldn't help but ask, Is it the phosphate fertilizer? The phosphate fertilizer has been produced? Zhang Feng nodded and pointed to an oiled paper bag in Wei Shuyu's arms. He said, Yes, it has been produced. Old Gao wanted to take a look, but when he looked up and saw the white thing on Wei Shuyu's mouth, he couldn't help but be shocked. He thought it was poisonous, but Zhang Feng didn't wear this thing. He couldn't help but say with an ugly face, Director, this is poisonous. How can you? Zhang Feng was also very helpless. He had already told these guys that this thing was no longer poisonous, but these guys just wouldn't listen. What could he do? He simply explained the mask and the fact that this thing was not poisonous. Then he said, Old Gao, this thing is very important. I hope that other than the few of us, no one else needs to know about it. Of course, you can tell Ma Zhou. Old Gao naturally understood the importance of this. Once this thing was really developed, the people of the Tang dynasty would no longer have to starve. What kind of concept was that? This was something he didn't even dare to think about. Once news of this spread, the consequences would be fatal. That was why Zhang Feng didn't want others to know about this. After the exchange, Zhang Feng also took off his boots. Stepping on the cold soil with the smell of feces, Zhang Feng suddenly had the illusion that he was back in the village when he was young. It was just that Zhang Feng's action gave everyone a big fright. But since Zhang Feng insisted, the others couldn't say anything. They also took off their boots with Zhang Feng. However, only Cheng Chumo was an exception. He originally wanted to take off his boots, but the stench completely blocked the smell of feces. Under the stern scolding of Zhang Feng and the others, Cheng Chumo had to put on his boots. Farming was actually not difficult. Especially wheat, it only needed to be fertilized and the soil flattened. Then, it only needed to be sprinkled with seeds. However, Zhang Feng was different. After all, whether the seeds were good or not, they could completely replace the seeds' growth in the future. Therefore, after the few of them flattened the soil, Zhang Feng called Wei Shuyu and Zhang Sun to bring a large wooden bucket. Then, they poured plant ash into the wooden bucket, making the water in the entire wooden bucket sticky. Only then did Zhang Feng pour the wheat seeds into the wooden bucket. While everyone was doing this, Yu Shernan and the others also brought a large number of students to the incubation garden. When they saw Zhang Feng doing something inside barefoot, their expressions changed. They waved their hands and asked the students to wait outside. They entered the incubation garden with cold faces with their hands behind their backs. When they saw Zhang Feng's actions, they were also stunned. However, they couldn't say anything. They could only wait for Zhang Feng to finish and settle the score with him later. Zhang Feng didn't notice what was happening behind him at all. After he threw the wheat into the mud for a while, he pointed at the mud and said to Old Gao, Old Gao, do you want to ask why I threw this thing into this thing? Not only him, we also want to know why. But before that, don't you want to tell us why you're barefoot? Is this what a great scholar should do? Is this what a dean should do? Ah! As soon as Zhang Feng heard this voice, he knew that it was Ouyang Sun's voice. He hurriedly turned around and said, This student didn't know that all of you esteemed teachers had come and didn't welcome you. Please forgive me. When Zhang Feng came back to his senses, he looked into the distance. Oh my God, everyone from the academy is here. At this moment, Ouyang Sun, Yu Shernan, and the others' faces were gloomy. It was as if they were ready to fight if he didn't say something. This time. Damn it, it's over. Chapter 1284. The commoners were barefoot when they went to the fields, mainly because they had no shoes to wear. Even the straw sandals they wore were bought with money. When they went to the fields, their shoes were the most worn out. At this time, the commoners were basically barefoot when they went out. That was why there was a saying, barefoot man and commoner. In ancient times, the most important thing was one's identity. In this era, people's social class was very obvious. Based on one's identity, one had to wear clothes that suited one's social class. Even if one was in decline, one had to maintain a sense of ceremony. Otherwise, one would be attacked by the masses. This was the sorrow of an era. When one was in trouble, no one would know and no one would care. Even if you starved to death, you would still have that identity. For example, if you were a Confucian scholar or scholar, then if you starved to death, people would only praise you and say that you were honest and poor. No one would look at you, and no one would care about you. However, if one dared to beg or disregard one's status to do something that did not match one's identity, one would be disgracing the people in this circle. At this time, it was no longer one's own matter. What was this? This was sorrow. Even if the royal family was in decline, they had to maintain a proper attitude. This was sad, but it was also a custom. At this time, what about Zhang Feng? Not only was he a viscount bestowed by the emperor, but he was also the dean of Chong'an University and White Deer College. He was also the chancellor of these two colleges and was the youngest Confucian scholar. At this time, he was going to go to the fields barefoot in front of all the teachers and students of the college? What kind of scandal was this? This was what angered Yu Shernan and the others the most. Even Sun Simiao, who had always thought highly of Zhang Feng, did not say anything at this time. He frowned slightly. Zhang Feng looked around. Everyone around him seemed to be discussing something indistinctly. However, regarding this, Zhang Feng did not comment. What was Lao Tzu's status? That was his business. The emperor had set a rule. Could he not go to the fields? Even the emperor would go to the fields to work today. Why couldn't he go to the fields to work? Was this a joke? Esteemed teachers, can you wait for me to settle the matter of this seed before you teach me about this matter? Zhang Feng had made up his mind. If he didn't straighten out his thoughts today, then he, Zhang Feng, would really have to change his surname. However, in principle, Yu Shernan would not budge an inch. Waving his hand, he pointed at Zhang Feng's boots and said, I don't care what your purpose is. Put the boots on old man first. You don't care about your own face, but you have to leave some face for White Deer College, okay? Fine. It was just a matter of face. Zhang Feng did not move. Instead, he cupped his fists towards everyone and said, May I ask all of you esteemed teachers and everyone present, what does wearing boots have to do with what I'm doing right now? Let me ask you one more thing. During today's autumn planting sacrificial ceremony, did His Majesty stipulate that we must wear boots? Then let me ask you one more thing. If that's the case, can't we sleep, bathe, and change our clothes naked? But from what I know, when we land on the ground, are we completely naked? Zhang Feng's 3 consecutive questions left everyone dumbfounded. Zhang Feng was not wrong at all. After all, no one stipulated that a person had to wear boots. Ouyang Sun pointed at Zhang Feng's boots with a gloomy expression and said, You are now a great Confucian scholar and the dean of White Deer College. You must set an example. If you land on the ground with your feet bare, that is understandable. But have you ever thought about whether this is a matter of your identity? Zhang Feng smiled. May I ask Mr. Xinbin, everyone present can be called Confucian scholars and scholars. In the future, in 5, 10, or even 20 years, there may be countless great Confucians here. Then let me ask you, Old Man Kong or Old Man Meng, before they became great Confucians, did they mention the relationship between one's identity and one's shoes? In this student's memory, Old Man Kong once said in a lecture that we should treat each other with sincerity. The reason why this student wants to take off his boots is because this student is praying to the ancestors and the heavens. This is a student's belief. When we step on the ground, we will know the suffering of the common people. Only when we personally experience the suffering of the people can we better remember the life of the people. May I ask, what is wrong with this? Moreover, today, the Emperor and Empress, the retired Emperor, will personally go to the fields to plant. How can we not follow? This, Ouyang soon knew that Zhang Feng had a sharp tongue, but he did not expect this kid to have such a sharp tongue. Just as he was about to say something, Chu Suiliang hurriedly stopped Ouyang soon and said, "Let this kid speak. What he said is not without reason." Ouyang soon sighed and said, "We won't say anything. Forget it, forget it. But you, how are you going to explain today's matter to these students?" Zhang Feng had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 1285. Seeing that Chu Suiliang gave him a way out, he bowed and pointed at his feet. Then he looked at all the students who were staring at him and said, "I know you may still be thinking that as the dean and a great Confucian scholar, what I'm doing is beneath my dignity." Before the students could say anything, Zhang Feng pointed at Hao Chu-jun and the others and motioned them to come forward. Then he said, "I know what you're thinking, but do you know why I'm doing this?" Before answering this question, let me ask you first. Do you think all of you can become great Confucian scholars? I know that the main purpose of your coming to the academy is to pass the Jinshu exam and then become an official in the imperial court. Then you can do good for the people of the Tang dynasty. But do you know that there is a saying that goes, "What you think of when you think of your emperor, you can't be loyal to your emperor?" At this time, all the students, including Yu Shernan and the others, were a little stunned. There was a second part of the saying? And the students were boiling at this time. They bowed together and then said in unison, "Please enlighten us, Mr. Dean." Zhang Feng waved his hand and motioned for them to sit cross-legged. After hesitating for a while, they still sat down as Zhang Feng said. Even the dean took off his shoes to work. What right did they have to stand? After everyone sat down, Zhang Feng said, "You've read the sage's books. You should remember that Kong Rong let the pear fall. You should know about this kind of story, right?" Zhang Feng really didn't remember these stories. There were a lot, but he didn't know how to describe them. He had forgotten most of them. By the way, in the spring and autumn annals of Lu, when Confucius traveled around the countries, he saw a pair of farmers who didn't have an ox to farm. They could only use a man to carry a plow. Confucius went to the field himself and worked as an ox. I think you all should know about these stories. There was such a saying? There was such a saying in the spring and autumn annals of Lu? Yu Shernan and the others were stunned. He thought hard about the records of the Lu family's spring and autumn annals that he had studied before. He really thought of it and could not help but feel a little ashamed. Zhang Feng continued, "We uphold the way of the saints. We should take from the people and use it for the people. Whether we become officials in the future or something else, we should all know one thing, and that is to put the people first. You don't need me to say anything about this, do you? Then all of you, think about what I'm doing now. Is it shameful? Or what was it? I won't force you to be like me, but I just need you to remember that no matter what you do in the future, everything you do must be based on the common people. This is your Tao." This time, all the students were in an uproar. Put the people first. This was something that all of them had learned when they first started learning. As for the officials, if they did not seek the welfare of the people, then what kind of officials were they? This time, everyone was deeply shocked. This student will remember principal's teachings. When Zhang Feng heard that, he heaved a deep sigh of relief. Originally, he just wanted to reminisce and experience the feeling of not going to the ground for a long time. He also wanted to reminisce about the past. However, he did not expect that the customs of this era would make him a joke in front of the students. However, at this time, he did not know how many of these people agreed with his way of thinking. He did not want everyone to agree with him. However, he only needed some of them to remember their path. That would be enough. He did not want to teach one or two black sheep. At this time, seeing that the matter was resolved, Yu Shernan and the others did not care about Zhang Feng's indecent barefoot. This was because at this time, there were already more students who had imitated Zhang Feng's appearance. They took off their boots and stood on the spot with excited faces. At this time, Ouyang soon smacked his lips. However, in the end, he only sighed. He pretended not to see anything. At this time, seeing this, old Gao's eyes turned and asked, "What are the benefits of soaking the wheat seeds in this ash?" Seeing that the topic had returned to the main topic, Zhang Feng did not answer first. Instead, he waved his hand and said, It's getting late for autumn planting. You guys should start too. Following Zhang Feng's lead, over 3,000 students surged into the freshly plowed land, scaring the chickens and pigs, causing them to cry out in fear. They brought their children and fled from this troublesome place. At this time, Zhang Feng mysteriously waved his hand and asked Yu Shernan and the others to come closer. After that, he said, "This thing is actually a preliminary method of selecting seeds." The few of them could not help but be stunned. What kind of method was this? A look of understanding appeared on old Gao's face. He said, "Please elaborate." Seeds. As I said just now, these are the first factors that can affect the next year's harvest. Only the strong seeds will produce healthy sprouts. Look at the other coarse seeds. Although they will also produce sprouts, their innate advantages make these more plump seeds more advantageous. This is like a person's growth. Their innate advantages will make them stronger. How could the others not understand such an analogy? However, it was also because they understood that they were even more shocked by what Zhang Feng had done. After all, why did no one know about such a simple thing for thousands of years? Ouyang soon asked just like that. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's not that no one has made it before. I remember that there was a sage who did it in the past." However, the aristocratic families did not want this thing to be made public, so they wanted to keep it for themselves. However, because of the war, this thing was slowly lost. It's like a wooden ox and a horse. Hearing this, everyone frowned and nodded. As Zhang Feng said, it was not that some things were not mentioned, but because of the benefits involved. Even if this thing was indeed feasible, in the face of powerful forces, this thing. The few of them could not help but sigh. At this time, they saw Zhang Feng use a millet to scoop up the floating seeds that were covered in plant ash and mud. Then, he asked Chung Chumo to pile a large pile of plant ash and bran chaff on the side. Then, when the water was about to drip, Zhang Feng poured the seeds into the plant ash and bran chaff. This time, the others did not understand. However, Zhang Feng was one step ahead and said, "This method can ensure the moisture of the seeds and also prevent the worms underground from eating the seeds." Chapter 1286. On the other side. Li Shimin, after spending 2 envoys' worship ceremony, took the civil and military officials to enter the imperial plantation on Longsho Mountain. At this time, around the plantation, there were already red decorations, and the densely packed people were shouting crazily all around. After Li Shimin had fun with the people again, he personally pulled up his dragon robe and stepped into the farmland with Zhang Sun, Empress Li Yuan, and Li Chengqian. Many people used worship to fool the gods, but Li Shimin was different. He was really planting. After all, the Tang dynasty was really short of food at this time, and he wanted to set an example and let the people see. After a day of work, Li Shimin felt that his waist and legs were no longer his own. But when he looked at the fields, the things he made were simply terrible, but he still felt a sense of pride. Looking at the officials again. Looking at the people in the farmland in the distance, Li Shimin had an impulse to hit people. But at this moment, Li Shimin suddenly saw Imperial Dr. Zhou in the crowd with a white thing in his mouth. He was slightly angry and waved his hand. "Imperial Dr. Zhou." Xiao Gizi could clearly feel the emperor's anger at this time, so he hurriedly called Imperial Dr. Zhou. Imperial Dr. Zhou was old, and the emperor's face was a little bad at this time. Imperial Dr. Zhou couldn't help but tremble in his heart, but he still respectfully came to Li Shimin's side. Li Shimin pointed to the thing in his mouth and said indifferently, "What is this thing in your mouth?" How could Imperial Dr. Zhou not know that the emperor was angry? He hurriedly bowed and said, answering back the emperor, "This is a mask. What I asked you is, at this time, what do you mean by bringing this thing?" "Mask? What is this thing?" Imperial Dr. Zhou really forgot about this matter. After parting with the Crown Prince yesterday, Imperial Dr. Zhou seriously studied this thing. Needless to say, the more he studied it, the more shocked Imperial Dr. Zhou was. For a moment, he forgot to take it down. The most important thing was that the stench in the farmland and the smell of feces made him a little nauseous. He also wanted to try it and see if this thing was as magical as the Crown Prince said. But who knew that he forgot to take it down and was caught by the emperor? At this time, seeing the emperor's inquiry, Imperial Dr. Zhou also told Li Shimin the cause of the matter. Li Shimin couldn't help but be interested. Looking at the things in the mouths of the imperial doctors, he asked, "This thing, Chengqian, what do you say?" Li Shimin was a little bit angry. Originally, He knew about this thing. Logically speaking, it should have been sent to him as soon as possible. But now, this thing was actually in the Imperial Hospital. As the Emperor, he didn't know about it at all. This made him a little unhappy. Li Chengqian also knew that the matter was serious and hurriedly said, Imperial Father, this son did indeed want to give the mask to Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Imperial Grandfather last night, but in the end, because I had to prepare for today's matter, as well as Fengzi's matter. So I forgot. You are the Crown Prince. How can you forget such an important matter? Li Shimin was a little angry. He didn't forget. He looked down on him. This was a kind of contempt. In his opinion, Your Majesty, now is not the time to talk about this. Empress Zhong's son tried to smooth things over. She glared at Li Chengqian and said, Why aren't you offering the mask to your father? No. Li Chengqian couldn't help but say awkwardly. When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't get angry. If he reprimanded the Crown Prince because of this thing outside, it would give him an excuse. He just waved his hand lightly and said, Forget it, just remember next time. After sending Li Chengqian away, Li Shimin didn't mind that the mask had been used by Imperial Dr. Zhou. He played with it in his hand and asked, What is this thing? Did Fengzi make it? Obviously. He was asking the Crown Prince. But Li Chengqian knew that he was in the wrong, so he ran into the officials and dug the ground. But it was like digging a tunnel. Li Shimin could only shake his head. Imperial Dr. Zhou looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he could only say, Your Majesty, the matter of the mask was made by Prince Zhong 3 days ago. After that, this old minister shamelessly went to beg the Crown Prince and the young dukes. I only got a dozen or so. Almost everyone in the Imperial Hospital is using this thing now. And as far as this old minister knows, the reason why the Crown Prince forgot about this matter is that he has been tinkering with this mask during this period of time and also at Chong'an University. So, the Crown Prince forgot about this unintentionally. The main reason was that this cicada was too scarce. Moreover, Li Chengqian also wanted to do something. After he did it, he would report it to Li Shimin so that Li Shimin would look at him with new eyes. But Li Chengqian didn't know what to say. Because Imperial Dr. Zhou had done Li Chengqian a favor. He praised Li Chengqian in front of the retired emperor, the emperor, and the empress. Li Shimin couldn't say anything. He just sighed helplessly and said, Such a big thing, as long as he says it, I will find someone to share his burden. Forget it, forget it. Seeing that he is doing a good thing for the country and the people this time, I won't make it difficult for him. But you tell the Crown Prince that this matter can't happen a second time. This minister obeys. Chapter 1287. The Autumn Seed Heaven worshipping ceremony finally came to an end when the sun set in the west. When Li Shimin and the others returned to Taiji Palace, it was already time to light the lanterns. After they bathed and changed their clothes, Li Shimin summoned Li Chengqian, who was about to take the opportunity to sneak out. Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian for a long time. When Li Chengqian was about to collapse, Li Shimin said faintly, I know what you think and your personality. Do you know why I let you learn from Zhang Feng? Your son knows. Li Shimin smiled and said, Then tell me. Li Chengqian didn't know what Li Shimin was thinking. Ever since he followed Zhang Feng, Li Shimin rarely talked to Li Chengqian. After all, how could Li Shimin not know Li Chengqian's cunning mind? He was timid, suspicious, and more importantly, indecisive. He could see these from Li Chengqian since he was young. Li Shimin had his own plans as to why he only said it now. Looking at Li Chengqian, Li Shimin patted the soft couch beside him and said, It seems that we father and son have not had a serious talk for almost a year, right? Hearing this, Li Chengqian hurriedly sat beside Li Shimin obediently. However, Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian's actions and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You have indeed learned some skills during this time, but what I want you to learn the most is Zhang Feng's confidence in controlling everything, as well as his way of dealing with things without being alarmed. However, in this year... Sigh. Tell me, what is the use of this mask, and what is the phosphate fertilizer you guys tinkered with? Li Shimin couldn't bear to continue speaking. After all, if he spoke too harshly, Li Chengqian's suspicion would increase. If he spoke too lightly, it wouldn't be good. In any case, Li Shimin felt a headache whenever he looked at Li Chengqian. None of them were free and easy like a man. In the end, Li Shimin could only change the topic. However, Li Chengqian did not think this way. He thought that his father was very dissatisfied with his actions during this period of time and began to worry deeply. Li Shimin patted Li Chengqian's shoulder and said, "We are very satisfied with what you have done during this period of time. Learn more from Zhang Feng about how to deal with people, as well as his attitude. This will always be good for you." After talking with Li Chengqian for half a day, Li Shimin also lost the desire to continue the conversation due to the deep worry emitted by Li Chengqian. He waved his hand and said, "What's going on with this mask? Also, what about the phosphate fertilizer? Can it be used in the autumn planting?" Seeing Li Shimin change the topic, Li Chengqian also heaved a sigh of relief. Replying to father, "This mask is the key to solving phosphorus poisoning. This son and others have been using this thing during this period of time. The effect is very magical. Originally, this son planned to give this thing to father when I got it last time. But on the way, I happened to meet Imperial Dr. Zhou who came to check my pulse. Then this son prepared to give it to Imperial Dr. Zhou first, and let him use it in his daily diagnosis." When Li Shimin heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This method is indeed possible. Then what happened next? We know that the cicada is extremely rare. How did you deal with this matter? Use white paper. Li Chengqian saw Li Shimin finally show a rare smile. He didn't know that just now, Li Shimin already knew about this. He said what Zhang Feng said about using multiple layers of thin white paper to replace the cicada. Li Shimin couldn't help but widen his eyes. In that case, this mask has basically become popular in Chang'an City now? Li Chengqian shook his head and said, replying to father, "This matter has not yet become widespread. For the time being, most of the doctors in Chang'an City have been put to use. Furthermore, I have also found a few talented people from White Deer Academy to impart the most basic knowledge of physiology and hygiene to these doctors. Even the Imperial Hospital has already taken physiological and health knowledge as a course." Really? Li Shimin's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect it to be like this. Li Chengqian nodded. Indeed, and as long as the doctors have used it and learned physiological and health knowledge, they basically used it in their daily diagnosis during this period of time. The effect is naturally very good. Moreover, this son has already printed hundreds of copies of the medical and health knowledge manual set up by Fengzi. The price of each copy is basically 100 taels of silver. Li Shimin's blood boiled when he heard this. This thing was really a good thing. He had seen that thing before, and he saw Zhang Feng use it on Niu Zhenhu's leg with his own eyes. He also wanted to use such a magical thing in the entire Tang dynasty, but he didn't know how to say it. However, he didn't expect the crown prince to be one step ahead of him and think of it. This also seemed to be a kind of progress, right? Li Shimin nodded and said, "Not bad. Qian has made a lot of progress to be able to think of this step. I am very happy. Quickly tell me about the phosphor fertilizer." Yes. Li Chengqian hadn't received Li Shimin's approval for a long time. At this time, hearing his father's praise, he couldn't help but feel a little smug. He excitedly told the whole story in full detail. Li Shimin's eyebrows didn't relax as he listened. After Li Chengqian finished, Li Shimin almost wanted to go and see Zhang Feng's masterpiece and that magical thing on the spot. It seems that this son hasn't seen this kind of new thing for a long time. Go up the mountain with me tomorrow. Hearing this, Li Chengqian hurriedly said, "Father, Fengzi is now at Chang'an University." Ha ha ha, do you think Fengzi is so easy to fool? Believe it or not, this kid must be on the mountain right now. Chapter 1288. The next morning. After the morning assembly, Li Shimin and Li Chengqian hurriedly slipped out of the palace. Sure enough, when the two arrived at Chang'an University, they saw a big lock on the gate of Chang'an University. However, this did not hinder the bustling scene. Originally, the entrance of Chang'an University was not part of the downtown area, nor did it belong to the eastern and western markets. It was located at the corner of the western and eastern markets. It was originally sparsely populated, but at this time, it was full of people. Everyone stuck their heads out and looked at Li Shimin's carriage coming from afar. When the crowd saw Li Chengqian and Li Shimin, they were happy at first, but when they did not see Zhang Feng, they could not help but feel disappointed. Li Shimin was a little surprised. Looking at these people, he could not help but be interested. Looking at an old man, he held a fist and palm salute and said, "Sir, this is Chang'an University. What are you doing here?" The old man looked at Li Shimin and then at Li Chengqian and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure you don't know?" Li Shimin shook his head. The old man pointed at Li Chengqian and said, "This is your son, right?" Li Shimin nodded. The old man rolled his eyes and said, "Since he's your son, you don't know what's going on here? Are you playing with the old man?" Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian and asked, "What's going on here?" Li Chengqian was confused. He really did not know what was going on. He hurriedly asked, "Sir, what's the meaning of this? Although I'm a student here, I don't know what's going on here." The argument here attracted a lot of people. "Young sir, are you studying at Chong'an University? Do you know about the mask?" "Little sir, we're here for this mask and the medical book. If you see Dean Zhongfeng, please put in a good word for us and beg him to part with it." As they spoke, everyone gave Li Chengqian a meaningful glance and stuffed copper coins into his arms and sleeves. Some of the copper coins even poked out from his chest. Li Chengqian and Li Shimin stared blankly. What kind of operation was that? Is this thing so popular? Li Shimin could not believe it. At this time, Xiao Gizi, who was following Li Shimin, saw this and hurriedly went forward to ask, "Everyone, my young master really didn't know about this matter. I'll have to trouble everyone. What is going on?" Seeing Li Shimin and Li Chengqian's expressions, it seemed like they really didn't know. Only then did they ask suspiciously, "You guys really don't know?" Li Chengqian shook his head helplessly and said, "If we knew, we wouldn't ask again." Hearing this, everyone began to talk about the benefits of the mask and the medical book. It was only now that Li Shimin realized that the medical book had become an item that was hard to come by in Chong'an City. Li Shimin didn't stay any longer. After seeing such a scene with Li Chengqian, how could he stay any longer? He hurriedly got into the sedan chair and headed straight for Shao Mountain. Meanwhile, on Shao Mountain, Zhang Feng had no choice but to temporarily move the laboratory to Elder Gao's building. After all, although the smell here was a little pungent, with the help of the mask, it seemed to be bearable. In addition, there were few people here and they were in the hinterland of White Deer College. There was no need to worry about the degree of secrecy and safety. In the end, Zhang Feng thought about it and decided to move the phosphate fertilizer experiment site here. After all, in the eyes of Yu Shernan and the others, this thing was too important to the Tang dynasty. Although they did not know whether this thing had any magical effects, Yu Shernan did not allow Zhang Feng to go down the mountain for the selection of seeds. Instead, he gave the dozens of acres of land in the hatchery to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng could only suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this. At this moment, in Yu Shernan's villa, Zhang Feng was like a little wife who had been bullied, groaning and groaning. Even Xueji could not stand it anymore. He smiled helplessly and said, "Boy, this is a big deal. If you can really make this thing, then you are really awesome. Don't you know that? We don't need you to cultivate the fields on the mountain, but we do need you to screen out the seeds for him. Whether it's really as you say, or if you're just bragging, we'll be able to tell at a glance." Zhang Feng spread his hands helplessly and said, "Mr. Sitong, I still have big things to do. You see, the steel business and the textile factory are still in a mess. In addition, everything in my laboratory is in Chong'an University. Even if I want to stay on the mountain, Xueji smiled and said casually, "Don't worry. Last night, we brought everything you have in Chong'an University, including your half a cigarette. They are now in the room in the Gray Building." The Gray Building was the general name of the building where Old Gao lived. The first floor was the pig farm and observation point. The second floor was the bedroom. But at this time, except for Old Gao, no one lived there. Yu Shernan and the others asked Old Gao to come out and prepared to use the second floor as a laboratory and classroom, but Old Gao refused. Old Gao had no choice but to live in a small room, which was the small room where Ma Zhou once lived. And all the other rooms were connected. It became a secret laboratory on the mountain. No one would have thought that a top-notch laboratory would be built on top of a pigsty, right? Chapter 1289. In the end, Zhang Feng had no choice but to give in. In order to prevent Zhang Feng from being lazy, Yu Shernan even invited Jing Shu back to the mountain. This made Zhang Feng even more speechless. Don't they need people at home? Lao Tzu's family is so rich that it can rival a country's wealth. You can rest assured, but I can't. However, when he saw the big box of land deeds, Zhang Feng shut up. Jing Shu did not know who told her that all the money was used to buy thousands of acres of fertile land. This almost angered Zhang Feng to death. After asking, he found out that it was a butler named Du Ziteng. Zhang Feng was so angry that he pulled out a small dagger from his waist and wanted to go down the mountain. No one could stop him. Prodigal. How is this a damn butler? I don't care. In this era, land was the most worthless. Buying land at this time was simply throwing money away. However, Sun Simiao laughed when he heard about it. Kid, do you know where that land is? How would Zhang Feng know where the land in the box of land deeds was? Sun Simiao picked up a few land deeds and looked at them. Then he said in amazement, "This land is fertile land. It's in Lontian County. It's equivalent to the entire land from our Shao Mountain to Erpi Ridge." Hearing that, Zhang Feng shut up. He knew about this place, and he had wanted to buy it for a long time. However, he only told Jing Shu. He did not have the money at that time. But now that he had the money, how could he waste it like this? Although he had bought the land, it was equivalent to giving Zhang Feng the green light to connect the two industries from here to the coal mine. However, this was money. Dr. Sun, I understand what you mean, but I'm afraid of being poor. How good would it be to use this money to do something else? Why buy so much land? Sun Simiao spread out his hands and said, "Kid, it's too late for you to regret now. We've already bought the land, and isn't this area suitable for growing wheat? Maybe if you work hard this year, you won't even be able to fit all the food in all the rooms in your Zhang residence next year." Zhang Feng sighed. For the time being, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, he only dared to say these things behind Jing Shu's back. What if Xiaoning found out and thought too much? What if she ran away in anger? Wouldn't that be a huge loss of face? In the end, Zhang Feng could only pinch his nose and accept it. However, Zhang Feng knew that these old things must have done something. Otherwise, it was impossible for Jing Shu not to discuss it with him. However, he didn't have any evidence at the moment, so he could only feel resentful. He acted as if nothing had happened. There was no running away from the land at this time. Zhang Feng didn't plan to grow wheat. He really didn't have the time. Zhang Feng could only return to the villa dejectedly. Seeing Jing Shu happily sorting out the land deeds, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. When Jing Shu saw Zhang Feng come in, she said embarrassedly, "I didn't discuss it with you. You won't blame me, right?" Could Zhang Feng blame her? He wouldn't dare to even if he was beaten to death. Zhang Feng hugged Jing Shu tightly. If it weren't for steamed buns staring at him covetously, he would have done it on the spot. He said lightly, "How could I? But you've helped me a lot." Jing Shu didn't understand and asked in surprise, "Isn't the land used to grow food?" Zhang Feng scratched Jing Shu's nose and said, "Who said that it can only grow food? I have a great use for this land." "What use?" At this moment, Li Shimon's voice sounded faintly at the door. Jing Shu was so shocked that her face turned red. She hurriedly carried steamed bun up to the second floor. Zhang Feng touched his nose and looked at Lao Li and Li Chengqian. He smiled helplessly and said, "Lao Li, I've really been screwed over by you and your father this time." Li Shimon didn't understand what Zhang Feng meant. He hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" "Look at this grand sacrificial ceremony. Originally, I wanted to go and broaden my horizons. Most importantly, I wanted to see what the emperor looked like. But you guys not only hid such an important matter from me, you even let that brat Li Gon go in my place. Fortunately, nothing happened. If something had happened, it would have been a big deal." Li Shimon didn't understand what Zhang Feng meant. And this matter was indeed authorized by him. He didn't allow Zhang Feng to go. It was better not to let him know about this matter. That was why the heaven-worshipping ceremony last time, which was supposed to be paraded through the streets, and the farming held outside Chang'an City, were directly held in the imperial farm on Mount Longsho. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng like this, Li Shimon asked, "Why are you so nervous? Can't you just do what Mr. Bo Shi and the others do? The laws of the Tang dynasty clearly state that great Confucian scholars don't need to participate, right? And I also heard that on that day, you went barefoot into battle, setting a precedent for all the Confucians of the Great Tang. Moreover, in front of more than 3,000 students, you berated the scholars of the world for being pretentious?" Zhang Feng shouted that he was wronged, When did I say that they were pretentious? Li Shimin smiled and didn't say anything. In any case, he had indeed heard such words. He didn't know who spread it. At this time, Li Shimin also asked people to do their best to find this person. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Shimin here. After all, nothing major had happened at this time, and they came at the right time. If someone came to ask for responsibility, wouldn't that be a ready-made target for him to shift the blame to? Chapter 1290. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng swept away his previous anger and welcomed the two with a smile. Come, come, come. Take a seat. You, go and prepare the food and wine. Hearing this, Shiva's legs went soft and he almost stumbled. But he still hurried to prepare the food and wine. Li Shimin, on the other hand, was a little alarmed. This brat seemed to be a little too enthusiastic at this time. But he couldn't say it. After all, he still had things to ask Zhang Feng. After the food and wine were served, Zhang Feng asked, "How was the sacrificial ceremony this time?" "How was it? What did he mean?" Li Shimin and Li Chengqian were stunned. Li Chengqian's eyes turned and he said, "It was okay. This time, it was a big event. Basically, all the officials and aristocratic families that could come came." Zhang Feng waved his hand and asked, "What I mean is, did you see the emperor?" "I saw him." Li Chengqian had a bad feeling. Li Shimin's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Zhang Feng asked again, "Then tell me, what does the emperor look like?" This was what Zhang Feng was most concerned about. In the history books, Li Shimin's appearance always gave people a sense of mystery. But Zhang Feng didn't think that Li Shimin could look so ordinary. Take old Li, who was sitting opposite him, as an example. Although he looked similar to Li Shimin in the portrait and was quite strong, Lao Li's body and the aura on his face were 100 times stronger than in the portrait. Was the person in the portrait really Li Shimin, the great Khan of heaven? That would be a strange thing. Li Shimin didn't know that Zhang Feng would ask such a question. Li Chengqian was so nervous that his hand holding the wine cup was trembling. He asked him to tell him what his father looked like? What should he say? Just as Li Chengqian was hesitating, Zhang Feng also noticed Li Chengqian's trembling hand. He asked curiously, "Hey, what happened to your hand? Isn't it just asking you what the emperor looks like? Do you have to be so agitated? Could it be that your majesty?" Cough cough, Feng Zi, aren't you afraid of losing your head by talking about his majesty like this? Li Shimin coughed and asked with a smile. Instead, Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at him. "Decapitate?" Zhang Feng snorted and said, "If we're talking about heads, you, Lao Li, have to be the first. At first, I didn't want to tell you, but you kept pestering me. Now, I just want to ask what the emperor looks like, and you want to tell me to lose my head?" Li Shimin's face stiffened. He chuckled and said, "Actually, I also went. The emperor must have the face of the son of heaven. I only saw him from afar. Red phoenix eyes, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes." Zhang Feng had a headache. According to what Lao Li said, was he still a human? Which F*King novel did he copy this from? Red phoenix eyes? Sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes? Are you kidding me? Zhang Feng directly stopped him and said, "Come on, if you didn't see it, just say that you didn't see it. Is it necessary? If this really reaches the emperor's ears, I think he'll be the first to be cut into pieces." Li Shimin smiled embarrassedly. "Isn't this what you asked me to say? You also know that when we see the emperor, how can we raise our heads and look directly at his face?" Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't speak, Li Shimin hurriedly said, "Let's not talk about the emperor. Kid, aren't you dealing with phosphate fertilizer in Chang'an University? What's wrong? Why did you suddenly come up the mountain?" It was fine if Li Shimin didn't say it, but when he said it, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh and said, "Alas! Isn't it because of you? If you had told me, I wouldn't have come up the mountain." But the phosphate fertilizer experiment can be carried out as usual. As for the other things, I can only go down the mountain after this incident passes. Li Shimin nodded. He wanted to laugh. But he also knew Zhang Feng's temper. At this time, if he dared to laugh, Zhang Feng might be angry. He shook his head slightly and said, "On the way here and during the sacrifice to heaven, I saw a magical thing. The mask they talked about, was it you who made it?" Someone wore it during the sacrifice to heaven? Zhang Feng was a little surprised and hurriedly asked, Tell me, who wore it? Zhang Feng really did not expect that there would actually be people who would wear this thing. Li Chengqian whispered, the chief imperial physician of the Imperial Institute of Medicine, a third-rank official in the imperial court, Zhou Hongru, imperial physician Zhou. Zhang Feng was confused. Logically speaking, I didn't give this thing to them. Could it be you, kid? Zhang Feng instantly thought of it. Before this, Li Chengqian had begged for the manufacturing method of this thing, saying that he would make it. Could it be that he was the one who made this thing? Seeing that Zhang Feng had been staring at him, Li Chengqian weakly said, I was the one who caused it. The last time we went out for a stroll, didn't we bump into Imperial Physician Zhou? That old guy kept pestering me, and I wanted it. Moreover, he was a third-rank official. I couldn't afford to offend him, so I told him about this mask and the medical and hygiene standards. After that, Li Chengqian immediately raised his hands and said, I swear, I didn't mention a word about the phosphate fertilizer. I just wanted to show off about the medical and hygiene standards. Who knew that this old guy didn't play by the rules? Now the whole of Chang'an knows about it. Zhang Feng was in a bad mood. He stared at Li Chengqian and said, What did you say? Chapter 1291. Zhang Feng didn't expect this kid to be so good at bragging. However, there was no harm in telling others about this. Instead, it would make White Deer College's reputation soar. Why didn't I think of that? Zhang Feng looked Li Chengqian up and down and said, Tisk, tisk. Kid, I didn't see it. You haven't learned other skills, but you've learned quite well when it comes to improvising. Li Chengqian trembled with excitement when he heard Zhang Feng praise him. This was the first time Zhang Feng had praised him like that. Most importantly, it was in front of Lao Tzu. This honor was 100 times better than being flattered by others all day long. Li Shimin was also slightly surprised. In his opinion, this should be a very normal thing. However, when it came to Zhang Feng, it became a very good thing. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Fengzi, is what you said true? I thought this kid didn't learn anything other than causing trouble after being with you for so long. I was even scolded by him last night. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Lao Li, you're changing speed. Do you really want your kid to learn all my skills before you're satisfied? Li Chengqian is indeed a little impatient. However, look at this. I originally gave 4 people a task, but he wants to learn it alone. Do you think it's simple? Li Chengqian was very excited. He couldn't be any more excited. He originally thought that he was a slow learner. Moreover, for some reason he always sighed. However, when he heard Zhang Feng's words, Li Chengqian was so excited that he almost hugged Zhang Feng and kissed him. What a good person. If Li Shimin wasn't here, Li Chengqian really would have forcefully brought Zhang Feng to Yanlai restaurant and booked the entire place for him. But just as Li Chengqian was indescribably excited, Zhang Feng's words almost knocked him to the bottom of the valley. As Zhang Feng spoke, he sighed and said, It's just a pity that he didn't learn anything that he should learn, but he did learn a lot of unorthodox methods. Li Chengqian, Li Shimin. Li Shimin swept a glance at Li Chengqian and asked, But what bad things did this kid do again? Zhang Feng glanced at Li Chengqian, who was in high spirits and was suddenly beaten down. He found it a little funny, but this kid wasn't an ordinary person. He got carried away easily, so Zhang Feng still said, Nothing bad, it's just Lao Li. Zhang Feng pulled Li Shimin aside and pointed to his head. There's something wrong with your son here. This time, Li Chengqian exploded. Just as he was about to speak, Li Shimin glared at him and he shut his mouth. Li Shimin was a little unhappy. He knew best what was wrong with his son, but Zhang Feng actually said that there was something wrong with Li Chengqian's head, and he even said it in front of him. This inevitably made Li Shimin a little unhappy. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Li Shimin with a smile and said, Think about it. He did a good job with medical and hygiene, but this mask, why didn't he give it to you first? Am I right? This is a little too self-centered when it comes to dealing with people. He wants to show off. To put it bluntly, he wants to show off. But Li Chengqian, have you thought about it? Your idea is very good, but what will Lao Tzu think when he sees this thing? This? Li Chengqian couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, Zhang Feng said again, Do you think I can't tell that although you don't say anything every time, You want to do everything better than others, faster, and more perfectly than others? Take mathematics for example, as well as those things that you learn every day. But do you know that everyone's energy is limited? The reason I let you learn everything is because you remember what I said to you when I agreed to teach you? At this time, Li Shimin understood. He was a little expectant, but his expression turned cold. He flicked his sleeves and sat down, not even looking at Li Chengqian. At this time, when Li Chengqian saw Li Shimin's reaction, his face turned pale. He didn't know if Li Shimin was really angry or what. But it seemed that he was really disappointed. Disappointed in the crown prince. Then, he thought about Qing Ke. Li Chengqian's emotions began to surge involuntarily. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't stop scolding Li Chengqian. He knew Li Chengqian's character. If he wanted to show off too much, it would be too pretentious. Every time he saw Li Chengqian gave him the feeling that he was prepared for him in advance. Every time it was so perfect. But it was this discomfort that, over time, made Zhang Feng realize that Li Chengqian was unreal. This time, Zhang Feng wanted to talk about Li Chengqian's shortcomings in front of Li Shimin and Li Chengqian because he wanted to give Li Chengqian a wake-up call. If he could wake up, or if he realized his mistake, then it would be perfect. But if he couldn't, then Zhang Feng could only tell Li Chengqian about it. Chapter 1292. Zhang Feng didn't like to gossip behind other people's backs. However, as a brother, he had the obligation to show him all the bad things about his brother. Moreover, Lao Li and Li Gan were Zhang Feng's most indispensable brothers. He cherished all of this. At this moment, Zhang Feng sighed and handed the two of them a cigarette. Then, he personally lit one for Li Chengqian and patted his shoulder. Li Gan, do you still remember what I said that night in the tavern? How could Li Chengqian forget? He nodded bitterly and said, I remember. You said that you would make me the best merchant. Zhang Feng patted Li Chengqian's shoulder and said, Then, do you think that as an excellent manager and merchant, he needs to do everything himself? This time, Li Chengqian was completely stumped. He didn't know what Zhang Feng meant by this. However, he knew that the merchant skills that Zhang Feng spoke of could be used in the operation of the empire. However, if he didn't understand this, how could he control everything? Li Shimin somewhat agreed with Zhang Feng's words. Fengzi is right. Look at your Lao Tzu. You should understand Fengzi's painstaking efforts now, right? Li Shimin glanced at Zhang Feng and said again, When I agreed to let you follow Fengzi, I didn't expect you to learn much. However, there is one thing that you must learn. Father has watched you grow up since you were young. Moreover, you have traveled extensively for so many years. However, you are naturally weak, timid, and indecisive. However, you are also competitive in everything. This is a good thing, but it is also a drawback. Just as Fengzi said, a manager only needs to make a decision and not blindly compete with the people under him. I know that you treat Tai Nyo and the others as true brothers. This is a good thing for our Lao Li family's business. However, if you act like you want to compete with them in everything, do you think they will do that? What do you think? Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian was truly dumbfounded at this moment. He had always been opposed by many voices in the imperial court. Moreover, his imperial father's achievements were too dazzling, so he was very anxious to show off and prove himself. However, at this moment, he suddenly had a trace of doubt. Was it really wrong for me to do this? Li Shimin and Zhang Feng glanced at each other. Seeing Li Chengqian's current state, they smiled faintly. Zhang Feng shook his head and said again, It's good to be competitive, but look at the business I'm working with you. Have I ever asked about it? Think about it. If I still spare no effort to go to Chang'an Hotel, or the paper mill, or the table salt, and so on, what will happen? The people under me don't know who to listen to, nor do they know what to do. The most important thing is that people's hearts will scatter, and our hearts will also crack. This is the most fatal thing. When you have nothing to do, I suggest that you observe the ants' nest. Go and see how the ants do it, and you'll understand. However, at this time, I only have 4 words for you. As he spoke, Zhang Feng found a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Li Shimin also strolled to Zhang Feng's side. He stuck his head out to look at Zhang Feng, wanting to see what this brat wanted to say. However, he saw that Zhang Feng's brush was dipped in ink, and he didn't stop writing 4 words on the paper. Rare confusion. Rare confusion? Li Shimin couldn't help but be a little surprised. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Yes." "Lao Li, do you still remember the story I told you before?" Li Shimin was a little confused. This brat had said too many things. How could he remember? Zhang Feng sighed and said, "It's the story of the foreign emperor, He Zhongtong, and Grand Secretary Ji that I told you before." When Li Shimin heard this, he remembered this matter. Zhang Feng told the story again. It was mainly for Li Chengqian. At this moment, Li Chengqian was confused. Looking at those 4 words, and then recalling the story Zhang Feng told him, he couldn't help but slowly freeze on the spot. Li Shimin looked at the dejected Li Chengqian and stared at Zhang Feng worriedly. "I say, Fengzi, isn't this a little too much?" Zhang Feng glanced at Li Chengqian and pulled Li Shimin out of the villa. He sat in the villa's garden and said faintly, "Give him some time. This brat is spoiled. If he can be taught a lesson this time, then I have to congratulate you, Lao Li." Li Shimin was stunned but smiled and said, "Congratulate me for what?" Zhang Feng, this brat, had too many ideas. He didn't even know what Zhang Feng was up to. At this moment, hearing Zhang Feng say this, Li Shimin couldn't help but be a little worried. After all, Li Chengqian was the crown prince. Not to mention 10,000, but just in case. If Li Chengqian said something stupid, then wouldn't it be a big loss of face? Moreover, he was his son. Although he usually scolded him, he had never been so harsh. He was a little worried. If Li Chengqian couldn't resist, what would happen? Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and said speechlessly, "This is all because you spoiled him. He should have understood these things long ago. A gentleman is magnanimous, but..." Sigh. Chapter 1293. Zhang Feng had wanted to say this for a long time. After all, Lao Li looked like he was in his 30s, but Li Chengqian was already in his 20s. What did this mean? It meant that Lao Li had married young. For such a child to not be led astray at home, especially in a wealthy family, it was already a blessing from the ancestors. At this moment, Li Chengqian's thoughts had gone astray, and he wanted to show off his awesomeness to gain recognition. There was nothing wrong with this, as it was something that everyone had experienced before. However, for it to happen to Lao Li, who was in charge of the assets of a wealthy family and had close ties with the upper echelons of the royal family, it was not right. After all, if he accidentally gave this brat a chance and this brat made a big mess out of it, he would die. Furthermore, Li Chengqian's personality was extremely prone to going to extremes. He was capable of doing such a thing. If Zhang Feng knew that Li Chengqian's identity was Li Chengqian, he would not be so shocked. After all, in history, Li Chengqian, who was supposed to win, plotted a rebellion with Duke Chen, Ho Junji, because of his impatience. However, Zhang Feng did not know. Thus, Zhang Feng could only make a judgment based on his observations. If this kid was not strictly controlled, he, Zhang Feng, would not have an easy time either. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin, who was still somewhat reluctant, and shook his head. You are the one who spoiled him." Li Shimin glared. "Tell me, which Lao Tzu doesn't love their own son?" Even old Niu, old Yu and old Chen, although they look carefree, they are never careless when it comes to protecting their own. You don't know, but once when Tai Niu caused trouble at Swallow Descent restaurant, this old fellow led a large group of people and directly crippled that fellow. Zhang Feng nodded. "You are right, but didn't you hear what Tai Niu said? Because of this, he was bedridden for half a year?" Li Shimin truly did not know about this. However, he didn't want to continue arguing about this matter. Li Shimin could only sigh. Forget it. Qian has been spoiled rotten by old Chen and the others since he was young. It's time to give him a beating. Zhang Feng had a different opinion and said, "No, it's best to use a sweet date plus a big stick. Scolding is not the best way. Often, encouragement is the best way to motivate a person." Li Shimin was speechless. "I say, Fengzi, one moment you say you want to beat him, and the next moment you say you want to encourage him. You've made me confused. Tell me properly." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Actually, that's not the case. When you praise him, just point out his shortcomings. After all, you still need him to inherit your business. As for what you want to do, that's your business. What I can do is to wake him up this time. As for what happens after, I'm too lazy to care. He's your brother. You don't care." Don't you feel embarrassed? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and said, But he's your son. You don't care and want me to care. Are you crazy? Li Shimin felt a little stifled in his heart. However, he couldn't win against Zhang Feng. He could only sigh and let it go. Feng Zi, let's not talk about this. I came this time to ask you about the phosphate fertilizer. What's going on? Also, why did I hear that you're doing something with old Gao? You even know about this? Zhang Feng was a little surprised. However, he still nodded and said, Wasn't it a sacrifice yesterday? It's all because of your son. I originally remembered that I was going to participate in the sacrifice and see the face of our emperor. However, I forgot about the last experiment. They didn't even remind me. Don't you think that's infuriating? The most infuriating thing is that your son actually went instead of me. However, it's still okay. Fortunately, no one blamed him. Li Shimin glanced at Zhang Feng. He secretly said, Isn't it because you were too sleepy and forgot? Don't think that I don't know. He had planned all of this on purpose. He had taken advantage of Zhang Feng's habit of sleeping too much, so he had secretly manipulated things behind the scenes. However, what Li Shimin couldn't understand was that this kid yesterday, he heard that this kid came up with something amazing on the mountain. This couldn't help but arouse Li Shimin's great interest. Feng Zi, yesterday, I heard that you scolded all the scholars and Confucians? What's the meaning of this? Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. Why is it that good things don't go out, but bad things spread so quickly? Zhang Feng hurriedly quibbled. No. Yesterday, I only expressed my own opinion. I didn't scold the world. This matter couldn't be admitted. Once he admitted it, he would really be dead. This would directly offend all the literati in the world. Even if he, Zhang Feng, had 100 heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop off. Therefore, no matter what, Zhang Feng wouldn't admit it even if he died. He didn't know which blabbermouth it was that had spread the news. Seeing this, Li Shimin found it funny and said, You also have times when you're afraid of trouble? This isn't being afraid of trouble, okay? This isn't a big deal, okay? Damn it, where did you hear this from? Chapter 1294. Li Shimin didn't know that Zhang Feng would be so excited. After joking with Zhang Feng for a while to vent the hatred in his heart, he said with a smile, That's enough. This matter hasn't been spread, and Mr. Bo Shur and the others have ordered us to keep it a secret. Besides, this matter isn't that big. Do you think everyone has a problem? Staring at your little problem all day long and not letting go? Zhang Feng didn't think so. After all, they still didn't know who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. If this thing jumped out this time, although Zhang Feng was not afraid, he would be annoyed. Seeing this, Li Shimin didn't say anything. Feng Zi, what did you do in the field yesterday? When they went up the mountain yesterday, the leader of the Imperial Guards on the mountain reported to Li Shimin. But as for what Zhang Feng did in the field, Li Shimin really didn't know. He only knew that Zhang Feng seemed to have made something extraordinary. This made Li Shimin a little excited. What did autumn planting mean? Li Shimin knew better than anyone else. Most importantly, once this thing was really implemented, would the Tang dynasty be short of food? And the most important thing was the phosphate fertilizer. But what Li Shimin wanted to know most was what Zhang Feng said in the hatchery yesterday. Why did it make more than 3,000 students so excited to work in the field? It must be known that although most of these students came from the lowest class of the common people, they had a lot of physical labor from a young age and worked in the fields every day. Naturally, they couldn't be more familiar with these things. However, this labor and the transformation of the student identity made everyone feel that only studying could solve their fate. Even a grand event like the autumn planting ceremony was just for show. However, why was Zhang Feng able to make these people behave in such a manner? Was it because he took off his boots? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and then looked at Li Chengqian, who was still in a daze in the room. He sighed and said, Feng Zi, tell me, did you really make everyone willing to work in the field yesterday because you took off your boots once? Zhang Feng was a little amused. Can taking off my boots make them willing to work in the field? If I took off my clothes, wouldn't they go eat poop if I asked them to? Li Shimin's expression froze. Zhang Feng said, It's not like that. The most important thing is hope. Everyone has hope, and there's only one reason why these people came to the academy, and that's to make a name for themselves. Before the imperial examination, no one can guarantee that they can pass the imperial examination, and no one can guarantee that they can be an official or an official. But the academy has divided many paths for them to choose from, such as medicine, business, and the most attractive one, the Ministry of Works. This is where they want to go the most. Compared to passing the imperial examination. Haha. The imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty was actually flawed. Basically, the current imperial examination system mostly used the recommendation system. In fact, it was recommended by the big clans or the ministers in the imperial court. If a commoner really wanted to stand out, the exorbitant fees were enough to make people flinch. That was the real reason why everyone stopped. But Zhang Feng opened a back door for them. This was a back door of hope, but the most important thing should be that Zhang Feng did something amazing yesterday. But why was this guy's mouth still like the stone in the toilet? This made Li Shimin very troubled. Fengzi, we are old brothers. I believe that you have your own plans and ideas, but I believe that you know better than me what this grain means. So, as brothers. Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Shimin. He knew that this old guy was trying to trick him again. In order to prevent this old guy from setting a trap for him, Zhang Feng said directly, "Okay, after all, this thing is not a big deal. But, let me warn you first. This thing, before the experiment is successful, if you spread it, then we can't be brothers anymore." When Li Shimin heard that, he revealed an expression that said, "At least you know what's good for you." Then he slowly said, "Actually, this matter is not a big deal. What are you doing? This is a good thing that will benefit you for a long time. Do you still need to hide this kind of thing? Am I right?" Li Shimin guided him patiently again. Zhang Feng was also stunned when he heard this. He had no idea that Li Shimin was setting a trap for him again. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Li Shimin gave Zhang Feng a cigarette and sighed. "I, Lao Li, was also hot-blooded once. I once fantasized that the people of the Great Tang would be able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes, that their doors would not be closed at night, that every household would be filled with joy and joy. But alas, this old Li's head is empty. I have the hot-blooded desire to serve, but I can't." Sigh. Li Shimin did not forget to sigh heavily. Zhang Feng carefully looked at Li Shimin's face. Seeing that Li Shimin was really worried and did not seem to be acting, he said, "Lao Li, I can understand how you feel. The Tang dynasty has just been established. Everything is waiting to be done. I also want to." Seeing this, Li Shimin put his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and said, "Then what can you do? Let's do it together?" Chapter 1295. Zhang Feng realized that Li Shimin was setting a trap for him. But it was too late. But this was not important. What was important was that this old guy, although he didn't look like a good person, he had a big heart. Zhang Feng didn't intend to hide it and said, "Actually, I was experimenting with something yesterday." "What is it?" Li Shimin heard this and immediately asked excitedly, "Is it better than phosphorus fertilizer?" Zhang Feng didn't know what to say. He nodded and shook his head. "How should I say it? Actually, this thing is indeed very important, and very important." Zhang Feng pointed to the flower seeds in the flower pot in front of him and said, "Lao Li, look at this seed." Li Shimin curiously stared at the flower seeds that Zhang Feng pulled out. Zhang Feng continued, "Look at these seeds." Zhang Feng spread out his hands and put some of the most plump seeds aside. Then he found some of the more shriveled seeds and said, "What's the difference between them?" Li Shimin touched his beard and said, "Aren't these all seeds? What's the difference? It's just that some are plump and some are shriveled. But they are all seeds." Zhang Feng nodded. "You're right. But have you ever thought that if we cultivate these things, have you ever thought about the law of survival of the fittest?" Li Shimin really didn't understand. Zhang Feng continued, "Take your neighbor for example. You, old Li, were born rich. Your children have enough food all day long and don't have to worry about food and clothing. Your neighbor, on the other hand, is thinking about what to eat next every day, while his children are hungry and full. What do you think is the difference between these two children in the future?" This. Li Shimin couldn't help but stare blankly. He really didn't know what the difference was. If there was a difference, it would be the children of these two families. The children of the rich families would definitely go higher and higher, while the children of the poor families would still struggle in poverty. But Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "If these two families encountered a famine or bandits at the same time, who do you think will survive?" Li Shimin said without thinking. The rich people? Yes. Then look at these seeds. If they are all planted in a pot, the round seeds will definitely grow into a strong seedling. As for the shriveled seeds, no matter how many are planted, they will definitely be damaged in the wind and rain. At this moment, Li Shimin suddenly understood something. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Zhang Feng said was very reasonable. He asked excitedly, "Did you say this to those students?" "No, I just said it to Mr. Bo Shi and the others. By the way, Tai Niu and the others were also there, as well as Hao Chujun and the others." Li Shimin almost wanted to kill someone. What was this? This was the national policy. Although what Zhang Feng said was indeed about the seeds, if this thing was exaggerated, wouldn't it be like the current Tang dynasty? Surrounded by foreign enemies, coupled with the control of several major forces in the country, Li Shimin already felt deep pressure. Coupled with the disaster of the people, all of a sudden, the Tang dynasty was walking on thin ice. Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh and recite a poem. When the house leaks, the wind blows and it rains. When will the dawn come? Zhang Feng wanted to laugh. Oh, why are you reciting a poem? However, you're right. This thing, if small, is actually the banker. But if big, what's the difference between the current situation of the Tang dynasty and this dry seed? Well, let's not talk about this first. I have a good thing here. As long as this thing appears, the Tang dynasty will only need to wait for half a year to become strong. Yes. When Li Shimin heard this, he was instantly full of energy. He stared at Zhang Feng with a pair of burning eyes and asked, "Are you serious?" What was this? For Li Shimin, this was simply something that he had been dreaming about even in his dreams. No. It was something that he didn't even dare to dream about. At this time, Li Shimin was so excited that his hand, which was holding Zhang Feng's arm, was trembling. Most of the seeds in Zhang Feng's hand fell to the ground. Zhang Feng grimaced in pain. "Lao Li, my arm is not made of iron. If you pinch it again, it will be crippled." When Li Shimin heard this, he hurriedly came to his senses and let go of Zhang Feng's arm. Zhang Feng rubbed his arm and said, "I understand your feelings, but I have a condition. You have to promise me first." "Say it," Li Shimin said without even thinking about it. Zhang Feng's face became serious and said seriously, "Once this thing is made and revealed to the world, we may have to face the anger of all the big clans in the Tang dynasty who rely on food to make a fortune. Do you still dare to do it?" Chapter 1296. This time, Li Shimin wanted to answer immediately. Who asked him to be the son of heaven? Who dared to disobey the son of heaven? But when he thought of the 5 families and 7 major clans, as well as that Guannong, the Shandong aristocrats, and the large clans with thousands of acres of land, as well as that pair of mysterious big hands behind everything, Li Shimin hesitated. This matter was indeed a big deal, but it was also not a big deal. However, the key problem was that. What the hell was that? I say, Fengzi, can you tell me what you're talking about? Zhang Feng did not intend to hide it and said without hesitation, "It's the selection of seeds. Yesterday, I put wheat seeds, which weighed about 100 caddies of seeds. Do you know how many good seeds I screened out? How would Li Shimin know?" He spread out his hands and said, "Tell me. How would I know these things?" Zhang Feng touched his nose and said, "Out of 100 caddies of seeds, I only screened out 30 caddies of seeds that were full of seeds." This time, Li Shimin understood everything. No wonder Zhang Feng used the flower seed as an example. It turned out that he was talking about this? But out of 100 caddies of seeds, only 30 caddies were left. Wasn't this a bit too much? What about the remaining 70 caddies? How much food would be wasted? Zhang Feng saw Li Shimin's face flickering with an uncertain expression and motioned for Li Shimin to follow. Then, the two of them silently went to the farm, which was now the agricultural product hatchery. At the entrance of the hatchery, there were already 5 burly men guarding it. The chickens, ducks and pigs in the garden had long disappeared without a trace. On the gate, there was a prominent wooden sign with vermilion words written on it, "Hatchery Restricted Area, unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter." In the garden, old Gao sat on a stool and did not go anywhere. He sat in front of the field where Zhang Feng had farmed before. The dust in his hand that was used to drive away chickens and ducks had now become a sharp weapon to drive away birds. As long as a small bird dared to come, It would be difficult to escape from old Gao's dust. Zhang Feng also admired old Gao's gaze. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, but his eyes were sharper than the average person's. The area where Zhang Feng was yesterday had been surrounded by a brand new bamboo fence. In order to make it easier to distinguish, old Gao had even erected a signboard in this area. Write a letter saying, "The headmaster is farming. Idle people are not allowed to step in. Those who violate this order will be expelled from the mountain." What a guy! Seeing this scene, Li Shimin was shocked. "Fengzi, what did you plant in the soil?" The commotion here also alarmed Elder Gao and the guards. When they saw Zhang Feng arrive, they hurriedly wanted to kneel, but they couldn't do anything about Zhang Feng's rules. They could only give Zhang Feng a standard military salute. Compared to Elder Gao, it was different. Naturally, he knew Li Shimin. But when he suddenly saw the emperor arrive, he instinctively wanted to kneel. But when he thought about it, his posture was very ugly. Zhang Feng also looked at old Gao curiously and said, "Old Gao, what kind of posture is this?" What could old Gao say? He could only stand up and cup his fists to Li Shimin without any care. "This old one has nothing to do recently, so I studied a set of tricks." Zhang Feng was a bit confused. But now wasn't the time to talk about this. He pointed to the courtyard and said, "Today, I called Lao Li to come and see our masterpiece yesterday. You can go and do whatever you need to do." After old Gao left, Zhang Feng opened a gate in the fence and brought Li Shimin into the wheat field. But once they entered the wheat field, Li Shimin smelled a strange smell. He asked curiously, "Did you use phosphate fertilizer in this wheat field?" "Smart." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "I did use this stuff. I saw old Feng before. You don't know, but we went to the farmland outside Chang'an City. Guess, why are the farmers planted in this field? Are they all Guangzhong thin harvest?" Guangzhong thin harvest? Li Shimin really didn't know about this. This kind of planting method had been used for hundreds of years, at least thousands of years, and there had never been a problem. But in Zhang Feng's field, how did it become like this? Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Look at the soil." Zhang Feng pointed to the soil under his feet and said, "The soil here is fine because no one has planted farmers before, and there is not much fertilizer used. It is just the feces of pigs, cows, and sheep, and there is not much ash from burning the leaves of trees. That's why there aren't many acidic substances in the soil. Think about it. If I make you drink vinegar all day long, and I don't stop drinking vinegar, I add it to your food, your dishes, and your wine, will you feel comfortable?" That's right. In this case, isn't it the same? What's so uncomfortable about it? Seeing Li Shimin's appearance, Zhang Feng patted his forehead and said, "I made a wrong analogy. Let me do it again. Think about it. If I feed you all day long, do you think you can be strong?" This time Li Shimin understood, but he still asked, "But this is the way passed down by the ancestors. Why not?" That's easy to solve. Go to your family's accountant and ask about the annual harvest of the same mu of land for the past 10 years. Remove the ones with the best harvest and the ones with the worst harvest. You can calculate the difference. Chapter 1297. Was there a need to calculate this? There was no need to do this at all. Until now, the imperial plantation had been piled up like a mountain on his desk, as well as the summary of production from the Ministry of Works. Every day, he would read it at least 10 times. How could he not know? However, at this moment, when Zhang Feng said this, he hurriedly did the calculations. He really found a problem. That was, the production of all the fields was decreasing year by year. Although it wasn't a lot, when it was tallied up, it really gave Li Shimin a big fright. How did this thing become like this? Could it be that vinegar grew in the soil? This question left Zhang Feng dumbfounded. He did not know what to say next. This way of understanding was really strange. Zhang Feng thought about it for a long time before he came back to his senses and said, "No, I say, old Li, your way of thinking is really awesome. However, the acidity I was talking about is not this acidity. If I say too much, you won't understand. Go back and ask old Feng, then ask your son and the others, and they will understand. Now, let's talk about the problem of the land. Basically, the rich families will apply a lot of fertilizer to their fields every year. Ordinary people who have livestock will also apply fertilizer to their fields. But what about those who don't have these things? What will they do? They can only add fire to the fields and treat it as fertilizer. However, in the long run, the fields will slowly produce some things that are not good for the farmers. These things will seriously reduce the yield. As for the phosphate fertilizer I mentioned, its greatest benefit is to reduce the acidity and alkalinity of the soil, allowing the farmers to better absorb the nutrients in the soil. Also, look at this thing. As Zhang Feng spoke, he threw away the wheat seeds that had just been planted in the soil. The wheat seeds were still wrapped in a layer of bran and plant ash, making the originally small wheat seeds look as big as a fingernail. Li Shimin could not help but ask curiously, "You are talking about wheat seeds?" Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he motioned for Li Shimin to peel off the thing. When Li Shimin peeled off the bran and the ashes, he was shocked. There really were wheat seeds inside. Didn't you just say that the ash will increase the acidity of the soil? Why did you get this thing again? Zhang Feng was speechless. He pointed at the phosphate fertilizer that had not been completely diluted and said, "But I have this." Also, the seeds are wrapped in plant ash. On the one hand, they can kill the eggs and let them escape the sharp teeth of the insects and birds. This is a form of protection, understand? Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you more. After all, you haven't properly farmed before. When you have time, come and chat with old Gao more. I think he knows more than you. Oh right, there's also that Ma Zhou. That kid is a talent and is competent in this aspect. Hey! Ma Zhou? Li Shimin couldn't help but silently remember this name. After Zhang Feng thoroughly explained the pros and cons of wheat seeds to Li Shimin, he finally couldn't stand the smell anymore. He hurriedly returned to the villa. Zhang Feng seriously doubted how old Gao could tolerate this smell. When he returned to the villa, Jing Shu came back with a big basket of wild mushrooms. When Zhang Feng saw the matsutake mushrooms in the basket, he couldn't help but feel hungry. He excitedly hugged Jing Shu and kissed her. "Ha ha ha, Lao Li, you really came at the right time. Look at our virtuous wife. She went out to play for a while and got us such high-quality ingredients." Li Shimin, Jing Shu. All right. Today, we are in a good mood. I will go and cook some dishes. You guys wait. I will be back soon. All right, Shiva, quickly get someone to go down the mountain and get me a piece of tenderloin. I want it fresh. Li Shimin was still immersed in the vast and beautiful scenery that Zhang Feng had described. At this time, he could already imagine the scene half a year later even without Zhang Feng's reminder. The more he thought about it, the more Li Shimin felt that this thing was worth promoting. In this way, in half a year's time, would the Tang dynasty still be lacking in food? Food was the foundation of everyone's foothold. Once there was no food, the first to be unable to bear it were the people. Once the citizens were uneasy, what Zhang Feng had said earlier about how water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. Moreover, Zhang Feng had also said that there would be a locust plague next year that would be even more serious than this year's. The significance of the autumn planting this time was extraordinary. Not only was it life-saving food, but it was also the key to stabilizing the country. When he thought of this, Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian, who was standing in the living room. He couldn't help but feel angry. With a gloomy face, he slapped Li Chengqian's face and said coldly, "Are you awake now?" Li Chengqian. "If you are awake, then grind for me." Jing Shu was shocked when she heard the word me. She subconsciously turned to look at the kitchen. Seeing that Zhang Feng was still busy in the kitchen, she breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that the Emperor and Prince Zhang had already laid their cards on the table, but now it seemed that the Emperor still didn't want to. However, Jing Shu's interest was piqued. After all, there were not many opportunities to see the Emperor's calligraphy up close. Chapter 1298. Li Chengqian had really woken up. He was not woken up by Li Shimin's beating. He was woken up by Zhang Feng's words. In the past 2 hours, he had thought of many things, especially when he was with Cheng Chumo and the others, and the flattery of the palace maids and eunuchs, and the reprimands of the High Dukes, especially High Duke Chen's reprimand of the church, as well as the Crown Prince's junior tutor Li Gang. He recalled all the things he had seen and heard in the academy. In fact, Chen Guogong was right. Other than his identity as the Crown Prince, Li Chengqian was nothing. Now, the reason why so many people surrounded him was because he was the Crown Prince. On the other hand, judging from the High Dukes, most of them were doing it for the sake of his father. Only when he was with Chung Chumo and the others could he feel a trace of his own. But, since he had known Zhang Feng, his ambition had been completely exposed. Although Zhang Feng had not said anything, he had been slowly correcting his mistakes. But what about him? At this moment, looking at Zhang Feng in the kitchen, Li Chengqian smiled knowingly. "Thank you, brother." Li Shimon's handwriting was very beautiful. It was very majestic. Li Shimon also felt the change in Li Chengqian. He looked Li Chengqian up and down and nodded. "Not bad, it seems that you have really understood." "Thank you, father, for your teachings." Li Shimon waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you just need to know your duty." "Oh right, that calligraphy over there was given to you by Fengzi. I hope that you have to spend 2 hours every day to observe it and reflect on yourself. This is my order." Li Chengqian heard this and was shocked. He hurriedly tidied up his clothes and picked up the calligraphy that Zhang Feng had put on the table. The calligraphy was very ugly. It did not have the free and easy handwriting of Li Shimon at all. But it also had a different flavor. There were only 4 words. It was rare for him to be confused. But at this time, Li Chengqian held it in his bosom like a treasure. And at this time, Li Shimon changed to a new piece of paper, and in his mood, he wrote down the words, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it." He looked at the words. Li Shimon couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Glancing at Jing Shu, Li Shimon beckoned, "Miss Jing Shu." Jing Shu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "My daughter is here." Li Shimon naturally knew that this clever girl already knew his identity, so he was very satisfied with Jing Shu. "Fengzi, that silly boy, hasn't decided yet. When will he get married?" Jing Shu blushed. Seeing this, Li Shimon sighed and said, "His dog eyes are blind. Later, I will ask for an imperial edict to let the emperor grant you a marriage, okay?" "What imperial edict? Isn't this something you can do with one sentence?" Jing Shu was shocked and hurriedly said, "Second master, you don't have to worry about this." Young master said that 3 years later, when he passes the imperial examination, there will be 3 consecutive good things. "Oh? This boy has such a big tone. What do you mean by 3 consecutive good things?" Li Shimon was in a good mood and simply chatted with Jing Shu. Li Chengqian, on the other hand, was very interested in the calligraphy. For a moment, he was in a daze while looking at the words Li Shimon had just written. From time to time, there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. Jing Shu saw that Li Chengqian was not paying attention and said in a low voice, "Young master said that in the imperial examination 3 years later, he will have to pass at least 9 imperial examinations. This is the first good thing. The second good thing is that he will also pass the imperial examinations. This is the second good thing. The third good thing is naturally." While speaking, Jing Shu's face turned red. How could this escape Li Shimon's eyes? He instantly laughed. "Not bad, not bad. With that boy's ability, this matter can really be done." At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice sounded from the kitchen door. "The food is here. Come and help." Hearing this, Jing Shu hurriedly left. In the academy, maids and servants were not allowed to exist in the villa. Every day, there would be people from Tonghui Fong who would come to clean and clear the rubbish. However, in return, no matter who you were, you had to pay a cleaning fee. This was the rule set by Zhang Feng. Even if Mr. Bo Shi and the others were furious, it was useless. In the end, they could only choose a few clever students from the crowd to be little pages. Only then did they give up. Therefore, in this villa, Jing Shu and Zhang Feng had to cook whatever they wanted to eat. There were not many dishes. Most of them were braised dishes. In addition, there were a few plates of stir-fried mushrooms, especially the plate of matsutake mushrooms, which made everyone salivate. As there was no chili, Zhang Feng could only replace the chili with dogwood. Therefore, at this time, it smelled different. However, in the eyes of Li Shimon and the others, this was a table of delicacies that they had never eaten in the palace. After the food and wine were served, Zhang Feng put food into Jing Shu's bowl and called out to her, "Come, come, come, don't just look. I've been hungry for a long time. But let me say this first, after we finish eating, we'll talk about other things. How about that?" Li Shimon originally wanted to give Zhang Feng a few glasses of wine to make him faint. However, Zhang Feng refused to let Jing Shu leave the table no matter what. At this time, He directly said that at this time, directly said that at this time. This made Li Shimon's little plan die in the womb. He could not help but feel a little annoyed. It seems that this boy already knew. Chapter 1299. Although everyone had their own thoughts during the meal, it was the most unforgettable meal Li Shimon had ever had. That fresh and fragrant smell made Li Shimon want Xiao Gizi to send people to the mountains to look for this mushroom so that he could slowly taste it when he returned. After the meal. In the end, Jing Shu retreated. The three men sat in the living room and looked at Shiwa. No one knew what they were thinking. Shiwa felt his hair stand on end. After pouring tea for everyone, he hurriedly stayed. Even if Li Shimon asked him to stay, he did not dare to stay. The pressure was too great. Although he really wanted to hear it. But, after Shiwa left, Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "Lao Li, do you want to be famous?" "Li Shimon? What do you mean?" Zhang Feng pointed at the door and said, "It's the method of selecting wheat seeds and the new planting method." Li Shimon heard this and could not figure it out even if he racked his brains. Could this thing make a fortune? How can this thing make a fortune? You don't understand, do you? As long as we spread that phosphate fertilizer and the new planting method of wheat, not only will we make a fortune, but all the people of the Tang dynasty will also benefit. Isn't that good? Li Shimon was even more confused. Wasn't this what he wanted to persuade him? Originally, Li Shimon thought that after the meal, he would persuade Zhang Feng to spread these things to the people of the Tang dynasty. However, he was also worried. This guy was too suspicious. If he did not have a foolproof plan, he would never agree. But now, why did this guy suddenly agree? Seeing Li Shimon's expression, Zhang Feng knew that he did not understand. He sighed and said, "Actually, I thought that this thing must not be spread before this year, but I forgot about the locust plague next year. So when I was cooking just now, I was thinking that this thing is not safe to speak of. When I finish this thing today, I estimate that in less than a day, the news will spread, just like when I took off my boots yesterday. The most important thing is that we can't guess what the emperor is thinking. And what we can think of, the emperor has already thought of many times before, hasn't he? So instead of this, why don't we be one step ahead of the emperor and get as many as we can? When the time comes, even if the emperor knows, he can't do anything, right?" Li Shimon was speechless. Did he think that he was a scourge? Was that necessary? However, this also made Li Shimon more cautious. He was too anxious. To be precise, he was too poor at the moment, so he couldn't think of a compromise. Zhang Feng did not care. After all, it was his business to think the same as the emperor. As for the rest, he would talk about it when the time came. Li Shimon thought about it and said, "There were a few times when I told Zhang's son Darren. You don't know, but His Majesty is especially concerned about your affairs. The main reason is because of the Mitsubishi assassin." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. "What do you mean? The emperor knows about the Mitsubishi assassination?" Li Shimon nodded. "What do you think? We are all under the emperor's nose. How can we hide the things that the emperor wants to know?" Zhang Feng sighed. "Damn, it's true. The higher the rank, the more powerful the emperor is. Let's not talk about it. I didn't want to hide this thing in the first place. It's fine as long as we don't let the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs and Guanlong people know about it. As for the rest, I think the emperor will help us hide it, right?" Li Shimon was a little speechless. Think about it. The emperor has been wanting to get rid of them for a long time. Moreover, this kind of magic weapon is the magic weapon of the border area. Do you think the emperor will tell outsiders? I believe that as long as the emperor knows, it will be the safest because the emperor will eliminate those spies who are watching us as soon as possible. What's wrong with that? Zhang Feng was also interested. He had not talked about Chotzi for a long time. He asked, "Lao Li, how is the matter in Chotzi?" Li Shimon heard this and couldn't help but have a headache. "You still want to talk about this? Didn't you ask them to delay it? Until now, the 3 generals in the army can't wait to go up the mountain and tie you up and take you to Chotzi City. If it weren't for the emperor, do you think you can stay here so peacefully?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He asked, "What do you mean? Chen Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and Niu Jinda all know?" "Of course. And it's not just them. General Li Jing and General Qin Qiong all know. You have to know that the thing you made is harder than any weapon in the army now. They said that although this thing doesn't look good and is a little small, it's simply unparalleled in breaking defense. Therefore, the main reason why Lord Zhong's son came to me yesterday was to pass on a message to you. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin suspiciously and asked, "What is it?" "His Majesty has given you a secret order, telling you to do all you can to deal with those things you mentioned. Qiuzi can only hold out for a month at most, because the Great Tang spies have already ascertained that Xieli and Tuli have already gathered all the Turkic elites." Chapter 1300. It was a bolt from the blue. Good heavens! Are they trying to take advantage of the Tang dynasty? Zhang Feng knew the current situation of the Turks. After the snow and ice disaster, the locust plague, and the civil strife, a large number of war horses in the Turks were secretly brought to the Tang dynasty by the small tribes to exchange for food. At this time, winter was about to arrive. To be more precise, in the Turkic lands around Lake Baikal, wasn't it already snowing? Zhang Feng, who was familiar with the map, realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. At this time, the Turks were basically running out of ammunition and food. If they pushed him too far, he could really do anything. 1 month. Did this mean that they would be able to finish gathering in a month's time? At that time, the 100,000 soldiers of Qiuzi? Could they hold on with the current weapons? When these 100,000 soldiers retreated or were defeated and surrounded, the west gate of the Tang dynasty would have no protection at all. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. What does Lord Zhong's son mean? We haven't found the iron yet. I can't do anything about it. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Lord Zhong's son said that this time, His Majesty is going to dismantle the iron boat, and His Majesty has begun to negotiate with the people of the Wang clan. Aren't the people of Mount Longsho looking for iron now? His Majesty asked me to ask you, are you sure there is an iron mine in that place? If there is, His Majesty has prepared an imperial edict to give that land to. At this point, Zhang Feng couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Mount Longsho. That place was a good place. Mount Longsho originally belonged to the royal hunting ground. In addition, the imperial manor of the Tang dynasty was there. If that place was given to him, it would be perfect. Li Shimin was also struggling with this matter. After hesitating for a long time and seeing the fervent look in Zhang Feng's eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, His Majesty is preparing to send an army to guard Mount Longsho and expel anyone other than our people. When Zhang Feng heard this, he instantly became like a deflated balloon, dispirited and listless. You should have said so earlier. Holy shit. I thought you were going to reward me. Didn't the Emperor like to reward people with land? This was simply... sigh. This was fate. Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who was moaning and groaning. He shook his head in amusement and said, What? You still want the Emperor to bestow this place to you? Now that you mention it, His Majesty really does have this intention. However, the prerequisite is that you have to produce all those weapons and solve the Qiuzi siege. Otherwise, you see, everything is nonsense. If that's the case, it's simple. Zhang Feng smiled confidently and said, This matter is very simple. As long as there are mines, and as long as a large number of blacksmiths join us in half a month, I will be able to produce 10,000 strong crossbows, 100 fake ballistae, Zhuge divine crossbows, composite bows, and so on in half a month. But as for the firearms, don't think about it for the time being. Those things need time. Once the crisis in Qiuzi City is resolved, and if Chen Tiniu and the others can really complete the experiment I mentioned, I will be able to free myself to produce the firearms. Li Shimin couldn't help but say, Is there no way to bring it forward? This is the best time to destroy the Turks in one fell swoop. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and looked at Li Shimin up and down in amazement. He said, Lao Li, why do I suspect that you are even more reckless than old Niu and the others? Li Shimin's expression froze. He asked, What do you mean? Zhang Feng was speechless. Do you want to go to war that much? I thought you were quite refined, but I didn't expect you to be such a restless person deep down in your bones. What are the benefits of going to war? What do we fight for in war? What if we lose in war? Answer these 3 questions of mine first. If you can answer them, I will personally make you a full steel armor. How about it? Li Shimin was stumped by the questions, but this was not the time to talk about this. However, Li Shimin wanted to wear it. If it was something that Zhang Feng could say, how could it be bad? But Li Shimin also suddenly had a kind of alarm. Previously, in the imperial court, people had been scolding him, saying that he was a reckless person. He had been dissatisfied, but now that Zhang Feng had said the same thing, Li Shimin could not help but pay attention to this problem. He asked, "Feng Zi, you said that I am restless? How can you tell?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. "Is there a need to see? Look at you chatting with me. What are you talking about? When we talk about war, you are so excited. Isn't it obvious?" Li Shimin only noticed that something was wrong with him. However, he still asked, "Then tell me, what do you need to go to war? The 3 factors you mentioned, what are they?" Li Shimin was really confused by Zhang Feng. These questions were usually not a problem for him. However, the problem was that he had too many things on his mind at this moment. How could he think so much? Zhang Feng smiled and patted Li Shimin's head. "That's it. You don't even know this. What are you talking about?" Chapter 1301. Li Shimin's face darkened. He slapped away Zhang Feng's devil claw and asked speechlessly, "Why don't you tell me? I know, but you're afraid that you'll feel wrong if I tell you, right?" Hearing that, Zhang Feng took a sip of tea happily and said unhurriedly, "Actually, these things are easy to understand. Think about it first. One of the essential factors of war is the provision of fodder before the troops and horses are mobilized, and fodder is a necessity. Look at the Tang dynasty now, how many torments can it withstand? Moreover, the second thing is the military pay, weapons and equipment. The third thing is to consider the logistical support of supplies and horses. You don't know any of these things, so why are you so passionate?" Li Shimin heard that. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Damn you! If I say so, you'll probably say that I'm wrong. My goodness, it's all right in your mouth? Can't we have a good and pleasant chat?" Seeing that Li Shimin was about to lose his temper, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "That's enough. You want to go to war? You'd better be a businessman. As for weapons, as long as there are iron, I, Zhang Feng, will do what I say. But I advise you to tell Lord Zhang's son that you'd better forget about the counterattack." Li Shimin couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. "Why? At this time, once your weapons join in, we'll definitely be able to defeat this group of useless things. When the army's morale is slack, it'll be the best time for our army to pursue and attack. At this time, Shelley and Tuli's men are joining forces. Once they finish, we can form a large-scale joint attack camp. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another chance." Zhang Feng seriously suspected that this guy was a war maniac or a hardcore military fan. If he chased after him at this time, he wouldn't even know how he died. First of all, you don't have enough food to rely on. In a long-distance raid, you definitely won't be able to carry those heavy weapons. Second, are you familiar with the terrain of the grassland? Once the Turks scatter and flee, who will you chase? Li Shimin was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "If they dare to divide their forces, then I will divide my forces too. With divine weapons in my hands, why should I be afraid of them?" Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "I said that there is something wrong with your head. If His Majesty thinks the same as you, then we should quickly pack up and run. We will definitely lose this battle." Li Shimin was frightened by Zhang Feng's words. He hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "First of all, the Turks are not familiar with the terrain. This is a problem for the Turks, but for our army, there is no advantage at all. As far as I know, the Turks are good at guerrilla warfare, but the tactics that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are familiar with are not suitable for fighting in the grassland. So once we divide our forces, we will definitely lose. Second, if our soldiers are wiped out in small groups, our weapons will become the enemy's weapons. Coupled with their natural geographical advantage, do you think they will win?" This. Li Shimin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He really didn't expect this to be the outcome. Li Shimin dreamed of wiping out the Turks to prevent future troubles. However, he didn't know that there were several excellent opportunities in his eyes. But in Zhang Feng's eyes, there was no chance of winning at all. Could it be that after leading soldiers for so many years, my talent in military is worthless in Zhang Feng's eyes? Li Shimin began to doubt his life. He seriously suspected that Zhang Feng did it on purpose. But now that he thought about it carefully, Zhang Feng's words were indeed reasonable. He was too impulsive. If he really did that, the Tang dynasty would definitely be in a disadvantageous position. Not to mention losing the weapons that he had obtained with great difficulty. It would definitely be more difficult to fight then. Li Shimin couldn't help but ask with some disappointment. Then according to what you said, there is no chance? There is. Zhang Feng nodded. There will definitely be a chance, but not now. Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, Fengzi, you know that the Emperor has been brooding over the shame of the Wei River. If you can really help the Emperor solve this crisis, it is possible for you to be on the same level as the Emperor. Really? Zhang Feng was stunned. But when he looked at Li Shimin, he was instantly discouraged. You speak as if you are on the same level as the Emperor. I almost believed you. Come on, if you are the Emperor, then I will find a way for you now. But you don't have the final say. Li Shimin saw that there was hope, so he hurriedly said, Fengzi, think about it. Do you still remember the matter of the Wei River Alliance? Zhang Feng nodded. I remember, but... Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Isn't that enough? Since you know it, you should also know that this matter has always been a hurdle in His Majesty's heart. Once you can really do it, His Majesty will not let it go. If you can really help the Emperor solve this troublesome matter, then tell me, what will the Emperor do? You think that being on the same level as the Emperor is unreliable, but the Emperor will definitely summon you in advance and reward you with an official position. Zhang Feng sighed and hurriedly stopped Li Shimin. Brother, you are too much. Chapter 1302. Zhang Feng was indeed tempted. Zhang Feng had been thinking about this matter since he had nothing to do before. No one would be at ease if this matter happened to him. But now was not the time to send troops. Thinking that he could meet the Emperor in advance, and this matter was so big, plus he had done so many things before, the Emperor should agree to let him become a third-grade official, right? At this moment, Li Chengqian had unknowingly sat down beside Zhang Feng. He used his elbow to nudge Zhang Feng and said, Fengzi, I also know about this matter. Last night, I also saw Lord Zhang's son. He asked you about it. I feel that the Emperor seems to be very anxious. If you really have a way, do you want to? Okay. Zhang Feng also had to spend a lot of effort talking. The most important thing was, he was sleepy. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, Actually, it's not that there is no way. As long as the autumn planting is perfectly resolved, then once we have a bumper harvest next year, let alone the Turks, even if His Majesty wants to fight, he'll be able to fight all the way to the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean Sea? Where is that? Li Chengqian and Li Shimin were stunned. This was the first time they had heard of this new place. Zhang Feng's mouth opened wide and he was so excited that he blurted it out. At this moment he hurriedly said, That place is actually Dashi. You know Dashi, right? As long as you take Dashi, you will be able to see that place. They knew about Dashi, but even if they did not count the nights, it would still take them a year to get there. Moreover, this did not include the snow and rain. Only then would they be able to reach Dashi. Such a long journey. Zhang Feng continued. Like I said before, the yield of grain now is only a few dawn per mu. But once the seeds are selected and the method I mentioned is used, as well as the fertilizer, it won't be a problem for the yield to reach 10 dawn per mu. Are you serious? Li Shimin suddenly stood up and stared at Zhang Feng. 10 dawn. He didn't even dare to think about it. In other words, the yield per mu could reach 1,000 caddies? Oh my god, even a storyteller wouldn't dare to say that. Although Zhang Feng had always said so, they had always treated it as a joke. However, since today, Li Shimin saw the grains that Zhang Feng planted in the soil, he couldn't stay calm anymore. In addition, Li Chengqian was the one who personally participated in the experiment to extract the phosphate fertilizer. No one knew the power of this thing better than him. At this time, Zhang Feng said this again, which was why the two of them were so excited. Zhang Feng seemed to be a little speechless. He looked at the two of them and gestured for them to sit down. Don't be so surprised, okay? That's enough to scare you. If I tell you that I have a better variety of crops than this wheat, will you die on the spot? Li Shimin's eyes were red. Food was the foundation of a foothold. With food, what couldn't he do? At this time, Zhang Feng said, Lao Li, do you remember how I used Tubo and Jinla to deal with the Turks? This is a strategy, and what sustains this strategy is food. Now that the Tang dynasty is short of food, this relationship is almost on the verge of collapse. But have you thought about it? Once next year, every family will have a bumper harvest, and no one in the Tang dynasty will be short of food. Instead, we will worry about the problem of food sales. What do you think about the Turks in Tubo? Zhang Feng smiled coldly and said, at that time, we will buy a wave of food and wine. When Tubo is completely squeezed dry, only the Turks will be left. I think in half a year next year, when the war horses and even lambs of the Turks are all gone, do you think the Turks will still be a match for the Tang dynasty? Without war horses, what's the difference between the Turks and those damn cows and lambs? Li Shimin listened to Zhang Feng's description and couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Yes, why didn't I think of it? We've talked about this before. Yes. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and said again, think about it again. What else can we do with our food? Li Shimin was thinking about how to destroy the Turks at this time. As for what Zhang Feng said at this time, he really didn't have time to think about it. He waved his hand and said, Fengzi, tell me. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin speechlessly and shook his head. In fact, this matter is very easy to understand. Think about it. Why did I choose Chotzi as the target of this besieging way to save Zhao? And His Majesty will think so too? Li Shimin really couldn't think of this. So at this time, he was too lazy to think about it. He gestured to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and said, because Chotzi City is an important trade center that connects the Tang dynasty to the western regions. Once the position of Chotzi City is stabilized, if we can eliminate the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans and other forces in Guanlong, then this trade lifeline will fall into our hands. Do you feel good? Chapter 1303. Li Shimin was really scared out of his wits. When Zhang Feng said this, Li Shimin finally reacted. You mean we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by choosing Chotzi? Zhang Feng nodded. You finally realized it. That's right. For the time being, only the goods of the Tang dynasty can be transported out of the Tang dynasty on the water route. However, if foreign merchants want to come to the Tang dynasty, they will still take the land route. As for the water route, you have seen their ships. They can't compare with the ships of the Tang dynasty at all. Therefore, the land route is their first choice. What would they choose in the past? They would choose to sell some precious goods nearby. Chotzi City is basically where nearly half of the important trade of the Tang dynasty gathers. This time, as long as we act fast enough, even if they realize what we are doing, what can they do? Do you think they'll eat us? We are helping the soldiers of the Tang dynasty eliminate the spies in the city. As long as we capture Chotzi, our food will not only be sold to the surrounding small countries, but we can also take it to places farther away, such as Persia and Arabia. Think about it carefully. When the time comes, what will the emperor think when he sees Chong and city 10 times more lively than it is now? When the emperor's treasury is full, what will he think? Don't worry. Don't worry. We're doing this for the sake of His Majesty. Besides, didn't you just say that this is His Majesty's sore spot? As long as we help the emperor get rid of his sore point, will the emperor care about the reactions of the 5 families and 7 clans? When the time comes, I'm afraid that the people of the 5 families and 7 clans won't be able to sit still and will come to talk to us. Looking at the smile on Zhang Feng's face, Li Shimin could not help but tremble. He suddenly had the illusion that he was being targeted by a fox. Isn't Zhang Feng that fox? What the F***ck? However, Li Shimin was still somewhat worried. He asked, what you said is very good, but the Turks, Indians and Tubo people aren't fools. If we really take Chotzi, won't we be attacked from both sides? Zhang Feng pointed to his head and said, as long as the soldiers guarding the city don't have pig brains, the city won't be lost. Moreover, it will become the strongest fortress other than the imperial city. Because we have an endless supply of ballistae. There was also the indestructible crossbow and crossbow bolts. As long as he had these things, let him come. The more that come, the more that die. This time, Li Shimin no longer doubted Zhang Feng's words. In fact, they could not wait any longer. Then let's do it now. Zhang Feng was confused. What? Isn't it just the matter of getting the seeds and phosphorus fertilizer? Zhang Feng spread his hands. The seeds are too simple. I'm too lazy to do it. If you want to do it, ask Tai Nyo and the others. It's a foolproof operation. It's simple and worry-free. Li Shimin seriously suspected that Zhang Feng was scolding him, but he had no evidence. However, this matter was too big, and he didn't dare to make a decision on the spot. He rubbed his swollen head. At this moment, Zhang Feng yawned and said, Okay, it's getting late. I have to go to sleep. This is too King troublesome. You guys are really too much. Don't you think it's too big of a deal? Li Shimin also had the intention to leave. However, when he heard Zhang Feng's words and looked outside, he mistakenly thought that it was already dark. However, when he saw that the sun was still above his head, he thought that this kid was going to sleep? Could it be that he was going to Jingshu? At this thought, Li Shimin laughed and revealed a knowing look. Then I won't disturb your mood. I'll get someone to send you a card of velvet next time. However, as someone who has been through this before, I still have to remind you that you have to restrain yourself. Zhang Feng. Velvet? Restrain? I'll restrain your second uncle. Watching Li Shimin laugh as he left, Zhang Feng waved his fist fiercely. He was really sleepy. Too many things had happened recently. Besides, Zhang Feng had always had the habit of taking afternoon naps. Once it was time, he would be extremely sleepy. As soon as Li Shimin left Zhang Feng's villa, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. He waved his hand and said, Follow me down the mountain quickly. Li Chengqian also knew that this matter was very serious. Without hesitation, he hurriedly called little Gizi and the others and hurried down the mountain. After all, this matter was too serious. They had to make plans first. Most importantly, Li Shimin still wanted to ask Fang Xianling. This old man, why didn't he report such a big matter to him? It was time to give him a warning. Little Gizi and the others didn't know what was going on with the emperor, but they could guess from afar that the emperor was in a good mood today. When he left the room, he was smiling. However, why did his expression become so serious when he left the room? Could it be that something big had really happened? Just as little Gizi's imagination was running wild, Li Shimin's dignified voice faintly sounded from the sedan. Pass down the order. Go to Duke Liang's residence. Yes. Chapter 1304. Marquis Liang's mansion was not far from Zhang Feng's mansion. However, for special reasons, not only Fang Xianling, but even Wei Zhang, who lived next door to Zhang Feng, did not dare to live here casually. He had not even returned to the mansion for a long time. However, when Zhang Feng was not there, they would come back from the Furong Garden, which was originally used for cooling and handling government affairs. As for the Hibiscus Garden, only the emperor, the retired emperor, and the princes and dukes had the qualifications to enter and stay for a short period of time during the hot summer months. And this qualification was just a word from the emperor. However, because of Zhang Feng, basically, the Hibiscus Garden had already become the daily residence of the various Grand Dukes. Fortunately, the Hibiscus Garden was sufficiently large, and it was even not inferior to the Great Bright Palace. At this time, Marquis Liang's mansion was very lively. About 10 carriages and sedans were parked at the door. The security at the entrance was also stricter than usual. In the living room of the mansion, smoke and dust had long been lingering. Chang Yaojin and the others were sitting here neatly with their limbs spread out, smoking. Wei Zhang was walking around in the living room with his hands behind his back, sighing from time to time. Chang Yaojin could not help but feel impatient. He stared at Wei Zhang and said, Old man Wei, can you be quiet? Even the emperor doesn't know about it. And even if the emperor knows about it, according to that guy's nature, this thing will definitely work. What are you afraid of? Wei Zhang glared at Chen Yaojin angrily. Seeing that the blanket at his feet was smoking, he stepped forward angrily and stamped out the cigarette butt. He said fiercely, Yes, you are not in a hurry. Have you thought about it? The autumn planting will be over in less than a month. Even if this guy has the ability to screw the heavens, can he make all the people in the Tang dynasty use this phosphate fertilizer? Besides, that guy is just talking nonsense. Have you seen the real effect of the phosphate fertilizer? What if that thing didn't work? What if they ended up with no harvest? Have you not seen Old Bull's condition before? That thing can kill people. What if? Chang Yaojin waved his hand and glared at Wei Zhang. What if what? Look at your son. Isn't he poisoned as well? But what happened next? A few jars of vinegar and nothing will happen. Take a look at old Fang. That old fellow has personally gone down to the ground to eat dirt. Ask him to tell you if this thing is useful or not. That piece of land is equivalent to a huge jar of vinegar. Tell me, if this thing were to go down, let's not talk about whether it would be useful or not. Just this sour thing of his would make it so that nothing would happen to the Zhuang family, right? Feng Xuanling's expression was ugly. He didn't expect the two of them to quarrel and drag him into it. Most importantly, you said that old man eats dirt? What did that mean? You're cursing me, aren't you? The more he thought about it, the more awkward he felt. Feng Xianling stood up speechlessly and said, Okay, stop quarreling. Old He is right about this. Last time when I went to see Fengzi, he really compared the soil to the Zhuang family. Your family has hundreds or even thousands of mu of fertile land. If you don't believe me, you can eat dirt in the field. Once you eat it, you'll know. Li Shimin was very generous. However, because the national treasury was empty, it was difficult to reward these dukes every time he wanted to. The official rank would be full, but the reward from the national treasury was not much. What should he do? In the end, the emperor and the empress discussed in bed and immediately thought of an excellent solution. What did they lack the most? Land. And it was a large piece of land. Because of the years of war, the Tang dynasty was simply vast but sparsely populated. Therefore, Li Shimin waved his hand. He directly and generously rewarded them with land. In order to show the emperor's kindness, he rewarded them with hundreds of mu of land. If they only received a few mu of land or dozens of mu of land, they would be too stingy. Li Shimin felt that he could not afford to lose face like that. As a result, although all the ministers now were looking forward to a promotion day and night, they could not do anything about it. The land in their family kept skyrocketing, but their official rank did not change at all. His mother couldn't help but feel distressed. It was a good thing to have more land, but it was not entirely a good thing. The tax had to be taken into account. Every year, the tax had to be paid as much as possible. Otherwise, the emperor would be unhappy. Therefore, the emperor was more diligent in giving out land. Anyway, he had a lot of land. Moreover, the land was uncultivated. If he gave it to these people, not only could it generate income for them, but more importantly, the tax burden of his national treasury would gradually be replenished. It was simply a continuous money-making machine. But in this way, all the ministers were worried when they heard that the emperor was going to reward them. How was that a reward? It was simply increasing their burden, okay? This thing. Who did not have hundreds of mu of land? Sometimes they did not even know how much land they had. They only knew that every year, the granaries of their families did not increase by much. That was not a big deal. The most important thing was, the saddest thing was, the emperor was still rewarding them with land. It was really Tesco. Chapter 1305. I'm happy to see you. The emperor waved his hand and rewarded you with 100 mu of fertile land full of thatch. You're pleasing to the eye. Reward. You've done a good job. Reward. Ever since Feng Xianling came up with this signing rewards and punishment list, the minister's days of hardship had really come. As long as the ministers showed up on time every month, from the Minister of Internal Affairs to the small county magistrate of Chang'an City, they would all receive one word. Reward. Although the national treasury was now abundant. Don't expect the emperor to reward you with money. That's just a dream. The emperor waved his hand. Reward. 500 mu of fertile land. This was the most painful thing for them. What was this? This wasn't a reward. This was a punishment. Especially this year, when the locust plague arrived, it was simply a disaster for them. But what could they do? They had to accept the reward from the emperor even if they had tears in their eyes. Otherwise, they would be defying the emperor's edict. If the group of civil officials saw this, they would talk about it again. That wouldn't be worth it. Who knew the pain in their hearts? But now it was okay. After the worship ceremony yesterday, Feng Xianling found a few people and whispered about it. Everyone couldn't help but be angry. This was equivalent to finding a way for them to survive. Therefore, when they got off work today, they came together to ask Feng Xianling if this matter was true. If it was true, then they would really be rich this year. But the most important problem at this time was that Niu Jinda's precedent was there. What if the food grown from this thing was poisonous? After all, this thing had never existed before. At this time, everyone's face was full of hesitation. Du Ruhui knew Feng Xianling better. He touched his finger that was a little yellow from the smoke and said, Master Fong, why don't we wait for Ui to come back and ask her properly? There's no need to ask. Last night, Ui already told me what happened on the mountain yesterday. Feng Xianling smiled faintly. His eyes quickly scanned the group of people. Only then did he leisurely smoke his cigarette, stroke his beard, and stop talking. But at this time, Chang Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji stood up almost at the same time and asked in unison, What are they doing on the mountain? Feng Xuanling's expression froze. He asked, Why didn't your family come back last night? But I said they went down the mountain together. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Chang Yaojin in confusion and asked, Old Hey, your virgin didn't go back? Everyone instantly realized something and looked at each other. Instantly, they were so angry that their beards were about to explode. Damn it! This group of little bastards, for such an important matter, they actually dared to stay out all night last night for this daddy. Needless to say, at this time, Wei Zhang and the others didn't know. What did that mean? It meant that these little bastards didn't come back last night. However, everyone suddenly looked at Du Ruhui. Du Ruhui sighed and said, Don't look at me. That little bastard of mine didn't come back either. At this time, everyone felt very balanced. They scolded Cheng Chumo and the others for a while, but no one said anything harsh. After everyone sat down, Zhang Sun Wuji said, Master Feng, I think it's better for you to talk about this matter. Your son is still the best. Seeing this, Feng Xianling laughed and said with emotion, It's not that my son is good, it's that my son is honest to begin with. TSK. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. It was considered that they agreed with Feng Xianling. Feng Xianling coughed and said without blushing or panting, Actually, the matter is simple. Yesterday, didn't the emperor deliberately let Zhang Feng not attend the ceremony? In the end, this kid finally realized it and went up the mountain. In the end, guess what happened? How could everyone have the leisure to guess? They impatiently urged. Hurry up and say it. Why are you dawdling? If you have the time, you would have explained it long ago. Hurry up, don't dawdle. If you dawdle, I'll pull out your beard. As Chang Yaojin clenched his fists, Feng Xianling hurriedly wiped his beard and said, This kid took off his boots and went to work. Hiss. Took off his boots. Zhang Feng took off his boots? This was a little bit like Zhang Feng. If it was someone else, they would really think about the issue of identity. However, this set of theories was just a decoration for Zhang Feng. This kid had always been a master who did not play by the rules. The most important thing was, what was the fuss about taking off his boots? Who would not take off their boots? But, if he were to do it in front of those old antiques, it would seem a little. Everyone also realized where the problem was. They curiously urged again. Feng Xianling said unhurriedly, This kid not only took off his boots, but also scolded all the Confucians in the world, saying that all the Confucians in the world are just superficial guys. Most importantly, this kid said it in front of Mr. Bashi and more than 3,000 students in the academy. This, Wei Zhang and others could not help but be confused. At this time, they looked at each other and did not know what to say. In the end, they just gave a thumbs up and said, Awesome. Chapter 1306. Feng Xianling said unhurriedly, That's not all. The most important thing is that this guy not only did that, but also did a great thing. If old man is right, once this thing is done, your burden will become your biggest treasure bowl. This time, Zhang Sun Wuji and others were all shocked. What was their biggest burden? No need to think. No need to say. They all understood. At least this was what they were talking about now. Land. The most important thing was that they were basically the biggest landlords in the Tang dynasty. It was nothing in normal days. However, in a disaster year like this had become their biggest problem. If this kid could really solve this problem, then he would definitely be able to do it. What was that? That was something that would benefit the future. Everyone in the imperial court was grimacing over this matter. Everyone was worried and looking forward to the autumn planting, but at this critical juncture, Zhang Feng had announced that he could use a wondrous method to resolve the imperial court's greatest problem and turn the Great Tang's greatest problem into its greatest advantage. How could they not be excited? At this time, Zhang Feng was simply everyone's great benefactor. Looking at everyone's expressions, Feng Xianling took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and happily lit another cigarette. At this time, His mood was better than anyone else's. No. Since that day when he went to the field with Zhang Feng, Feng Xianling seemed to be 10 years younger. All of this was attributed to Zhang Feng's words. He could make the Zhuang family, who originally could produce 5 or 6 dawn per mu, more than double in an instant. What was this? This was not only Feng Xuanling's savior, but also the meritorious minister of the entire Tang dynasty. Feng Xuanling's salary was not much, plus the expenses of the whole family. Without the support of the profits from the salt, braised meat, and other industries last time, Feng Xianling did not dare to imagine the current situation. What was this? This was all thanks to Zhang Feng. If it were not for Zhang Feng, he did not dare to imagine what kind of life he would have at this time. Eating meat and drinking wine every meal? It was good enough to be full. And the most important thing was, once this phosphate fertilizer that could increase the yield of crops was really successful, or it could really have an effect, look, what kind of horrible scene was that? At this time, when Feng Xianling thought of the prosperous scene that Zhang Feng told him, it could still make his blood boil. Everyone would no longer lack of food and no longer be afraid of food. This was something he dared not to dream. As the head of the secretariat, the number of memorials he received every day was simply uncountable. But what did these memorials talk about? They all wanted food. They wanted food. But how much surplus food in the national treasury? He knew it better than anyone. To put it bluntly, the amount of grain stored in the national treasury was not even as much as what he had in his residence. How horrible was this? In addition, it was the autumn planting season. It was also the time for the officials to open the warehouse and release the seeds. But at this time, what could the emperor give? These were all things. But as the head of the secretariat, he looked forward to Zhang Feng's good news every day. But what did he receive in these few days? At this time, he was looking at Zhang Sun Wuji and the others. Feng Xianling laughed even more happily. He even laughed out loud. Zhang Sun Wuji saw this and said speechlessly, "I say, Master Feng, if you want to say something, just say it. Why are you looking at me and laughing?" When everyone saw that Feng Xianling was really laughing at this time, they could not help but want to beat him up. This old guy was not like this usually. Did he learn bad things from Zhang Feng? They could not help but have red eyes. Feng Xianling also felt that danger was approaching and hurriedly said, I'll say it, okay? I just thought of a funny thing. Look at how anxious you are. Old man, let me give you a heads up. Don't get too excited later. The old man only prepared one set of longevity materials. F***CK, old man, are you cussing us in a roundabout way? To think that I've always said that you're upright, but it turns out that you're such a bad person. Seeing that everyone was really angry, Feng Xianling was not afraid. Instead, he said lightly, I remember that your mansion seems to have more than 600 mu of farmland, but almost half of it is abandoned, right? If it were me, I would advise you to go back now and plow your idle fields. Wait for Feng Zi's news. Next year, the old man guarantees that you will have so much food that you will have to sleep on it. Chang Yaojin's claws were 3 inches away from Feng Xuanling's beard, but after hearing this, he could not help but be stunned. He asked, What do you mean? Zhang Sun Wuji and the others were also stunned. Living on a pile of food? Was this a joke? When they dreamed, they did dream about it. But in reality, could it be? Feng Xianling smiled faintly and stared into Chang Yaojin's eyes and said, Because Feng Zi improved the planting method yesterday. If you really do as he said, I guarantee that your food will really double, and this is just a conservative estimate. Chapter 1307. What? Was it true? Zhang Feng, that little bastard, was not one to brag. When it came to serious business, he never lied. What he said was a conservative estimate, but it was basically a done deal. If the phosphate fertilizer was true, how much wheat could be harvested from 1 mu of land? Gulp! Chang Yaojin swallowed hard and asked excitedly, Is what you said true? When has old man ever lied to others? If this old man's guess is correct, His Majesty should already know by now. Moreover, based on Feng Zi's character, do you think that Feng Zi won't bring His Majesty to see the wheat fields he planted? Hearing this, only then did everyone remember that after they finished their morning exercises, when they saw the emperor, they found that the emperor seemed to have something on his mind. Moreover, he seemed to have a lot on his mind. After he hurriedly finished his morning court session, he hurriedly left the court session. And who were these people? Everyone had been out with His Majesty. How could they not know that His Majesty was going to see Fengzi? If that was the case, wouldn't this matter be set in stone? Thinking that His Majesty would know about it, they became even more anxious. The first thing that came to their mind was whether the Emperor would take back their land. After all, they had told the Emperor many times that it was difficult to grow crops in a roundabout way. Thinking of this, they became even more anxious. Even Wei Zheng was a little anxious. He hurriedly asked, Master Feng, tell us, what is this new method? Feng Xianling was very comfortable at this time. Looking at everyone's anxious eyes, he said with a smile, Don't worry, don't worry, my ass. Believe it or not, if you continue to waste time with Lao Tzu will punch you. Do you think you can stand it? Yu Qigong couldn't sit still. He was the same as Cheng Yaojin. Not only did he have to support his family, but he also had to support the entire military camp. He also had to help those veterans who were disabled because of their injuries. Originally, they didn't need to worry about this matter. Every year, the imperial court would distribute large amounts of food and money, but this year was different. This year, not to mention them, even the military camp did not have enough food. Where would they find the spare money to feed these people? However, they were generals. What they saw was definitely not worth it. If these people were left alone, where would the morale of the army be? Would they still need to recruit soldiers in the future? These were all things that they needed to consider. How could the grain and money distributed by the imperial court be enough? Although Zhang Feng could stuff some of them in, that was the academy, not a shelter. If that guy was driven to a corner, he would be in trouble. Cheng Yaojin came to his senses at this time. He grabbed Feng Xuanling's collar and asked in a trembling voice, Tell me. How could Feng Xianling withstand this? His face instantly turned pale. When Du Ruhui saw this, he hurriedly slapped Cheng Yaojin's hand away and scolded, Old Hey! You better know your place. Do you really want to take Master Feng's life? Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin's face froze. He hurriedly let go and laughed. Isn't this urgent? You also know that I have thousands of people to feed. That's why. Feng Xianling calmed down for a long time before he recovered. He waved his hand and said, Forget it, forget it. Old man can understand how Old Hay and the others feel. But, this matter, I'm just talking about it here. Once you leave this door you all know, right? Everyone nodded. Wasn't this nonsense? Without the Emperor's approval, even if you gave them 10 heads, they wouldn't dare to reveal this matter. That was not something as simple as losing their heads. Even more seriously, it might cause a riot among the people. Just as Feng Xianling was talking about the screening method that Zhang Feng mentioned, on the other side, in Niu Jinda's residence, 2 strong men, one big and one small, were lying in the courtyard. One of them was holding a jar of vinegar in his hand and kept burping. The other one had one of his legs wrapped tightly and was resting on a tree branch. His snores were deafening. And at this moment, a servant suddenly whispered in Niu Jinda's ear. Hearing this, Niu Jinda opened his eyes in an instant and slapped the servant in the face, causing the servant to spin in a circle on the spot. You said that those old things went to Liang Guagong's residence? That servant was originally Niu Jinda's bodyguard. Because he was injured, he stayed in Niu Jinda's residence. He had long been used to this. He laughed and covered his swollen cheek. Master, this lowly servant dares to lie about this matter? This lowly servant saw it with my own eyes. Niu Jinda heard this and narrowed his eyes slightly. He asked, That old man Yuchi and old Hay, those 2 fools, didn't they leave behind any instructions? Yes. The personal guards of the 2 generals told this lowly one that they said that the Duke went to Duke Feng's estate because of something that could increase the harvest of grain. What? When Niu Jinda heard this, he instantly sat up. This angry shout scared Niu Jianhu so much that his whole body trembled. He also got up and subconsciously kicked the ground with his legs, but the next moment, the pain from his broken leg made him howl loudly. Niu Jinda was so angry that he slapped him on the head. Perhaps because of his broken leg, when Niu Jinda's palm landed on his head, it became a gentle caress. Lower your voice. After scolding Niu Jianhu, Niu Jinda looked at the servant again and asked, Is what you said true? It's absolutely true. This lowly one personally inquired about it. Moreover, The guard of the Duke of Wei estate is from the same hometown as this lowly one. After drinking 3 cups of wine, this brat confessed everything. He said that after Master Feng secretly went to see young Master Zhang Feng last time, he was overjoyed. When he returned home, he immediately plowed the several hundred mu of land that had been abandoned for a long time. Chapter 1308. That was quite a rare sight. Feng Xianling had always regarded the land given by the emperor as a burden. Moreover, he had a lot of food at home, but the emperor would reward him with dozens or hundreds of mu of land every year. However, Feng Xianling had always planted as much as he could. But this time, what exactly happened? What made this old guy suddenly change his personality? Niu Jinda hugged the jar of vinegar and took a big gulp. He burped and said, "Continue." Seeing this, the servant became bolder. He stood up and said, "And I heard that Master Feng took out all the savings in the family to buy land. What's more, Master Feng secretly went to the treasury to borrow money to buy land." This was a strange thing. This old man had always been an honest man and treated money like dirt. Something big must have happened for him to go and borrow money. Niu Jinda was not stupid. After a series of things, he could not help but think of an important person. That was Zhang Feng. Could it be that this was because of what Zhang Feng said? That made this old guy change his personality? Moreover, land was the biggest pain in the heart of every minister. But when he thought of this, Niu Jinda waved his hand and said, "Quickly send people to investigate." Yes. Hearing this, the servant was ready to run. But Niu Jinda looked at the jar of vinegar in his hand and said, "This jar of aged vinegar is for you. Drink it all before he goes. When he comes back, Lao Tzu will reward each of you with a jar of aged vinegar." In an instant, the servant was not calm. The smile on his face gradually froze. He held the vinegar in his arms and wanted to slap himself. When Niu Jinda burped, he dodged. Why did Lao Tzu dodge? This was great. A jar of vinegar. But seeing Niu Jinda looking at him, and even Niu Jianhu looking at him with a playful expression, he could only force a smile that was uglier than crying. Bracing himself, he tilted his head back and gulped down the wine. He didn't want to drink either. But if they made Master unhappy, it would be fatal. Instead of lying down for a whole day, he thought that it would be more practical to drink a jar of vinegar. After all, the old master had been drinking it for so many days, while the other person drank it every day. Why didn't anything happen to him? After seeing that the servant was done being jealous, Niu Jinda pouted and said, "Go to the accountant's office and withdraw 100 strings of money. If it's not enough, just withdraw more. But you have to do this well for me. If you mess it up, you know the consequences." When the servant heard this, it was as if he had been granted amnesty. He nodded repeatedly and slipped away. When the servant ran away, Niu Jianhu asked curiously, "Father, what happened?" Niu Jinda looked at Niu Jianhu's right leg on the ground and asked with some emotion, "Your leg is fine, right?" Seeing that Niu Jinda didn't answer his question, Niu Jianhu quickly moved his right leg and said, "Although I can't do any big exercise for the time being, I can still walk a few steps." When Niu Jinda heard this, he nodded excitedly. "This is all thanks to Feng Zi. Haven't you thought about how to repay Feng Zi?" "I have." Niu Jianhu's eyes instantly turned red and said, "After I retire, I will never leave Feng Zi's side. I will only be loyal to Feng Zi for the rest of my life." "Pah!" Niu Jinda gave Niu Jianhu a slap on the head and said, "Don't tell me you want to follow that bastard Feng Zi's surname? Repayment is guaranteed, but under the fate of our military family, there can only be one loyal minister. That is the emperor." This was their mission and also their destiny. Although they now had great power, there were many lessons learned from the mistakes of others. There were also many eyes watching them from behind. He was grateful to Zhang Feng for saving his life, and he would not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. However, loyalty would only be shown to the emperor. Even if he wanted to say it, he could only say it in his heart. Niu Jianhu obviously hadn't thought so far ahead. After all, he was only 19 years old. However, Niu Jinda was somewhat gratified. After all, his son didn't disgrace him. He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. Alright, there are some things that you can just say in your heart. At most you still have to put it into action. Zhang Feng is so cunning that he won't take a fancy to you. However, Your leg is fine now. Don't you want to go and thank Fengzi? After hearing this, Niu Jianhu finally understood. He hurriedly picked up the bamboo stick on the ground and was about to go out. However, he was stopped by Niu Jinda and scolded, "You're going just like that? Where are you going?" Niu Jianhu was stunned. "Didn't you say that Fengzi is on the mountain? Moreover, I'm so bored at home. I've long wanted to go back to the mountain." Niu Jinda heard this and sighed. "You silly boy, what gift do you think you're going to bring?" Niu Jianhu was in a dilemma. It was too vulgar to give money. Besides, would Fengzi lack money? What should he give? Suddenly, Niu Jian and Hu Yi turned their heads and stared straight at the statue of Guan Yu in the living room of their home. Their eyes shone brightly. Niu Jinda's eyelids twitched. However, in the end, Niu Jinda also sighed and smiled. "Forget it, this painting will be Fengzi's. Let's go. Let's go to his residence to eat and drink." Chapter 1309. Niu Jinda looked reckless on the outside. Moreover, he appeared to be rash and reckless outside, but he was not like that. The real Niu Jinda was exceptionally shrewd and calculating. Otherwise, how could he become a general at the age of 35? Wasn't that nonsense? At this time, it was obvious that Feng Xianling and the other old men were on guard. If they went up the mountain now, they would definitely bump into the emperor. And most importantly, even if they went up the mountain, would Fengzi tell him so honestly? Now, it was impossible to go to Feng Xuanling's mansion. Where else could it be? Of course, it was Zhang Feng's mansion. There were some things that Zhang Feng naturally would not tell others. For example, how many times did Zhang Feng, the bastard, say that there was no wine, but what happened later? This guy always made wine in the tavern. What did this mean? Everyone was the same. Good things should always be prepared at home. The more Niu Jinda thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, Zhang Feng had a criminal record. Niu Jinda's mansion, although not in the residence of the 16th prince, was not far from it. And most importantly, Zhang Feng's mansion originally belonged to the retired emperor. All the traffic, safety, scenery, and so on were the best in the whole area. After coming out of Xining Square, they turned a corner and went straight to Zhang Feng's mansion. At this time, Jia Daoren was gone at the gate of Zhang Feng's mansion, but the rest of the people were staring at everyone passing by the gate like knives. They seemed to be on guard against something. When Niu Jinda's sedan appeared in the vision of the servants, the soldiers who were patrolling all surrounded the gate of Zhang Feng's mansion. After all, they used to be soldiers, so they could see that Niu Jinda's sedan was coming for the mansion. When Niu Jinda's sedan landed, the housekeeper, Du Ziting, had already appeared at the gate. The moment he saw Niu Jinda, Du Ziting's eyelids twitched, and he grinned and laughed. "Old Master Niu is here? Sorry for not going out to meet you. Sorry for not coming out to meet you." Niu Jinda waved his hand and glanced at the servants who were trembling all over. He then cupped his fists and said, "It's fine. I wonder if Fengzi is in the residence." Du Ziting naturally didn't notice the strange behavior of the servants behind her. She sighed and said, "Master Niu, please come inside. Come in and sit down. Let's talk." Niu Jinda laughed and said, "Good, good, good." While speaking, he walked side by side with Du Ziting. However, after Du Ziting saw Niu Jianhu, her eyes couldn't help but pop out as she exclaimed, "Young noble Niu's legs are healed?" Niu Jinda glanced at Niu Jianhu, who was trembling on crutches, and said, "He hasn't recovered yet. He can only walk a few steps." However, this kid couldn't sit still and insisted on coming to see Fengzi, wanting to thank Fengzi in person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep early. I had no choice but to bring him to pay Fengzi a visit. It just so happens that I also wanted to thank Fengzi. Ayaya! Master Niu, you've come at the wrong time. Niu Jinda pretended to be surprised and said, "What's wrong?" After Du Ziting welcomed Niu Jinda and his son into the yard, she said, "My master didn't come back at all yesterday. He went directly from Chang'an University to White Deer College. Even yesterday morning, second madam was picked up by someone sent by Mr. Bo Shi to the mountain." "I see." Niu Jinda pretended to sigh. However, he was already overjoyed in his heart. Wasn't it better if they weren't here? However, he still had to put on a show. He slapped his thigh and said, let's go to the academy." "Son, let's go." Nyo Jianhu didn't cower. He glanced at Nyo Jinda's face and suddenly said, "Father, my legs hurt again." "What?" Nyo Jinda was shocked. He hurriedly squatted down to hold Nyo Jianhu's legs and asked, "Come on, come on, come on, carry the young master to the carriage." Du Ziting was also shocked. Old Nyo and his son were the old master's brothers. If the old master heard about this, wouldn't he offend someone? At the thought of this, Du Ziting hurriedly said, "Master Nyo, don't be impatient. Come on. Quickly carry young Master Nyo to the guest room in the mansion to rest." "Master Nyo, don't be anxious." "How can I not be anxious? My son studied the books of the saints. He naturally has to learn to be grateful. At this time, he must go up the mountain personally to thank his teacher." When Nyo Jinda heard this, he started to talk noisily. As he spoke, Du Ziting's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Master Nyo, this is also the old master's mansion. Moreover, you and the old master are brothers. Why don't you wait for the young master to rest for a while before going up the mountain? If the young master's legs are injured again, this old man can't bear the blame. Just take it as giving this old man some face. How about it?" Seeing this, Nyo Jinda sighed and pretended to be struggling in his heart. He said, "All right then. Since you've said so, if I don't show you kindness, then I really can't come again." When Du Ziting heard this, she beamed and said, "Then, please take a seat in the living room, Master Nyo. Come on, quickly prepare the best wine and dishes." Chapter 13:10. Nyo Jinda was so happy. At the table, Zhang Tai told Du Ziting about how he looked for phosphate ores, what he heard from Feng Zi and Long Yudao, and what he heard about the war in the outer space. He even made Du Ziting, who was still in a daze, fall to the ground. This time, Nyo Jinda looked at the butler who was snoring on the table and said, "Brother Du." "Old Du?" "Du Ziting." Seeing that Du Ziting was really drunk, Nyo Jinda then shouted, "Someone!" The maid who had been waiting at the door hurried in. Seeing the butler like this, she was also flustered. Nyo Jinda said, "Quickly carry your butler away. He's drunk." "Oh!" A few little maids hurriedly carried the butler out of the living room. In an instant, a few servants seemed to want to show off in front of the woman and hurried forward to help. In an instant, the entire front yard of the mansion was in a mess. Seeing this, Nyo Jinda lit a cigarette and sat for a while before slowly getting up. But when he walked out of the door, he found that there was still a manservant guarding the door. After seeing Nyo Jinda, the manservant bowed respectfully. "Master Nyo." "Oh, I'm drunk. I'm going to sit in the garden. I've heard Feng Zi boast that his 4 courtyards each have their own merits. Why don't you show me around? By the way, I can sober up. I might have to bring your master back tonight." Hearing this, the manservant dared not say anything. He could only hurriedly lead Nyo Jinda around the courtyard. How could Nyo Jinda be in the mood to change the courtyard? When he was chatting with Du Ziting just now, he had basically figured out the situation of the courtyard thoroughly. And what surprised him the most was the east courtyard. After all, the 3 courtyards in the south, west, and north were all fine. Everyone could go in and out. But only the east courtyard. It was said that it was fine before, but since a month ago, Zhang Feng found 3 old guys from Tonghui Fong from outside. No one was allowed to enter the east courtyard, including the second madam, Jing Shu. Only the 3 old men took turns to guard the courtyard. This piqued Nyo Jinda's interest. "Brat, I've heard from your master that there are some rare flowers and plants in the east courtyard. Aren't you going to bring me to take a look? The things here are basically the same as the plants in my residence. It's boring to look at them. Quickly lead me there." The manservant was greatly alarmed when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Master Nyo, you can't. Nyo Jinda stared and asked, "What?" Master once said that other than his orders, no one is allowed to enter Dongguan. So, Master Nyo, it's better if you don't go. When Old Master returns, please let Old Master personally. Bullshit. In an instant, Nyo Jinda's ruffian style broke out. He stared at the waiter and said, "Yesterday, I was drinking with your master at Chong'an University. He also said that he wanted me to come here to admire his East Court today. Why is he not here? His words don't count, do they?" The manservant instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The relationship between Master Nyo and the others was obvious to all. Moreover, at this time, the housekeeper was drunk and the woman was not here. They could not make the decision. Seeing this, Nyo Jinda shouted again. What? Do you really want me to go and invite Fengzi here now? Okay, come here. Quickly go up the mountain and ask Fengzi to come down the mountain. Just say that I, old Nyo, was bullied in his residence and I can't even look around the courtyard. What kind of logic is this? What do you mean? The servant basically knew Nyo Jinda. At this time, when he saw Nyo Jinda angry, he was also frightened. He hurriedly went forward to persuade him and kept winking at the manservant. Brat, isn't it just looking at the courtyard? It's not going to the master's main room. What are you afraid of? You can't even do such a small thing. If the master knows about it, have you thought about the consequences? Our master values brotherhood the most. If he knows about it, you brat, just wait to get out of here. Nyo Jinda looked at them with a smile. At this time he said, by the way, Fengzi said that he wants the Guan Yu painting in my house. That is the one and only authentic painting in the world. Back then, I was reluctant to sell it even if someone offered 10,000 gold. This time, Fengzi cured my father and I, so I took it and prepared to give it to Fengzi as a thank you gift. Alas! But you have disappointed me too much. Forget it, I'm leaving. Guan Yu painting? The manservant did not know, but the old soldiers and servants all knew. Back then, this thing was bestowed by the emperor. It was spread out from the palace of the previous dynasty. Even if it was not authentic, what was it? This was something bestowed by the emperor. Its significance was extraordinary. At this time this blind thing. This was simply, Master was the most affectionate and righteous. This was known by everyone. Wasn't this Guan Yu painting a good match for Master? The servants hurriedly surrounded Nyo Jinda and apologized. Master Nyo, you must calm down. This little thing has just come to the residence and he doesn't know many things. Isn't it just going to the east courtyard to take a look? Go, I will go with you. Yes, go, we will all go with you. Whoever doesn't let you in, I will be the first to beat him. Surrounded by the servants, Nyo Jinda breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, if I say too much, Fengzi will think that I am a little narrow-minded. Let's go around. Father, wait for me, I want to go too. Chapter 13:11. Nyo Jinda turned his head and saw Nyo Jinhu running towards them with only one leg. Behind him, there were also a few young maidservants with red faces following closely behind him. Nyo Jinda scolded them. Don't run around if your leg is not good. What if you make Fengzi worried? It's okay. I want to see Fengzi's courtyard. Besides, Fengzi is here. Even if it's broken, we can just reconnect it. Besides, we're in Fengzi's mansion. Nothing will go wrong. The servants felt ashamed when they heard that. They hurriedly asked someone to find a bamboo pole and tied it to the leg of Zhang Feng's favorite recliner. They lifted Nyo Jinhu up and went to the east courtyard. Seeing that, only then did the father and son smile knowingly. The east courtyard was not big. However, the arched door of the east courtyard was blocked by a few wooden planks. An old man was taking a nap at the door. However, when the old man heard the clamor, he didn't wake up from his stupor. However, after glancing at the few of them, he continued with what he was doing, not even sparing them a glance. He had been in Zhang Feng's mansion for a month. During this month, everyone in the mansion knew about this place. No one dared to barge in. Therefore, he thought Nyo Jinda and the others were passing by and going to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. However, he was wrong this time. Nyo Jinda and the others went straight to the old man. When they saw that the old man was still taking a nap, the servants were annoyed. Hey, old man, open the door. Master's guests are going to the courtyard. The old man woke up with a start. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and carefully whipped Nyo Jinhu. After making sure that Master was not around, he changed his position and continued to take a nap. Nyo Jinda was put in a difficult position. It was not easy to solve the problem in front of him. He did not expect that the old man here would be so difficult to deal with. The servant also seemed to feel that he had lost face. With a cold face, he glared at the old man and said, Old Master, I've received orders from the Master to bring the honored guest. Ask Old Master to personally tell this old man. Otherwise, even if you're the heavenly king, Lao Tzu won't let you in. This time, Nyo Jinda's interest was piqued. Smiling, Nyo Jinda squatted beside the old man and handed him a cigarette, but the old man didn't even flick it. Nyo Jinda still squinted his eyes and just changed his posture. The corner of Nyo Jinda's mouth twitched in anger. This plan didn't seem to work. Sigh. Grandpa, Fengzi is busy with the autumn planting on the mountain now. If it weren't for something, Fengzi would have come down with me. Do you know why I came here directly this time? Why? The old man's interest was also piqued. He wanted to see what kind of lie this guy was going to weave. Back then, Fengzi had said that other than him, no one was allowed to enter. What was this? This was an order. This old man had lived for more than half his life. What kind of battle had he not seen? Just this? He wanted to lie to him? This was all rubbish. He had played with the leftovers. After all, he had been at the bottom for his whole life. If he couldn't learn this, he could only starve to death. Nyo Jinda was also in a dilemma. Why was this old guy so stubborn? Out of desperation, he was about to use force. After all, this was the last step. However, at this moment, Nyo Jianhu sighed sadly and said, Aya, Fengzi, you should come back. Look at how we've been bullied when you weren't at home. If others were to know about this, they would think that everyone in your residence is such a bully. And do you have to do this? In order to let the people of the world have enough to eat, you don't even want your home? We just listened to you and came back to the East Court to get some things. Look, what are these? I told you to come back, but you didn't listen. Now this is great. Hearing this, Nyo Jinda's eyes turned and said, Isn't that so? This kid even said that there's something in the East Court that can comfort the people of the world and asked us to come and see it. Sigh. Fine. Let's go. We don't have this blessing, son. Hearing this, the old man finally opened his eyes. He was a little hesitant. It was reasonable to say that Zhang Feng had told them more than once before. This was a secret that ordinary people were not allowed to disclose. Moreover, in the family, only the 3 old men and Zhang Feng knew about this. But now, how did the 2 of them know? If they continued to make trouble like this, what would happen? Hurriedly, the old man sighed and said, Forget it, I'm just going to do something. It's not like I'm not letting you in. Do you have to do this? Also, the thing that you said is related to the safety of the world's people is not here. There are only some precious flowers and plants. If you're talking nonsense, I'll report it to the family head. This time, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Instead, they felt that there was something shameful in this courtyard. At this time, Nyo Jinda was even more certain that there must be some secret in this courtyard. However, at this time, it was accidentally exposed by him and his son. He hurriedly said, Oh, this is not a joke. Don't think too much, this is a joke. Haha, joke. Let's go in and take a look. What's wrong with that? Chapter 13:12. No way. However, the old man was very stubborn. He stared at the crowd indifferently and said, Master said to let the 2 of you in, but he didn't say to let them in. Besides, if you step on the flowers and plants, you can afford to pay for it, but can they? Don't you see that even I don't dare to go in casually? Isn't it because I'm afraid of stepping on these things? Nyo Jinda slapped his forehead and said, Yes. Fengzi said that the reason why he didn't let us in was that he was afraid of stepping on the snow lotus that only exists on Tianshan Mountain. Fengzi also said that this thing was given to Xiaohu to treat his leg. I was in a hurry just now and forgot about it. Ha, sorry. Everyone. Nyo Jinda clasped his fists. Only then did the crowd leave in shock. Seeing this, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. With trembling hands, he opened a small gap to let the 2 enter. After that, he didn't forget to remind, Old Master Nyo, although I don't know what exactly you want to do, you are Old Master's brother. I hope that you can keep this secret. If outsiders were to know, Old Master would instantly become the target of public criticism. Seeing this, Nyo Jinda hurriedly and cautiously nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Nyo Jinda slowly supported Nyo Jianhu into the East Court. The old man also locked the wooden board and sat at the door to take a nap again. East Court. There were indeed countless rare and exotic herbs in the East Court. However, in the East Court, there seemed to be 8 sides. However, it also seemed to be a smaller version of the entire court. It was also divided into 4 areas: north, south, east, and west. These 4 areas were separated by waterside pavilions and flowing water. The entire East Court looked more elegant. However, in the depths of the East Court, there was smoke rising from time to time. This made Nyo Jinda and Nyo Jianhu look at each other and quicken their steps. Previously, they had only vaguely guessed. However, after talking nonsense just now, they did not expect this old man to be really afraid. That was to say, the secret of this court was really the cultivation location of the thing that could multiply the production? With this thought in mind, the 2 of them couldn't help but speed up. Although the East Courtyard wasn't big, the winding paths and waterside pavilions allowed the 2 of them to vaguely see through the gaps between the bamboo forest and the rare herbs. But a moment later, the 2 of them finally walked out of the garden. What entered their eyes made them flabbergasted. In the innermost part of the innermost row of houses in the East Courtyard, where the sun shone the brightest, there was a straw shed that did not fit in with the environment. It attracted their attention. On one side of the straw hut, a large stove was burning fiercely. A pot of water was boiling in the pot, and steam was rising in spirals. However, the 2 old men seemed to be used to this. Instead, they were squatting in the corner, smoking and chatting. At this moment, an old man turned his head and saw Nyo Jianhu in a white robe. He hurriedly became alert and asked, "Who are you? Who let you in?" As they spoke, the 2 old men hurriedly picked up the grass on the ground and desperately tried to cover something behind them. The sharp-eyed Nyo Jinda instantly noticed the wooden trough behind them, as well as something he had never seen before. It was as tall as a chopstick. Nyo Jinda was secretly shocked. This wasn't wheat. What was this? But this wasn't the time to think about this. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, we are Feng Zi's brothers. This time, we came on Feng Zi's instructions. We didn't come for any other purpose. We just came to see that thing." Nyo Jinda pointed to the thing behind them. The 2 old men looked at each other and hurriedly said, "What is it?" "There's nothing here except flowers and plants. You can go." Phosphate fertilizer. Feng Zi is not free. He asked me and my father to see the phosphate fertilizer so that we can go back and tell him about it. Nyo Jianhu's voice made the 2 of them let down their guard. Regarding the phosphate fertilizer, apart from the dean and a few people from Chong'an University, no one knew about it. But these 2 guys, why did they look so unfamiliar? One of the old men in yellow asked, "You said you are the brothers of the head of your family, but why haven't we seen you before?" Nyo Jinda heard this and laughed. "Old man, you might as well go back and ask the servants in the courtyard." "All right, you can go and ask now. We won't move. Let's talk about it after you figure out our identity." This time, the 2 old men still didn't let down their guard. The old man in yellow whispered a few words in the ear of the other old man, and then hurriedly ran out. After a while, he came in with a frown. When he walked to Nyo Jinda and Nyo Jianhu's side and saw Nyo Jianhu's leg, he said in surprise, "Are you the guy who came back after the dean used the blood-snatching life-exchanging technique?" Nyo Jianhu heard this and pointed to his right leg, saying, "Thanks to Feng Zi. Otherwise I would have gone to hell by now." After confirming their identity, the old man in yellow breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So it's you. Let's go. Master is really too much. He personally said that except for him, no one is allowed to come here. Why did he go back on his words?" Chapter 13:13. At this moment, he was no longer on guard. Nyo Jinda returned to his normal self. He chatted with the 2 old men and smoked. He didn't mention that matter at all. After seeing that the 2 old men were almost fooled, Nyo Jinda looked curiously at the thing covered by the thatch and asked, "Old man, what is this?" "Oh, this is..." One of the old men was about to say something, but he was bumped by the yellow-clothed old man, and his voice was cut off. This made Nyo Jinda a little disappointed. But at this moment, the yellow-clothed old man said, "This is something that the old master got from a merchant in the western region." The old master didn't say what it was. He just asked us to take care of it carefully. It's been a month, and this thing has only grown to this extent. While speaking, the yellow-clothed old man carefully lifted a potato sprout. Nyo Jinda and Nyo Jianhu immediately surrounded him. After looking around, they really couldn't find what this thing was. Anyway, this thing was definitely not food. They couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But he inadvertently saw a little white thing on the wooden trough. Nyo Jinda asked, "This thing, has it always been phosphate fertilizer?"
The yellow-clothed old man nodded and then shook his head. No, this phosphate fertilizer was made by the old master a few days ago.
It was only used a few days ago. Then may I ask, old man, is this thing a medicinal herb? The potato sprout was green and had a dark green color.
However, his strange appearance was somewhat similar to those of those exotic plants and medicinal materials.
As for food, forget it. They were also experienced and knowledgeable people. When had they ever seen such food? They were a little disappointed.
The yellow-clothed old man took advantage of the situation and said, Yes, I heard that this thing seems to be a kind of medicinal herb, but the old master didn't say what it is.
When we picked the yellow leaf before, we tasted it. It didn't have much taste. It was sour and numb. Nyo Jinda was surprised when he heard that.
Seeing that, the old man carefully squatted in front of the exposed potato sprout and looked at it again and again. Finally, he picked a slightly yellow leaf at the bottom and handed it to Nyo Jinda, saying, You don't believe me?
Have a taste. Nyo Jinda really didn't believe it. He took the potato leaf and tasted it. It was really a little numb, and there was a bitter taste. What kind of food was this? This was clearly a medicinal ingredient, all right? Nyo Jinda couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He also wanted to leave. After all this time, what kind of secret did this kid have? This trip could be considered a waste. When the time comes, if that brat knew, he would fly into a rage and dig a hole in his nose. But what else could he do?
Nyo Jinda, who was once again disinterested, chatted with the two old men for a while before he got up and left. After Nyo Jinda and the other man left, the two old men heaved a deep sigh of relief. After looking at each other, the yellow-clothed old man hurriedly said, I keep feeling that something is wrong with this matter.
You keep an eye on it. I will immediately go up the mountain to ask about the situation. All right, go and come back quickly. I'm afraid that I won't be able to deal with those two if they come back later. Just now, the old man had almost told them about the potatoes. If the yellow-clothed old man hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have died. But this thing was also very strange to them. Zhang Feng said that this thing was food. But this thing didn't look like food at all. If you said that it was a medicinal ingredient, it looked a little like it. It was delicate and would break with a touch. It was very difficult for them to figure out what the use of this thing was. After all, food was nothing more than growing on the ears or on the waist of this thing. But what about this thing? Not to mention the fruit, it was even difficult to make it grow upright. Where was the fruit? This was what puzzled them the most. Just now, the yellow-clothed old man was not wrong. Therefore, the yellow-clothed old man tore off a piece of potato leaf and let the old bull taste it. This leaf was still in Nyo Jinda's hand at this time. He also couldn't figure out what this thing was. If he said that the two old men were lying, it was not to the extent that he had seen many Zhuang family, whether it was in the Tang dynasty or in the extraterritorial region. But there was really nothing that was exactly the same as this thing. Most importantly, this thing didn't look like food at all. Could it be that we made a mistake? Nyo Jinda sighed and looked at Nyo Jianhu. Nyo Jianhu glanced at the big leaf in Nyo Jinda's hand and said, Why don't we go to Lord Feng's mansion now? No. Nyo Jinda shook his head and said, Now is not the time. We can go to Old Hay's mansion in the evening and ask. If we go rashly now, do you think that group of old guys will say anything? Then what should we do? Nyo Jianhu was also in a dilemma. Nyo Jinda stopped and looked at the gurgling water. Suddenly, he smiled and said, It's okay. You go back to the mansion now and plow all the fields in the mansion that can be cultivated. Also, take out all the savings in the family and buy land for me. If it's still not enough, go and borrow some for me. Nyo Jinda stared at the flowing water with shining eyes and said excitedly, I have a feeling that something big is going to happen this time. The more fields we have, the better. Chapter 13-14. In Duke Liang's mansion. At this time, several people began to tremble violently. It was as if they were drunk and had a headache. This was because they were so excited. After knowing what happened on the mountain yesterday, they couldn't wait to go home and take out all their savings. To buy land. This time, Zhang Feng was really generous. Not only did he really use the phosphate fertilizer for the autumn planting, but he also tinkered with something that could produce phosphate fertilizer without being poisoned. The most important thing was that the method of selecting seeds was simply unheard of. If this thing was really as Zhang Feng described,
Then with the phosphate fertilizer, the yield per moo could reach 1,000 caddies. What was the difference between that and playing?
This was not the point. The point was,
at this time, they were all urgently selling the excess land in their hands.
Everyone couldn't help but have an impulse to beat themselves to death. They also had an impulse to beat Feng Xianling to death.
Damn bastard, why didn't you tell us earlier if you wanted to change things after knowing?
We all said we were colleagues. Was it necessary? But Feng Xianling seemed to enjoy the atmosphere at this time.
He said with a smile, Everyone, don't be impatient. I believe that the Emperor will summon us tomorrow.
It's not too late to go back and arrange everything tonight. You've been sitting here for 4 hours.
If you don't eat before leaving, wouldn't it be said that I, Feng Xianling, don't know the ways of the world?
Come on, prepare the banquet.
Wait.
Zhang Sun Wuji was the first one who couldn't sit still. After all, he had the most land here.
This time, if the Emperor really knew about this, once he came to find them, he would definitely take back part of the land. After all, he had complained about this to Empress Zhang Sun yesterday. What if the Empress had really said something to the Emperor last night, then now? How could he sit still when he thought of this?
Feng Xianling and the others naturally knew about this.
They smiled and said, This is easy.
Someone, quickly bring me a brush and ink.
Brother Zhang Sun, why don't you write a letter and send it home first?
Isn't it the same?
Zhang Sun Wuji thought about it and agreed. He sat down with a clear conscience. When everyone saw this, they picked up their brushes and ink and sent a letter back to their families. Just as everyone was preparing for the banquet, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the Duke Liang's mansion.
A moment later, Feng Xuanling's servant hurried into the living room. Feng Xianling frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you?
I have important matters to discuss with the dukes. Can I not disturb you?
Master, His Majesty.
His Majesty is here.
What? Hearing this,
everyone stood up in unison. He looked at the servant in shock. When Feng Xianling heard this, he asked in disbelief, Are you telling the truth?
Yes.
Now little Gizi's father-in-law is at the door. He said it himself. This time, everyone couldn't help but change their expressions.
What should we do?
The few of them couldn't help but wonder why the Emperor came here at this time. However, there was no need to think about it. It must be because of this matter. They didn't dare to delay. They hurried out of the living room and went to the yard to meet the Emperor. When they arrived, Li Shimin, who was wearing a purple robe and waving a folding fan, had already entered the mansion.
When they saw this, they hurriedly bowed.
Li Shimin said lightly, That's enough. You don't have to do that outside. Let's go in and talk. After that, Li Shimin went straight to the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, Li Shimin couldn't help frowning slightly. He asked, looking at the smoke and dust in the room, You seem to have been here for a long time? As he spoke, Li Shimin took out a white object from his bosom under the astonished gazes of several people, and hung it on his mouth and ear. They had seen and heard of this thing. This thing was called a mask. It was made by Feng Zi. It was also because of this thing that the extraction of phosphate fertilizer was faster.
It wouldn't poison people.
Li Shimin looked at everyone. After sitting down, he waved his hand and said, Sit down. After they sat down, Li Shimin looked at the cigarette butts all over the floor. He originally wanted to smoke, but after thinking about it, he didn't. He asked, I think you all should know what happened on the mountain, right? They didn't know what to say. They just giggled. How could Li Shimin not know? He just sighed and said, Originally, I wanted to reduce your burden when I came back this time. Last night, the Empress told me that you were under too much pressure and asked me to reduce your burden.
Zhang Sun Wuji's face froze.
He didn't dare to speak. Speaking at this time was completely asking for death. How could Li Shimin not see through their thoughts? There were no fools here. The moment Li Shimin saw them, he understood a lot. At this time when he saw their expressions, how could he not know that they knew everything?
Alas!
Forget it. Let's talk about this matter. Minister Feng, what do you think of this matter? Also, I heard from Feng Zi that you went to the field outside the city to eat soil with him.
Is this true?
Chapter 13:15. It was inevitable that Feng Xianling would be embarrassed to talk about this at this time, but Li Shimin did it on purpose. He was a little angry about it. After all, such a big thing had to be hidden from him. How many things did he not know? Moreover, he had bumped into him today, causing his wishful thinking to fall through. How could he not vent his anger? Feng Xianling and the others were very clear about it. At this time, hearing the emperor's question, he had to say, "Your Majesty, I was going to report it to your Majesty. But on the one hand, the ceremony is coming soon, and Fengzi is just talking about it. So, I didn't take it seriously. I thought that after everything was clear, I would report it to your Majesty. We have come here precisely to discuss this matter. After all, this matter concerns the fate of my great Tang, and any mishap would be a disaster for the people of the realm. After all, although I heard my son speak of this matter last night, it is simply too absurd. Thus, this old subject has come today to ask my lords about it. But I didn't know that you didn't return to your mansion last night because of other things." Feng Xianling also cried out in grievance. What else could Li Shimin do? He could only twitch his mouth. "Well, it's true. When I was on the mountain today, I saw Fengzi do it myself. But at this time, the food is not enough. If we really do the seed selection at this time, the people will inevitably have a shortage of seeds. You all know the situation of my treasury. So, my dear ministers, I'll leave this matter to you." What could they say? They couldn't say anything. As long as the emperor didn't take back their fields, this was the lightest punishment. Li Shimin asked at this time, "Minister Feng, I want to ask you. Fengzi said that the soil was sour. Tell me, is what Fengzi said true?" Feng Xianling nodded. He recounted his conversation with Zhang Feng that day, the difference between the two soils after tasting them, and the new type of irrigation that Zhang Feng had mentioned. If Feng Xianling continued to hide the truth, then he would be the one who didn't know how to appreciate favors. After all, at this time, the emperor did not pursue the matter. He just wanted to ask about the situation that day. Who knew what that brat Zhang Feng said to the emperor on the mountain? After Feng Xianling finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Photosynthesis, irrigation in water, pesticides, and so on. These were all like heavenly books, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Only Li Shimin, who had a rough understanding of the situation, felt that it was very interesting. However, although Li Shimin still looked normal on the surface, his heart had long been set off a monstrous wave. What is this? This was the mountain river map that Fengzi had drawn for him. At first, when Zhang Feng said it on the mountain, although he felt it was a little unbelievable, he still didn't dare to believe it. But now, at this time, combined with what Feng Xianling and Feng Yai had seen and heard, Li Shimin couldn't help but believe it. "Dear ministers, today Fengzi said that as long as we have a bumper harvest this autumn, the Tang dynasty will basically never enter an era of famine again. Do you believe it?" Several people were silent. They didn't dare to make a decision easily. After all, this matter was too big. Li Shimin waited for a while. Seeing that no one spoke, he lit a cigarette. His hands trembled, and he didn't mind the smoke in the room. He slowly and fiercely smoked the cigarette. "Today, when I heard for the first time that the grain that was originally 5 dam per mu could be increased to 10 dam per mu, I really wanted to. After all, you have seen that after years of war, not to mention the people, even the national treasury is empty at this time." Empty? Why do you think I want to go up the mountain every day? Do you know how long I sleep every day? Less than 3 hours. Every night, I would dream of thousands of wronged souls grabbing me and asking for a bite of food. I also dreamed that my brothers who had died in the war were questioning me why I didn't let their families have enough to eat. I am ashamed to face them. Only at Fengzi's place can I have a moment of peace and relaxation. But today, Fengzi told me that the prosperous era I dreamed of is at my fingertips. At this time, I am very doubtful whether this is a dream or real. Li Shimin spoke very calmly. However, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Even Yu Qigong and Chang Yaojin's shoulders were trembling slightly. But they still didn't dare to speak. After all, they had dreamed of what the emperor dreamed of. Li Shimin sighed again, looked at Wei Zhang and said, "Prime Minister Wei, can you wake me up again? Tell me, is this true?" Wei Zhang also choked. He knelt on the ground excitedly and cried, "Your Majesty, all of this is true. This is true, not a dream. The good days of the Tang dynasty are coming." Chapter 13:16. Silence. A deathly silence.
It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard in the spacious living room. Everyone was waiting and pondering. But no one spoke. The sun was setting in the west, and they sat there until it was time for the lamp to be turned off. Li Shimin came back to his senses. Looking at the moonlight that lit up the whole hall, he said slowly, "What's wrong? This is a good thing. Why do you all look so sad? I'm hungry. Prepare the food." His words were like an amnesty for everyone, and they all heaved a sigh of relief. And Feng Xianling hurriedly shouted, "Come on, prepare it quickly." "Forget it. I want to eat a bowl of noodles, a bowl of sour soup noodles." Sour. At this time, everyone wanted to vomit when they heard this word. But the emperor was here, and because of the darkness, Li Shimin didn't notice the strange expressions on everyone's faces. After a while, the lamp in the living room was finally lit. At the same time, a bowl of noodles with a strong sour smell was served. Li Shimin looked at the noodles and waved his hand. "Come on, let's eat. This is good food." Back then While Li Shimin was recalling the good things of the past, on the other side, Niu Jinda and Niu Jianhu also quietly appeared at the gate of Feng Xuanling's mansion. Originally, Niu Jinda wanted to let Niu Jianhu go back, but this guy quickly went back to deal with the matter and then turned back. Niu Jinda had no choice. After all, they were already here. He had to take him with him and show off by the way. And also at this time, Xiao Gizi whispered in Li Shimin's ear, "Your Majesty, General Niu is here." Li Shimin was stunned. Sure enough, he just remembered that Niu Jinda didn't seem to come this time. He asked in surprise, "Isn't Niu Jinda recuperating? What is he doing here?" When he asked this question, they couldn't help but be shocked. This old thing came this time. Could it be that he had also heard some rumors? Everyone's guesses were actually quite unreasonable. After all, the guards on the mountain were all veterans under him and Yu Qigong. Li Shimin also found it interesting and asked, "You're saying that Niu Jianhu is here too?" Little Gizi nodded in disbelief and said, "Your Majesty, yes, and I walked over." At this moment, everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. They all knew about the matter of a cow breaking a tiger's leg. But how long had it been? Half a month? He could walk now. Even if a godly doctor had descended to the mortal world, he wouldn't be able to do that, right? Li Shimin's interest was also piqued. He asked, "Are you sure he walked over like a normal person?" Xiao Gizi replied, "Your Majesty, that's not the case. He uses crutches, but his movements are no different from ordinary people. If this servant didn't know that his leg was broken, this servant wouldn't believe it either." "Quick, let them in." Li Shimin didn't care what they were here for. Anyway, they were here for this matter. After a while, Li Shimin and the others saw Niu Jianhu and Niu Jinda appear at the door of the hall with crutches one after another. "Niu Jinda and Niu Jianhu pay their respects to your Majesty." "Rise, Jianhu. Come forward quickly and let me see your leg." Li Shimin was completely attracted by Niu Jianhu's leg at this moment. How could he remember anything else? Niu Jianhu heard this and looked at the other dukes in the hall. Then, he used his crutches and tried to maintain his manners as he walked slowly toward Li Shimin. Although he had tried to maintain his manners, he looked extremely awkward at this moment. However, this didn't matter because everyone's eyes were fixed on Niu Jianhu's leg at this moment. There seemed to be something extraordinary in that place. This was indeed extraordinary. After all, once this matter was confirmed, it was conceivable that the era of amputated limbs being sawed off or waiting for death would become a thing of the past. When Niu Jianhu stood beside Li Shimin lifted Niu Jianhu's robe and looked at the leg wrapped in bandages and exposed bamboo clips under his robe. He pointed to a chair next to him and said, "Sit down. Little Gizi. Let him lie down as much as possible. I want to take a closer look at his leg." "Your Majesty, you can't, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, this is a great disrespect. My son can't bear it. How about Your Majesty move to the guest room?" Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard this. After hurriedly dissuading him, Li Shimin gave up and said, "Let's go to the guest room." Li Shimin was already inexplicably excited at this time. On the way to the guest room, he hurriedly said, "By the way, quickly go and ask Imperial Dr. Zhou to come. He should have seen Jianhu's bone with his own eyes. Let him examine Jianhu and see how the bone is." "Yes." Little Gizi hurriedly accepted the order and left. The rest of the people turned and entered the guest room. The guest room was very dark,
But when Li Shimin and the others entered the room, the oil lamps were already lit. In an instant, the whole room became as bright as day. At this time, under Li Shimin's insistence, Niu Jianhu lay on the bed. However, Niu Jianhu, who was lying on the bed, was extremely nervous. But at this time, his right leg had already appeared in Li Shimin's hands. Chapter 13:17. At this time, Wei Zhang was about to say something when he saw this, but he was stopped by Zhang's son Wuji. Prime Minister Wei, you may be able to understand His Majesty's mood at this time. Every year, because of such things, the people who lost arms and legs or the soldiers can only wait for death or have their legs cut off. Those who are dead are better. At most they suffer a little. But have you ever thought that those who are alive suffer more than death? You'd better let His Majesty confirm it. Indeed. Wei Jing knew these things. After all, the annual supplies for the disabled in the country basically went through him. He also knew that if such magical medical skills could really be developed, it would be very beneficial to the Tang dynasty. But, did His Majesty need to check it himself? That would be a loss of His Majesty's dignity. But at this time, Wei Zhang opened his mouth, but held himself back in the end. Alas! In the end he sighed. However, Li Shimin and the others did not notice this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Niu Jianhu's leg. Li Shimin gently knocked on Niu Jianhu's leg, and then asked, "Is there anything unusual about the wound? Or is there any pain?" Niu Jianhu scratched his head, glanced at Niu Jinda first, and then said, "Your Majesty, my leg is basically fine. When I woke up, I did feel a little pain, but after lying in bed for 3 days, my leg felt limp and numb as if there were ants gnawing on it." But with Fengzi and Dr. Sun's magical medical skills, there is no abnormality at all now. It's just that when the legs touch the ground, there will be a slight numbness and pain. If you walk, it won't be a big problem for the time of a cigarette, but if you walk for a long time, it will still be a little sore. Everyone was in an uproar. Niu Jinda, on the other hand, felt that his back was straighter at this moment. He took over the conversation and said, "Your Majesty, this Fengzi is also amazing. He said that every day, he has to cook a big bone for the tiger. Moreover, besides a little bit of salt, he doesn't put anything else in the soup. You see, if this kid didn't have a walking stick, even this old official would think that this kid is slacking off." Li Shimin asked in surprise, "Tell me, is this his daily medicine?" Li Shimin thought that there was some magical medicine and prescription in it. He originally wanted to get it and pass it down as a big reward in the future, so that the people and the doctors in the world would be grateful to him. But how could he know that it was so simple? Hearing this, Niu Jinda hurriedly said, No, Your Majesty, this is the prescription given by Fengzi. He said that it takes 100 days to heal the bones and tendons. He said that he has to drink this thing as much as he can to heal the broken bones. However, Divine Dr. Sun gave him an extremely ordinary prescription. This is what puzzles me the most. Divine Dr. Sun clearly told my son to abstain from meat and fish, but when it came to Fengzi, he asked my son to drink the nourishing soup as much as he could. This, Li Shimin and the others were also confused. Did you bring the prescription? Yes, I did. Let me have a look. This thing contradicts itself, so how can it be fused together? If they listened to Dr. Sun, these things would be fatal. But for Zhang Feng, these things became a life-saving prescription. Who was Li Shimin? How could he not know these things? He had heard of medicinal cuisine before, but he had never heard of it before. How could such a life-threatening illness be treated with something so nutritious? Moreover, he was able to make Niu Jianhu jump around in such a short period of less than a month? This was simply... It was amazing. However, just when Li Shimin wanted to take off the bandages and the bamboo clips, Wei Jing finally couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, please wait for Imperial Physician Zhou to come and let the Imperial Physician do it." How about it? This is so dirty. This time, Yu Qigong and the others couldn't listen to it anymore. He directly interrupted Wei Zhang and said, "Prime Minister Wei, Jianhu is the son of Niu Jianhu. If you say that Jianhu is dirty, are you saying that Niu Jianhu and I are dirty?" No. Wei Zhang hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty is the Emperor. How can you be contaminated by such things?" Hearing this, Yu Qigong and the others angrily snorted. Li Shimin didn't care. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't quarrel. In my eyes, this is not a leg. This is something that can save the lives of all the troops stationed in the Tang dynasty in the future.
Think about it.
How many of our brothers had to stay in those desolate places forever because of this?
This time, everyone was silent.
Then they said in unison, "Your Majesty is righteous."
Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Zhou is here. At this time, Xiao Gizi slowly entered the guest room and said.
Hearing this, Li Shimin sighed and said, "Well, let him in."
Chapter 13:18. Imperial Dr. Zhou was originally thinking about the mask at home. The more he thought about it, the more he found it interesting. This thing suddenly gave him a magical tool that could cure diseases and isolate plagues in advance. But at this moment, a servant hurriedly brought in little Gizi, which surprised Imperial Dr. Zhou. After all, something big must have happened for the Emperor's personal eunuch to come in person in the middle of the night. Then, little Gizi didn't say anything and just asked him to take care of things. Then he went all the way to Feng Xuanling's mansion, which surprised Imperial Dr. Zhou a little. After all, Feng Xuanling's health had been poor before. But since Prince Zhongfeng made the bone-strengthening powder for him, his waist was no longer bent. He was no longer out of breath and even looked a little younger. What happened in the middle of the night? But when he plunged into the guest room, he couldn't help but tremble all over. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Zhou Hongru greets your Majesty and all the dukes." "Okay, Imperial Dr. Zhou, come and take a look at Zhenhu's leg." Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer and waved his hand directly. At this time, Imperial Dr. Zhou had time to look around the room seriously. He knew about Niu Zhenhu's incident. After all, who didn't know about such a big thing? Moreover, this matter had alarmed all the great Confucians of the medical world of the Great Tang, but the mountain was too heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to go up. They could only send letters to Divine Dr. Sun to ask for advice. But, even so, everyone wanted to know whether Niu Zhenhu's leg was really broken and exposed on the street or it was a lie. After all, the bone was crooked and exposed. Moreover, it had been exposed for 3 days. Even if a pig's bone had been exposed for such a long time, it would have rotted long ago, let alone a living person's leg. Although he had witnessed everything with his own eyes and participated in it, even so, he still felt that it was a dream. In the blink of an eye, almost a month had passed. Since Niu Zhenhu returned to the mansion, there had been no news about him. This made everyone mistakenly think that it was a rumor. Even he felt that all of this was fake. However, was this fake? No, this was real. At this time, how could Imperial Dr. Zhou still care about his identity? He knelt beside Niu Zhenhu's bed and carefully removed the layers of gauze according to Niu Zhenhu's instructions, revealing rows of bamboo clips. At this time, although there was some blood in the gap of the bamboo clip, there was a strange smell like wine in the blood. Imperial Dr. Zhou couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Niu Zhenhu scratched his beard and said, "You've seen this before. It's alcohol. Fengzi said that we have to make some every day. He said that it's sterilizing and disinfecting. I don't understand. You're an imperial physician. Tell me, what is this magical thing? Why does it smell like wine? If it weren't for Fengzi's strict order not to drink, I would want to try it." Imperial Dr. Zhou's face turned black. How would he know what this thing was? But Li Shimin didn't think so. After all, Imperial Dr. Zhou had witnessed the healing of Niu Zhenhu's leg with his own eyes. Wasn't this thing something that he had to study every day? He asked, "Imperial Dr. Zhou, I also want to know what this thing is." This. Imperial Dr. Zhou was in a dilemma. How would he know what this thing was? Even if he had heard of alcohol, how could he have a chance to get a little bit of it? But at this time the Emperor asked so. If he dared to say that he didn't know, that would be the consequence. He was clear. He hurriedly said in a cold sweat, "Your Majesty, this alcohol. I'm also studying it. It's a good thing. As General Zhenhu said, this thing can disinfect and sterilize. Without this thing, I don't think brother whose leg would have recovered so quickly." This time, everyone finally understood. It turned out that this boy had set a trap for them here. If Imperial Dr. Zhou hadn't witnessed it in person, everyone would have been deceived. They would really think that this big bone soup really had such a magical effect. But Li Shimin still didn't give up and asked, "Then tell me, what does this big bone soup mean? Why didn't Fengzi prescribe him any medicine, but let him drink this thing every day?" God F asterisk King knows this. Damn boy, why did you do this? Imperial Dr. Zhou wanted to cry but had no tears. But he still braced himself and said, "This thing is Prince Zhang's secret. I'm stupid and don't know it for the time being." Li Shimin was slightly disappointed. But there was a trace of heat in his eyes. He had to get the secret recipe of this thing. What was it? This was Zhang Feng's true ability, wasn't it? Do you think I'm so easy to fool? Do you think I'm too simple? Li Shimin looked at Niu Jianhu's leg at this time and smiled slightly. However, his smile made Niu Jianhu shiver uncontrollably. Chapter 13:19. Li Shimin was very happy. He did not stop laughing for almost the whole night. He was even woken up by his own laughter in the middle of the night. After breakfast, Li Shimin went to the morning court while humming a tune under the suspicious gaze of Empress Zhang's son, who had been yawning all the time. Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but think that something had happened to the emperor. Was he stupid? As the morning bell rang, Li Shimin appeared in the back hall of the political announcement palace early. He drank tea and looked through the screen at the ministers doing morning exercises in the square outside the palace. When he thought of the prosperous scene described by Zhang Feng, Li Shimin couldn't help but have an illusion. Wasn't this the so-called prosperous time? After the change of the Xuanwu Gate and the Wei River Alliance, Li Shimin had never felt so comfortable before. At this time, he actually imagined that he didn't even need to go to the morning court at this time next year. If he could chat with Zhang Feng on Shao Mountain every day, and then deal with the government affairs while talking and laughing, this must be the life of an immortal, right? But when he thought of Zhang Feng's future, Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh. At that time, if this brat were to find out my identity one day, what should I do? How could I continue to be so heartless with that stinky guy? Your Majesty, it's time to go to the morning court. When Li Shimin was letting his imagination run wild, Xiao Gizi's voice pulled him back to reality. Li Shimin sighed slightly and shook his head saying, "Go to the morning court. Your Majesty is here." "Welcome, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." On the 8-step ladder to heaven, Li Shimin couldn't help but stop. He turned around, looked at the ministers holding white jade tablets, and asked, "Rise." Just now, when I was watching your morning exercises, I suddenly had the illusion that I wanted to continue watching. I also thought of something a close friend once said. We have already written a copy of this sentence. Little Gizi, bring it up. Li Shimin waved his hand. 2 eunuchs hurriedly walked into the main hall with a word carved from red sandalwood. Then, under Li Shimin's instructions, they looked at all the ministers. Did you see that? It was this saying that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. 8 words. Today, I'm thinking, if I were the emperor, for example, if all the people of the Tang dynasty were water, would this lone boat be able to hold on? None of the ministers knew what the emperor wanted to say. But to be able to be here, which one of them was easy to deal with? The moment they understood this, many ministers hurriedly knelt and turned pale with fright. Your Majesty, we don't dare to say this. Our Tang dynasty will always be strong, and you are the emperor. How can you be a lone boat? It must be a big boat that stretches as far as the eye can see, Your Majesty. Li Shimin waved his hand. Indeed, if this small boat goes against the current, it will definitely capsize one day. That's why I need a group of helmsmen, and you are my helmsman, the helmsman of our Tang dynasty. We obey the emperor's order. Everyone loudly said in unison. No one understood what the emperor wanted to do. Even Wei Zhang and the others didn't know what the emperor wanted to say today. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Later, Minister Feng, you are responsible for asking the Secretariat and the Ministry of Works to make 100 copies of this calligraphy and give them to each of you. Before, everything in our Tang dynasty was proceeding in an orderly manner, and we could even see a trace of a prosperous era. But it was an insignificant drought. Who would have thought that such a plague of locusts would break out? And there was such a serious famine after the plague of locusts? Although this matter has passed, you should have seen that the Achilles heel of our Tang dynasty is food. You should have heard about what happened to General Niu earlier, right? Someone deliberately embezzled the ironware that the people urgently need for autumn planting. What is this? Although it seems to be targeting the people, in fact, each of you here has at least hundreds of acres of fertile land in your family, right? This time, Wei Zhang and the others seem to have realized something. But at this time, even he dared not say anything. If the emperor used him as an example,
Then. So at this time, they all closed their mouths tightly and pretended to be contemplating. Li Shimin glanced at the crowd and then said, "The night before the autumn planting worship ceremony, Empress Zhang's son received several people who wanted me to take back the fertile land that I had previously rewarded. I won't name names here because I know your pain. But today, I will give you one more chance. After I finish this matter, if anyone still wants to take back the land, I don't care who it is, I will allow it." At this time, everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, the fertile land had long been a sore point for all the ministers. But why did the emperor say such inexplicable words as soon as he came to court today? At this time, an old minister in a purple robe stepped forward and said, "Hi Kong Ingda, have a report to the emperor."
Li Shimin smiled slightly.
He waved his hand and said, "My dear minister, don't be impatient.
Wait for me to finish, okay? Chapter 1320. Who was Kong Ingda?
He was an important official of the Shandong landowning households in the imperial court. He was deeply trusted by Li Shimin, but because of the mysterious hand behind the scenes in the current situation, Kong Ingda became suspicious. Li Shimin could not help but be slightly wary and suspicious of Kong Ingda. He hadn't said anything yet, but Kong Ingda had already jumped out. What did that mean? It meant that he was guilty. However, Li Shimin wasn't in a hurry.
He wanted to bait slowly.
Li Shimin looked at Kong Ingda lightly and said with a smile, "Mr. Kong, this matter is related to your lives. Do you want to wait for me to finish speaking and then talk about it, or do you want to talk about it now?"
Kong Ingda hesitated.
He still wanted to say something, but at this moment, Feng Xianling interrupted Kong Ingda and said, "Kong Gong."
Kong Ingda glanced at Feng Xianling and sighed. He didn't say anything.
Li Shimin glanced at Feng Xianling and said, "Fine, you go first." After that, Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne and narrowed his eyes.
No one knew what he was thinking.
Kong Ingda saw this and said, "Your Majesty, I want to impeach a few people."
Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Li Shimin seemed to have predicted this.
He waved his hand and motioned for Kong Ingda to continue. Kong Ingda took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty, previously, the Chancellor of the White Deer Institute, a brat named Zhang Feng, used some unknown method to plagiarize some poems from somewhere and fooled Mr. Bosher and the others, as well as the ignorant scholars of the world. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he successfully used a vulgar dance to fool everyone's eyes and ears and became a great Confucian scholar. Moreover, he was called Mr. Cord."
Enough.
Feng Xianling couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, "Kong Gong, this was decided by His Majesty, and His Majesty was also present that day. Are you saying that His Majesty, Prince Li of the first rank, and the 4 great scholars are all blind?
Old man, I advise you to go home and recuperate if you're not feeling well." This Kong Ingda was usually fine. In fact, he had always been fine before. But why did he suddenly become violent? Impeach Zhang Feng? What was the meaning of this? And at such a crucial moment? Let him speak. Li Shimin was also intrigued by him. He was also worried about the identity of the mastermind, but he couldn't find any clues.
However, this honest person from the Eastern Palace, a doctor from the Imperial College, was able to say something like this at this time.
There must be something behind this.
Feng Xianling sighed, but since the emperor said so, he could only sigh coldly and return to the queue.
Kong Ingda couldn't care less. After all, Cui Fengjun from the Cui clan in Qinghe had been brooding over this matter. Moreover, Shandong had been extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Feng. During this period of time, he had been silently collecting evidence. Although there hadn't been any progress, he had inadvertently bumped into Niu Jinda and his son, who were strolling on the street yesterday. Moreover, they had entered Zhang Feng's villa. This had given him a breakthrough. After all, the incident of Niu Jinhu breaking his leg when he saw Niu Jinhu had become a well-known fact. But how long had it been? Had he recovered? As long as one wasn't an idiot, everyone would know that a person with a broken leg wouldn't recover so quickly. Even if he could keep his life, most of his leg would be gone. Even if he could hold it, it would take at least half a year for him to recover. But now, it had been less than a month, and he could walk again? If this wasn't a lie, what was it? Combining everything that had happened before, he instantly understood. This was a scam. That was why there was such a scene. At this moment, seeing that Feng Xianling seemed to be anxious, Kong Ingda felt that these dukes, whom he had long suspected,
were even more suspicious. Kong Ingda cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, I'll impeach another person for this matter."
Duke of Yi, Yuchi Jingda.
Deceiving the Emperor. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar.
Even Li Shimin opened his eyes slightly.
Seeing this, Kong Ingda stared coldly at the unperturbed Yuchi Gong and the others and said, "What happened to General Yuchi Jingda before? I think everyone here knows about it, right? Even ordinary people know that old Yuchi Gong's son broke his leg. Presumably, everyone knows about the broken leg. But yesterday, an old official saw with his own eyes that the old thief actually took his son into Zhang Feng's mansion outside of Zhang Feng's mansion."
Buzz! At this moment,
everyone was in an uproar. Who didn't know that Niu Jinhu broke his leg when he saw Niu Jinhu? But now, some people didn't believe it and hurriedly asked, "Duke Kong, is this true?" "Duke of Yi isn't such a person. You're talking nonsense." "Bastard! How dare you slander our general?"
Dang!
Kong Ingda was no longer in a hurry. Yuchi Gong and the others were even less anxious. Instead, Yuchi Gong grinned at Kong Ingda, as if he was looking at a fool.
Chapter 1321.
Li Shimin nodded and pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Beloved official Kong, is what you said true?" Kong Ingda hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This old subject is willing to guarantee it with my head." Li Shimin coldly snorted and glanced at Yuchi Gong. "Duke of Yi, do you know your crime?"
Yes.
Li Shimin was angry because he actually went to that brat's residence yesterday, and he didn't even know about it. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. He should have known that Fengzi was on the mountain. Why did he go to Fengzi's residence? Yuchi Gong bowed and said, "Your Majesty, there are other secrets to this matter. Please allow this old subject to report to you later." Li Shimin coldly snorted again. "Beloved official Kong, who else do you want to impeach? Let's see how many of my helmsmen are slacking off for me." Kong Ingda had received the imperial edict and was now even more confident. He didn't notice Feng Xianling, who was constantly shaking his head and sighing. The next person this old subject wants to impeach is Feng Xianling. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this.
Not even Master Feng was let off?
At this moment, even Li Shimin couldn't stand it anymore. His face was terrifyingly cold. Everyone couldn't help but tremble when they saw this. Kong Ingda continued, "Also last night, all the dukes had a secret meeting in Feng Xuanling's residence. Moreover, Feng Xuanling's residence has been wantonly purchasing land during this period of time, even borrowing money to buy it. Not only that, all the dukes who participated last night also wantonly purchased land last night and this morning." The third person this subject wants to impeach is Imperial Physician Zhou of the Imperial Hospital. As we all know, this white thing can only appear in funerals, but since Imperial Dr. Zhou went to the Crown Prince's mansion a few days ago, his mouth has been covered with this thing. Even in such a big event like the autumn planting ceremony, he has to bring this thing with him. What is this? This is a disgrace to the heavens. Your Majesty, do you think this person's intentions are worthy of execution? Yes, Imperial Dr. Zhou is also the person who was rumored to have witnessed the exchange of blood and life.
Has anyone here seen such a thing?
Even the four great Confucian scholars and divine Dr. Sun are deceiving the people of the world at the same time. This old subject would like to ask, what crime do you all commit? As a general of the Tang dynasty, you, Niu Jinda, don't think about the national affairs. Instead, you conspire with those people to deceive the whole world. What crime do you think you deserve? I heard that you went to Mount Longsho and were mysteriously poisoned. May I ask if the poisoning was fake and the crime was covered up? This time, even Wei Zhang couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Kong Ingda coldly and said, "Kong Ingda, have you caused enough trouble?" Kong Ingda was stunned. He looked at Wei Zhang in surprise and said, "What's wrong, Prime Minister Wei? Are you angry from shame?" Although you usually have an upright image, the old man saw it clearly last night. Wei Zhang sighed and said, "Kong Ingda, since you have seen it, don't you think of something? How can you make such a fuss here?" This matter. At this time, it had already caused an uproar in the court. Kong Ingda represented the power of Shandong, and what he said was too shocking. But who were Wei Zhang and the others? They were all the favorites of the current emperor. At this time, all the ministers shrank their necks and didn't dare to speak. Some of them even kept silent, only hoping that Kong Ingda wouldn't bring trouble to himself. At this time, Li Shimin just looked at them coldly. He also wanted to think about what Kong Ingda wanted to say. Basically, the people on Shao Mountain, as well as Cheng Yaojin and the others, had all been impeached by him. At this time, the two sides were already in an uproar. Even the hot-tempered Cheng Yaojin was about to raise his fist. Li Shimin snorted and said, "Have you caused enough trouble?" In an instant, everyone quieted down, but Li Shimin suddenly stood up and slowly walked down the 8-step stairway to heaven. He looked at the crowd and said, "What Kong Ingda just said, we basically know about it. But the cause of all this seems to revolve around White Deer College's Zhang Feng? I would like to ask all my beloved subjects, which of your manners has a child in White Deer Academy? Those who are, step forward." In an instant, after a short moment of hesitation, more than 30 to 40 people stood to the side one after another. Then, Li Shimin took out a piece of white paper from the table and asked, "We are asking, who is using this piece of white paper? Stand to the left of us." At this time, almost everyone in the court stood to the left of Li Shimin. Then, Li Shimin said again, "Who is eating the braised meat, fine salt, beer, white wine, barbecue, and bone-strengthening powder from Chang'an Hotel?" At this time, the entire hall instantly became silent. Li Shimin stared coldly at Kong Ingda and said, "Kong Ingda, on our table, there is still the memorial you gave us yesterday. It seems that thing is also a piece of white paper?" At this time, Kong Ingda faintly felt that something was wrong. His face suddenly turned pale. Li Shimin clasped his hands behind his back and stared at Kong Ingda, saying, "Then we are asking you, are you still satisfied with the bone-strengthening powder? Are you still satisfied with the white wine, beer, barbecue, and braised meat? How much of the banknotes in your pocket and the fine salt in the kitchen do you still have? We can tell you that these things were all made by Zhang Feng and Lord Zhang's son on the mountain. And we have tacitly approved of these things. Are you going to impeach us next?" Yu Qigong couldn't help but shout, "How dare you, Kong Ingda, do you know your crime?" Chapter 1322. Kong Ingda panicked. He was aware of all these things. It was rumored that what happened on the mountain was approved by the emperor and arranged by the crown prince. He even knew about the imperial edict last time. But he always thought that it was the young masters who fooled the emperor, and that the emperor should be displeased with it. Besides, there was nothing on the mountain that was taught by sage Confucius. Kong Ingda hastily withdrew a book from his pocket, and then he knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, this is what I obtained from White Deer Academy. It's something called a textbook that they teach, and practically every single one of the 3,000+ students on the mountain has one. Please have a look, Your Majesty." Li Shimin didn't even look at the booklet. Kong Ingda panicked and said, "There are many things in this textbook that go against the teachings of sage Confucius. In particular, there is a sentence in it that says the emperor is as guilty as the common people if he violates the law. This is an affront to the emperor's grace. Besides, he is a viscount and the head chancellor of the two academies. But he dared not to attend such an important event as the autumn planting ceremony. This is contempt for the emperor's power. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, think about it. In today's world, who can let a broken bone stand on the street? Besides, there is also the blood-exchanging technique. This is simply witchcraft. Your Majesty. Enough! Kong Ingda, are you still so stubborn?" Feng Xianling was so angry that his whole body was trembling. "How can you be so blind to such an obvious thing? Can't you see it clearly? Does it even need to be said? How can you be so foolish at this critical moment?" Feng Xianling could roughly guess the emperor's intention at this time. He also knew about the invisible black hand that shrouded the Tang dynasty at this time. But how could he know that the emperor would jump out at this critical moment? After all, he had some interactions with Kong Ingda in the past, so he couldn't bear to do it. But at this time, seeing that Kong Ingda didn't know what was good for him, Feng Xianling couldn't help but get angry. This was clearly the instruction of the Shandong nobles. Otherwise, no one would say anything about him. But today, what was going on? How dare he be so bold? Could it be? What did Yu Qigong do in Fengzi's mansion yesterday that this old man saw? Feng Xianling couldn't help but glance at Yu Qigong, but when he saw that Yu Qigong's expression remained unchanged, he frowned slightly. Seeing this, Li Shimin shook his head and said, "After all, what Confucius said is for the sake of the Tang dynasty. This is understandable. But let me ask you, do you have any evidence?" "Yes. When Kong Ingda heard this, he immediately said, as long as the emperor lets Niu Jianhu, Imperial Dr. Zhou, and the Imperial doctors examine Niu Jianhu's legs in court, everything will be clear at a glance.
Good.
Li Shimin nodded and asked again, Minister Kong, have you thought it through?
Kong Ingda represented the Shandong nobles.
Li Shimin didn't want to drag the Shandong nobles to the opposite side so quickly, so he warned him.
However, Kong Ingda seemed to have gone crazy at this time.
He said with certainty, I have thought it through. When Li Shimin heard this, he sighed and said, since that's the case, summon Imperial Dr. Zhou and the Imperial doctors of the Imperial Hospital to the palace.
Summon Niu Jianhu to the palace. Today, I'll let you have a look. This time, even Li Shimin couldn't save Kong Ingda. Feng Xianling couldn't bear it.
He sighed heavily and said nothing.
After all, he asked for it.
After a while, Zhou Hongru led a group of Imperial doctors of the Imperial Hospital to the palace in a hurry.
They knew about this on their way here.
At this time, when they went to the political announcement hall, everyone looked at Kong Ingda with a bad expression.
However, Kong Ingda didn't care about this.
He narrowed his eyes and pretended that nothing had happened.
Li Shimin didn't say a word. At this time, the political announcement hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
The oppressive atmosphere brewing in the hall made many ministers unable to help but have a layer of fine cold sweat on their foreheads. In this torturous wait, Niu Jianhu appeared at the door of the political announcement hall with a crutch.
Niu Jianhu greets the emperor. Until this voice appeared.
Li Shimin slowly opened his eyes and waved his hand indifferently. Give him a seat.
Minister Kong, how are you going to examine it?
When Kong Ingda heard this, he said, replying to the emperor, you just need to take off these white cloths and it will be revealed to the world.
Good.
Li Shimin waved his hand. Imperial Dr. Zhou, take it off.
Wait.
Kong Ingda hurriedly interrupted Li Shimin's words and said again, in order to prevent them from acting, this old minister thought. Li Shimin waved his hand impatiently. Then I'll let you take it off personally, how about it?
How could Kong Ingda do this?
Looking around, he pointed at one of the backup imperial physicians who belonged to the Kong family and said, let him do it.
Li Shimin didn't want to look at Kong Ingda. He waved his hand and the imperial doctor of the Kong family hurried to Niu Jianhu's side. He habitually took out a mask from his arms and put it on his mouth. This time, Kong Ingda's expression instantly turned cold. Unfilial son, who let you wear this thing? Take it off for old man. Chapter 1323. The imperial doctor of the Kong family did not expect Kong Ingda to say this. He glanced at the emperor and saw that the emperor closed his eyes and ignored this matter. Moreover, he was an imperial doctor so he knew something about it.
He quickly whispered, Kong Darren, this thing is a mask.
It can effectively infect the textile virus. Infect what? This is just a leg injury. How can it be contagious?
Give it to old man. Cough cough, Kong Darren, aren't you too meddlesome?
This is the rule of my imperial hospital. Old man thought, you are not allowed to intervene in my imperial hospital's affairs, right? Could it be that you, Kong Darren, want to replace me?
Enough, remove it for me.
Li Shimin's cold voice made Kong Ingda behave. However, the imperial doctor was extremely aggrieved.
He looked at the angry Kong Ingda in front of him and said, Kong Darren, you can ask around.
Now all the imperial doctors in Chang'an City are using this thing. While speaking, the imperial doctor did not say anything. He quickly began to remove the bandage on Niu Jianhu's right leg. The bandage was very particular about the removal method. However, since Imperial Dr. Zhou saw Zhang Feng's magical method, he practiced with this thing every day after returning to the Imperial Hospital. Over time, the people in the Imperial Hospital knew about Zhang Feng's treatment of Niu Jianhu. They also knew about this operation. Everyone was curious about this bandage. There were so many ways to wrap it. At this time, the young imperial doctor simply could not do anything to the bandage that was wrapped around Niu Jianhu's leg like a fish scale. However, under everyone's surprised eyes, the young imperial doctor skillfully pulled out a needle from the side and gently and quickly removed the bandage. This time, all the ministers were curious. After all, this was the first time they saw this thing. It took a lot of time to wrap the bandage. Niu Jianhu was also a little angry at this time. He also cooperated with that person's actions. After about a meal, the bandage was finally removed. In an instant,
the dense bamboo clips and brand new bamboo clips appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The bamboo clips were boiled in water and the stubble was still brand new. At this time, Kong Ingda was even more certain of his idea. It was obvious that it was just done. At this moment, the officials looked at Niu Jianhu and Niu Jinda in confusion. They were not fools. Naturally, they could tell that it seemed to have been put up last night. Besides, didn't Kong Ingda just say that Niu Jianhu and Niu Jianhu went to Feng Xuanling's mansion in the end? Could it be that they had created this in Feng Xuanling's mansion? This was a great crime of deceiving the emperor. But when everyone looked at the emperor, they found that the emperor's expression remained unchanged. What was the meaning of this? At this time, the young imperial doctor glanced at Kong Ingda. After all, Kong Ingda was his elder. Although he was an elder, he was also from a side branch. However, because of Kong Ingda's status in the court, his status in the family had also risen. Moreover, he was able to come to the imperial hospital because of his relationship with Kong Ingda. However, Kong Ingda glanced at him coldly. It was this glance that made the young imperial doctor somewhat unable to bear it. But at this time, the emperor was also present. If he went too far, he would be dragged into the water. He could only endure it and dismantle the bamboo clips. Feng Xianling originally wanted to remind him, but at this time, seeing Kong Ingda's appearance, he couldn't help but be a little angry. "Dear Minister Kong, are you sure you want to continue?" At this time, Li Shimin reminded him again. Last night, Zhan, Imperial Dr. Zhou and the others personally saw Jianhu's leg. "Are you sure you want to continue?" Li Shimin also couldn't bear it. But at this time, when Kong Ingda saw such a temporary bamboo clip and the white cloth strip, he really wanted to expose it immediately. How could he give up? He cupped his fist and said, "Emperor, this official understands." When Li Shimin heard this, he sighed and said, "Fine. In that case, let's dismantle it." There were 3 layers of bamboo clips. Each layer was separated by a layer of gauze, but after the first layer of bamboo clips was dismantled, traces of blood suddenly appeared on the leg. And there was a strong smell mixed in the blood. Of course, this group of people couldn't bear the smell of alcohol, they just thought it was white wine. Kong Ingda's eyes lit up, as if he saw the hope of victory. At this time, all the officials in the field were frightened. "This is..." Without waiting for the crowd to say anything, Imperial Dr. Zhou frowned slightly. It seemed that he disliked the young Imperial Doctor's slow hands and feet. Niu Jianhu also hurriedly went to the field and quickly tore off the things on his leg. After the last layer of gauze was taken off, a 3-feet-long scar on Niu Jianhu's leg and a leg that was still swollen suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At this time, without waiting for Kong Ingda to speak, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "All the Imperial Doctors, personally check Niu Jianhu's leg and see if it was broken. If anyone dares to lie, Zhen will not forgive them." This time, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Was His Majesty really angry? At this time, even Kong Ingda had belatedly discovered the problem. But it was already too late. By the time he reacted, how could all the Imperial Doctors dare to disobey the Emperor's decree? And it was obvious that the Emperor knew about this matter. At this time, which one of the people who could get into the Imperial Hospital wasn't a wily old fox? Which one of them didn't have good eyesight? At this time, who didn't know the Emperor's meaning? The Emperor's meaning was very clear. Learn to be smart. If you dare to mess around, be careful of your head. Chapter 1324. Your Majesty, Niu Jianhu's leg does have signs of fracture. I'm good at grinding bones. There are obvious signs of fracture 3 inches above the belly of Niu Jianhu's right leg. Everyone present can feel it. Your Majesty, it's indeed so. We all feel it. Your Majesty, look. The silver needles can easily penetrate the bone. It's impossible that there are no cracks. At this moment, an old imperial physician couldn't wait to hold Niu Jianhu up. He raised Niu Jianhu's right leg high and pointed at the 3 silver needles on it. As he spoke, he pulled the 3 silver needles back and forth in Niu Jianhu's grimacing mouth. Then he changed the direction of the needles, sticking them in and pulling them out. Niu Jianhu was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Seeing this, at this moment, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Okay, bandage him." "Dear Minister Kong, do you still think that his broken leg is fake? If you still think his leg is fake, Do you want me to break your leg now and let Zhang Feng fix it for you? What else could Kong Ingda say at this moment? He had already collapsed on the ground and fell into a daze. He was already in a daze at this moment. He couldn't figure out why. How could a broken leg recover so quickly? If that was the case, didn't it mean that what happened on the mountain? Li Shimin was also a little angry at this moment. He waved his hand and said, I think dear Minister Kong is not in good health. Men, send him home to recuperate. Without my permission, don't go to the court for the time being. Men, take him away for me. In this way, Kong Ingda was taken away. No one knew who was right and who was wrong. After all, this matter was too unimaginable. Who would have thought that Zhang Feng's medical skills were so amazing that a person with a broken leg could walk with crutches in less than a month? This was simply a fantasy story, all right? But at this moment, it really happened in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone had no choice but to believe that it was true. Most importantly, many of them were very doubtful when they didn't see it in person today. But now, everyone's heart began to burn, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Li Shimin didn't give them too much time to think. After all, he had given them enough time before, and today's morning court had been long enough. Li Shimin said lightly, You all saw what happened today, right? As for the mask, I believe that as long as you have been to Chang'an, you should be able to see it. Even I am using it now. What Minister Kong said earlier about General Niu going to look for an iron mine is something that General Niu is doing for the common people. However, as for the matter of him being poisoned, Niu Jijia, you should say it yourself. Hearing this, Niu Jinda bowed and said, Your Majesty, I saw that the autumn planting season was coming, and the people in Chang'an were seriously lacking in ironware and other farming tools. Therefore, I wanted to share your burden and went there. But I didn't expect that I didn't know the iron mine. By chance, I got a mysterious thing and got poisoned. After Yu Qigong recounted everything in detail, Li Shimin said, However, I know that this thing of yours, is it something that the boy named Zhang Feng on the mountain came up with? Li Shimin didn't want to draw Zhang Feng out. But, at this time, the situation was not optimistic. The autumn planting couldn't be delayed any longer. And if the phosphorus fertilizer and seeds were delayed, how could it be promoted? Therefore today, Li Shimin had already pushed everything to Zhang Sun Wuji, as well as that old Li. He, on the other hand, had removed himself completely. After all, although he didn't want to hide his identity, it wouldn't be good if he exposed Fengzi like this. However, this matter must be spread out. Thinking of this, Li Shimin said, Yesterday, I also went to Minister Feng's mansion. And it was because of this. Minister Zhang Sun and the others, in order to solve the food shortage problem, actually used some unknown method to create something called fertilizer. Of course, I heard that this thing was also created by Zhang Feng, right? How could Zhang Sun Wuji not know the emperor's meaning? He hurriedly replied, Replying to your majesty, it is indeed like this. This matter was told to this lowly official by a merchant surnamed Li. I heard that this brat named Zhang Feng has developed a fertilizer that can double the yield of all the fields. Moreover, I've carefully investigated White Deer Academy, and I've indeed discovered that one of the textbooks in the academy is something called physics. So I've made a bold decision and tacitly agreed to this research. Li Shimin heard this. He nodded and said, Minister Zhang Sun has done well. This is a great merit that will last for 1,000 years. Minister, think about it. What do you need? I will reward you one by one. Reward? They wanted fields. But would the emperor give them? And most importantly, they wanted food. But the national treasury was even poorer than them. What did they want? Money. Forget it. They had a lot of that stuff too. Zhang Sun Wuji pretended to be righteous and selfless as he said, To be able to share your majesty's burdens is this subject's duty. How would I dare to ask for any reward? Li Shimin heard this and nodded with a smile. Since that is the case, when this thing is really created, I will reward you all together. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Give the order to reward Chancellor Zhang Feng of White Deer College with 100 mu of fertile land. Chapter 1325. Today's morning court session lasted for 6 hours. By the time the court session ended, everyone was already dizzy from hunger. However, the court session this time caused ripples in the hearts of all the officials, especially after they learned that Zhang Sun Wuji had mentioned that Mr. Li had a close personal relationship with Zhang Sun Wuji. Moreover, The emperor really knew about Zhang Feng's matter. This was what shocked all the officials the most. Previously, they had vaguely heard from the imperial astronomer that the North Star had descended in Chang'an City. Moreover, they were all officials in the court. How could they not know about the matter in a small place like Chang'an City? Especially after the barbecue and beer were served, everyone heard a name. Zhang Feng. Previously, they had only vaguely guessed this. However, now that the emperor had vaguely mentioned it, and Zhang Sun Wuji had said it in the court session today, everyone was enlightened.
Everyone was instantly enlightened.
This man was none other than Zhang Feng. No wonder the emperor valued White Deer College so much. This was the real North Star descending. And this time, the most important thing that could benefit all of them was not the white paper, nor the braised meat, nor the new dishes, but the miraculous knowledge of White Deer Academy that Zhang Feng had created, as well as the miraculous medical skills that they had now. Furthermore, there was the land that the emperor had bestowed upon them previously, which had caused them so much pain. Today, if it weren't for that damned Kong Ingda, the emperor would probably have taken back some of their land without them knowing. However, Kong Ingda was a good person. He had helped everyone. As for himself, he was willing to be driven back by the furious emperor. No one would feel comfortable if this happened to him. After all, this was the emperor's private matter. The emperor was also a human and wanted to have some private property. Moreover, the emperor had originally wanted to take back some land from everyone. However, with Kong Ingda's interference, everything was ruined. It would be strange if the emperor wasn't furious. Therefore, the emperor decided to tell him about it directly. At this time, everyone was so excited, but the emperor had also given a strict order. If anyone dared to wantonly hoard land, all of their land and property would be confiscated. Although this only started after today's morning court session. Anyone could see that the emperor was favoring Zhang Sun Wuji and Feng Xianling, but what could they do? After all, he was a duke and had put in a lot of effort into this matter. If it weren't for them, they would still be worrying about the land in their hands. At this moment, all the officials were happily returning home to digest the good news. In the imperial study, Yu Qigong and the others were in trouble. Especially Yu Qigong. They watched the emperor slowly eat and drink. They were so hungry that they swallowed their saliva, but what could they say? He didn't even dare to fart. They all knew what the emperor was feeling at this time. They also knew why they were here. Let alone speaking now, anyone who farted first would be the target of the emperor's wrath. The emperor was waiting for this. Although everyone knew at this time, these officials knew the emperor's mentality very well. How could they not know what the emperor was thinking? However, Li Shimin had deliberately made noise and slowed down the speed of eating, but they still didn't speak. He couldn't help but sigh slightly when he saw that. Niu Jijie. Niu Jinda knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "I'm here. I can't figure out why you went to Fengzi's mansion yesterday. As far as I know, there was no one else in Fengzi's mansion except for a group of guards. Come on, tell me. If you can't, don't go back today." Hearing this, Niu Jinda's forehead was instantly covered with a layer of fine cold sweat. Feng Xianling and the others glanced at Niu Jinda curiously and didn't say anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to say it, but they didn't dare to. This was also the reason why they were confused. After all, it was reasonable to say that there was a problem with this matter. You clearly knew that Zhang Feng was on the mountain, and with your means, you should have known that we were here. But you didn't go anywhere, but directly broke into Zhang Feng's mansion. It was impossible not to be suspicious. And the most infuriating thing was, you motherfaster, you even let Kong Ingda grab hold of your weakness. Why did you bring your stupid son out for a stroll when you had nothing better to do? Did you not feel comfortable lying at home? Now you feel better, right? Niu Jinda regretted it very much. But now that it had happened, it was nonsense to say anything else. He could only say helplessly, "Your Majesty, I'm innocent." Li Shimin was so angry that he almost laughed. At this time, you still want to play dumb? It's because of you, old bastard, that my plan is all ruined. Li Shimin chuckled coldly and said, "Then tell Zhen, where exactly are you being wrongly accused? If you can't give me a reason, then I really want to hear a few sounds in As Imperial study today." Chapter 13:26. In an instant, Niu Jinda couldn't stay calm. What was he doing? Hearing a sound? Swish. Nyo Jinda hurriedly knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, yesterday this old subject originally wanted to take my son to thank Fengzi, but after thinking for a long time, I couldn't think of what to give to Fengzi. However, when I turned my head, I saw the Guangong too that your Majesty rewarded me, so this old subject." Nyo Jinda spilled the whole story of how he went to Zhang Feng's residence yesterday, as well as why he went there and what he did there. The sound really scared him. After all, being hit by a plank was also a sound. The head falling to the ground was also a sound. He couldn't tell what the emperor was thinking, and this time the emperor was really angry. What's more, Kong Ingda, this old guy, basically exposed everything. No one would feel good if this happened to him. At this time, he didn't know whether the emperor was really angry or something else. This was what scared him the most. At this time, Li Shimin heard this and said with some surprise, "You mean, you extorted the Guangong too that you have been hanging at the gate?"
Yes, that's right. This is a life-saving grace. Moreover, it saved both our lives. But this old minister can't think of what to give. Money? That's too cliché. You can say that it's something else. There's nothing that Fengzi would like. So I thought about it and gave it to Fengzi. After all, Fengzi is a good brother, and this painting is suitable for him. Li Shimin was a little dizzy. He was thinking about taking advantage of this opportunity to get the Guangong Tu back. Now, it was in Fengzi's pocket. It was completely impossible to get it back now.
He could only sigh and say, "Fine, fine. You gave it to him, but why did you give him this thing? And the most important thing is, why did you go to his mansion? You didn't really go there to give this painting to Fengzi, did you?" Feng Xianling and others were a little bolder at this time. Seeing the emperor's tone soften a little, they plucked up the courage to look at Nyo Jinda with doubts. Hearing this, Nyo Jinda couldn't calm down and said proudly, "Your Majesty knows me best.
Yesterday, I was thinking about it. Fengzi has been doing this phosphate fertilizer for a long time.
Think about it, every time we went to Fengzi's liquor store, he would be so stingy. He said that he didn't have it, but every time, he would be able to get some out.
What does this mean?
It means that Fengzi is too stingy. He hid all the good stuff at home. And I was thinking, this guy should have made Fengzi's Fengzi long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to tell Master Feng about it, and wouldn't have dared to use it on the fields in the mountains. And he did it in front of so many people."
Li Shimin pondered and felt that Nyo Jinda was right.
After all, this matter was indeed such a matter.
If Zhang Feng wasn't certain of something, he wouldn't do it.
Li Shimin couldn't help but walk up and down in the imperial study with his hands behind his back. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Don't just stand there.
Sit down.
Xiao Gizi, prepare the meal."
Dear Nyo, tell me in detail. Did you find anything in Fengzi's mansion?
Yes. Nyo Jinda's eyes were fixed on the bowl of steaming hot noodles that a group of palace maids brought in. Li Shimin sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Let's eat and talk."
Oh.
When Nyo Jinda heard this, he rubbed his hands together and took a large bowl of noodles from a palace maid before wolfing it down. Yu Qigong and the others had long since fainted from hunger. When they saw this, they didn't wait for the emperor's orders and picked up their bowls to slurp down the noodles. After a while, Nyo Jinda touched his belly. He wanted to eat another bowl, but seeing Li Shimin's expression, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, you also know about this. It's Fengzi's East Courtyard. Among them, we have been to the Southwest and North Courtyards, but the East Courtyard is the only one that no one is allowed to take a look at. And most importantly, when I went to ask, no one was allowed to mention it. Zhang Feng even found 3 old men and directly sealed the East Courtyard. I don't know what they are doing inside. Even when I went to persuade them, in the end, when I mistakenly said that Fengzi was selling phosphate fertilizer on the mountain, they finally allowed me to go in."
"What's inside?" Li Shimin frowned and asked.
Feng Xianling and the others also put down their bowls and chopsticks, waiting for Nyo Jinda. Nyo Jinda looked behind him and saw that the door of the imperial study was closed. He then said mysteriously, "The layout of the courtyard is the same as the other places. When Fengzi moved in, we all went to the East Courtyard. There are so many rooms, but the 3 old men didn't live in them. Instead, they built a few thatched sheds in the innermost part of the East Courtyard where the sunlight is the best. The weirdest thing is that there's a big pot beside the shed, which is boiling water. There's also a big wooden trough beside the pot, and there's something similar to medicinal herbs in the wooden trough.
Li Shimin was confused. You said a lot of things. You didn't find anything. You're making fun of me, aren't you? Li Shimin was angry.
He waved his hand and said, "Come on, drag him out and give him 30 beatings."
Niu Jinda was still talking vividly. When he heard the emperor's words, he couldn't understand and was a little confused. But when he saw that the Jinwu guards really stopped him, he hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, I'm innocent." Chapter 1327. Niu Jinda was really beaten up. He wailed again and again. Zhang Sun Wuji and the others heard the noise outside the door and looked at the emperor's gloomy face. They didn't know what to do. They wanted to leave, but the emperor wouldn't let them. They didn't want to leave, but they felt scared to stay here. If the emperor was unhappy, they wouldn't be able to bear 30 beatings. After a while, Niu Jinda was dragged in like a dead fish.
As soon as he was thrown on the ground, Li Shimin asked, "You tell me.
If you don't give me an explanation, you can't leave today." Li Shimin was really angry. Today, he was originally thinking about how to take back some real estate from the hands of these ministers. He even thought about exchanging his own white paper and the right to sell fine salt for it. But in the end, Kong Yingda caught Niu Jinda's weakness, which made his plan fail. He almost exposed Zhang Feng. Fortunately, Zhang Sun Wuji was quick-witted and avoided a disaster. This was all because of Niu Jinda, that bastard. How could Li Shimin not be angry? If Niu Jinda didn't explain it clearly and didn't give Li Shimin a chance to vent his anger, Li Shimin really wanted to beat him up this time. After all, he needed a way out of this matter. Niu Jinda was already scared at this time.
He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, take a look at this old official's thing first, and then I'll explain it to you."
While speaking, Niu Jinda stood up shakily, took out the potato leaf from his arms, and handed it to Li Shimin with both hands. Li Shimin wanted to be angry at first. But after seeing the potato leaf, he frowned slightly.
He had seen a lot of precious things in the imperial garden, and most of the things in Zhang Feng's courtyard had been through his hands.
How could he not know these things? But at this time, the thing in Niu Jinda's hand surprised Li Shimin.
"This is the thing that the 3 old men were secretly fiddling with?"
Right.
Niu Jinda hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, those 3 old men, one was guarding the door, and the other 2 were squatting beside the wooden trough."
When this old official went there, these 2 old men desperately tried to block this thing.
This old official also spent a lot of effort to get this thing, and most importantly, this thing was watered with phosphate fertilizer.
That's it? Zhang Feng, that bastard. Did he experiment with phosphate fertilizer on this thing? This thing doesn't look like anything.
But before Li Shimin could finish speaking, the part of the potato that he was holding broke right in front of his eyes. Moreover, a drop of juice even shot out and landed on the back of his hand.
Li Shimin pinched the stem of the potato with even more astonishment. In that instant, that delicate and fragile feeling made him feel curious. What is this? Li Shimin became even more curious. But before he could speak, Yu Qigong couldn't help but ask. After seeing Li Shimin's eyes, Yu Qigong quickly shut up. Niu Jinda then said, "Actually, this old official asked for a long time, but I didn't know what this thing was."
In the end, this old official used some means to find out that this thing is actually a medicinal ingredient, and I heard that Fengzi inadvertently obtained it from a merchant in the western region.
If you don't believe me, you can try it. This old official has tasted the missing part of this leaf, and it does indeed have the taste of medicinal ingredients. When Li Shimin heard this, he wanted to try it, but was hurriedly stopped by Xiao Gizi. Li Shimin sighed and said, "Fine, you can try it. If it's really as Niu Jijia said, call the imperial physician over." Xiao Gizi carefully tore off a piece of potato leaf and put it in his mouth. He chewed and said under Li Shimin's expectant gaze, "Your Majesty, this really is a medicinal ingredient. It tastes bitter and a bit numb, and there's also a strange taste. Call the imperial physician." A moment later, Imperial Physician Zhou hurriedly entered the imperial study. After asking in detail, he also tore off a piece and threw it into his mouth. At this time, Li Shimin asked, "Niu Jijia, is this the medicinal ingredient that Fengzi used to treat the tiger?" "No." Niu Jinda was also a tactful person. At this time when he saw the emperor ask, he hurriedly said, "Fengzi has no other medicine other than alcohol and bone soup." Li Shimin couldn't help but be even more confused and asked, "Imperial Physician Zhou, what do you think this thing is?" Where has Imperial Physician Zhou seen this before? At this time, he was also very tangled. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. I'll ask that kid later. You can leave now. After dismissing Imperial Physician Zhou, Li Shimin once again laid bricks in the Imperial study. Just when everyone was about to doze off, Li Shimin said, That is to say, this phosphate fertilizer really has a magical effect? If this is the case, then my Tang dynasty will prosper. Although they didn't know what this thing was, it was worth it for Zhang Feng to be so mysterious. It must be known that the things that Zhang Feng fiddled with before had never been hidden. At this time, Fengzi must be doing something big. If this thing could be said now, with his character, how could he hold it back? If he didn't say it now, and it was so mysterious, it meant that this thing was enough to shock the world. Thinking of this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, This matter can't be mentioned again, and can't be discussed in private, understand? The few of them were not noobs. Seeing Li Shimin so cautious, they also knew some things. Several people hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. We obey your Majesty's order. Chapter 1328. At the same time. In the virtuous square in the west city of Chang'an City. It was in a state of shock. As the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. At this moment, everyone in the virtuous square saw Kong Ingda being sent back to the Kong residence by the Imperial Guards. Kong Ingda was no longer as elegant and arrogant as before. Instead, he was like a foolish old man who was at the mercy of the Imperial Guards. After the Imperial Guards left, a group of soldiers wearing the uniform of the Imperial Guards came to the entrance of the Kong residence. They seemed to be guarding the entrance, but in fact, they were watching over the entire Kong residence. Every person who entered and left had to go through layers of checks. At this moment, the entire virtuous square was in shock. Some people said that today at the morning court, Kong Ingda angered the emperor and was removed from his official position by the emperor. Others said that Kong Ingda was plotted against by a scoundrel and the emperor sent people to protect Kong Ingda. As the saying goes, good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. In less than 2 hours, Kong Ingda's incident had spread throughout Chang'an. It had even become a household name. But no one in the Kong residence came out to say anything. Even the servants and maids who came out to buy groceries came and went in a hurry. The officials who had always been on good terms with Kong Ingda, as well as the ministers who lived in the virtuous square, did not say a word about this matter. Even the Kong residence, which used to be as busy as a marketplace, was deserted. Everyone who passed by hurriedly ran away, fearing that they would not be able to avoid the place. The Kong residence instantly fell into a gloomy fog. The Kong residence was not the largest or the most gorgeous in the virtuous square, but it was the most exquisite and the most famous. This was because Kong Ingda was known as the son of sage Confucius. But now, the son of sage Confucius was lying on the bed with a sallow face. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and he did not listen to anything anyone said. It seemed that he had really lost his mind. Kong Ingda's so-called 100 students were only a few dozen people at this time. They were kneeling in front of Kong Ingda's bed with the family members of the Kong residence. Beside the bed, an old woman with a head full of white hair was holding a walking stick. While wiping Kong Ingda's cheeks with a rag, she was narrating the situation outside. A moment later, the young imperial physician surnamed Kong from the Imperial Institute of Medicine hurried over. As soon as everyone saw him, it was as if they had seen their savior, and they hurriedly went forward to ask. The old woman who was sitting by the bed slammed her walking stick on the ground and said, Kong Chao, kneel down for me. In an instant, the entire room fell silent again. When the imperial physician heard this, he helplessly put down his medicine box and respectfully knelt beside the old woman. He kowtowed and said, Nephew Kong Chao pays his respects to the old woman. This old one asks you, what's the matter with master? The old woman was naturally the matriarch of the entire Kong family, and was also Kong Ingda's official wife. Kong Chao opened his mouth to say something, but when he thought of what Kong Ingda had done, and the fact that the emperor had not really dismissed Kong Ingda today, he said, Matriarch, Lord Kong was just provoked in the court today. It's nothing serious. The emperor did not say that he was going to dismiss Lord Kong. It's just that Lord Kong took some things too hard and got angry. In the end, Kong Chao could only compromise and say it out loud. After all, if he really said it, it would cause a lot of trouble.
Once the news spread and the emperor found out that he was the one who spread it, it would be hard to say if he could even keep his head, let alone keep his current position. Seeing that they did not speak, Kong Chao sighed helplessly and went forward to take Kong Ingda's pulse, give him acupuncture, and even patted Kong Ingda's body to check. Kong Ingda's expression slowly returned to his senses. Kong Chao glanced at everyone. He didn't want to say anything, but this was the Kong family after all. Half of the reason why he could be in such a high position was because of Kong Ingda. Today, Kong Chao knew that the reason why Kong Ingda asked him to come out and check Niu Jianhu's leg was to create an opportunity for him. He wasn't an ungrateful person. However, there were some things that he really could not say at that time. At this moment, Kong Chao shook his head and said, "Matriarch, it's best if you don't go out and walk around as much as possible during this period. Also, tell the people in the residence not to say anything. If it reaches the emperor's ears, then I really can't say anything more. I hope that Matriarch can understand my difficulties. This is the prescription, you just need to follow this prescription. Get out of here for old man. Guards, from today onwards, beat old man to death if anyone in the Kong residence sees this person." At this moment, Kong Ingda had already regained consciousness, but his voice was not as loud as before. It was as if something was stuck in his throat, and when he spoke, it would be gurgling. It sounded extremely uncomfortable. However, the fact that he could wake up made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Kong Chao hurriedly knelt and said, "Lord Kong, there were many things that I could not say in the hall at that time. I hope. Get out of here for old man. Guards, beat him out of here." How could Kong Ingda listen at this time? He was panting heavily. Seeing this, the old woman hurriedly hugged Kong Ingda and patted him on the back, scolding, "Why aren't you leaving? Are you trying to anger your master to death?" Kong Chao had no choice but to sigh helplessly. The emperor did not dismiss Lord Kong. He only asked Lord Kong to rest at home. After a while, the emperor will issue a decree for Lord Kong to return to court. However, Kong Chao could only sigh helplessly amidst the violent panting. "Sigh. I will take my leave."